Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Sewing Street. Look at this. I'm so excited. So obviously I have seen and heard everybody talking about the Advent calendar. I know it caused carnage. I saw everybody's being delivered yesterday. So we've tried something new for our Sewing Street Advent calendar this year, and it was, so popular. Completely sold out in the first showing. And as far as I'm aware, we physically cannot get any more made. So the amount of people that are asking us about Advent calendars, we have managed to source the amazing Hemline Advent calendars. So those of you that have seen like last year's Advent calendar, Sewing Street one, or the year before, I know that this year we did a very, very luxurious high-end, very, very high-end Sewing Street Advent calendar. So maybe it didn't meet your budget, or maybe you were after something for a gift for somebody, or you just wanted to get involved in the Christmas fun and open sewing bits and bobs. This is going to be amazing. It's our early bird, so I just wanted to let you know that this is going to be the first item that we play, which is going to be really, really exciting. So just to give you a chance to load the website up and log into your account, because I don't want anyone to miss out on this, I thought I'd just quickly show it you now whilst we look at the menu. Today's going to be a really, really lovely day because I've only got half an hour on my own, and it's talking about this amazing calendar and also the Arthur's Garden fabric collection, which launched last week with John Scott and Susie, and is already incredibly limited already. So definitely get ahead of that one. We've got lots by the half metre, and I think there is literally one mega bundle left if you want it. Grab it now on pre-order. 8:30, Delphine's going to be with us. She's already here having a coffee, getting ready for our brand new Brensham collection from Lewis and Irene, and she's created the most beautiful Tree of Life collection for us with a quilt and also a cushion. And then at 10 o'clock, we have got deals upon deals with Crafters Companion. I always know when I have a crafters show, it's going to be good. When Sarah Davis is here especially, we have some extra special deals. It's like she has literally sent Becky with the best deals upon deals at 10 o'clock. Two of the deals that we have at 10 o'clock are arguably better than I've ever had with Sarah Davis. We've got the best ever price on the Gemini 2. And we also have a nesting die bundle, which sold out in the hundreds twice over. We have got 100 more, and we are matching the price. So if you know what I'm talking about, if you know, you know, get ahead at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we've got a beautiful Astra collection. You're going to see in a second moth quilt behind me that Delphine has designed and created, and it looks stunning. Look at this. Especially with the gold organza. I love, love, love it. The design's amazing. And that Astra fabric is part of it as well. So that's going to be coming up in our 11 o'clock show. Then 12 o'clock, more deals upon deals with Crafters Companion. Teddy bear, bundles, kits, templates. We've got the lot. You don't need a die cutting machine for that one as well. So if you do want to have a go at doing some lovely kits for Christmas, stay tuned. That's at 12 o'clock. So jam-packed day. Starting though, are you ready? I don't know whether we are, because the price on this is going to be amazing. It is our early bird special. Now, as I said, the carnage, it's the only word that could describe what happened when we launched our Advent calendar here at Sewing Street. Completely sold out. What I love about this is still your luxury Advent calendar. You're still going to get all of your bits and bobs that are sewing related. I mean, how many shops can you go to where you are going to get sewing related Advent calendars? Obviously, you go to your supermarkets, you can get your chocolate ones. You might be able to get beauty ones or alcohol, gin ones nowadays. And they're always, you know, this sort of price and upwards. If you're looking at high-end ones, you can be paying over £50. Today, you have got, I'm going to give you a little sneak peek if you want to. In fact, let me just give you a bit of an idea. You're going to get threads in here. You're going to get scissors. You're going to get needles, pins, little fabric bits. You've got lots of little notions. I don't want to give it all away in case this is your Advent calendar. But elsewhere, you know, for similar sort of selection of things, we had a bit of a look through, and you can pay for a prim one, $49.99. This is your hemline, which you know is a fantastic quality brand, reputable brand that we all know. You've got 1 to 24 doors. This opens up like a little house as well. I don't know whether... I don't want to open this one because I know that this is potentially going to be like the Sewing Street Advent Calendar that's a one-show thing. If you want to get involved, 24 items in here, and it's not staying at $34.99. It absolutely could stay here, but today we've decided to do it as an early bird, which means you're getting a saving. Now, if I were to say we'll take your P&P off, your P&P off and a bit more. There you go. It's $27.99 today. I would absolutely be multi-buying on this if you're thinking for gift ideas for people. I've actually bought my nephew a little advent calendar because he gets so much at Christmas. It's nice to be able to buy someone something leading up to Christmas. Found another price comparison for you. Hi, Judith. Good morning. Good morning, Becky. Good morning, Claire. Morning, Tom. Oh, here you go. This is the exact same one. $37.99. $37.99, and they've only got 3 left in stock. If you get this today, guaranteed delivery before the 1st of December, obviously. So you've got this in time to be able to gift it to your sewing friends, or maybe you've got somebody you know in your family or your sewing group, or you're on the Facebook fan page and you missed the day of the Sewing Street Advent Calendar and you're thinking, I've got FOMO. Or what does John Scott call it? He called it something completely different to FOMO, didn't he, the other day? But if you missed it, this is your chance to get a sewing-related advent calendar. It's a different one to the Sewing Street, obviously. I know that it's not as considered because we did a very, very special one. This is probably more in line with what we did for our Sewing Street one last year or the year before, which I know so many people were thrilled with as well. And I just love that it looks so pretty. It will look lovely. It's better than having a chocolate one, isn't it? $27.99, 24 items in your Hemline grotto. As I said, there's lots of bits and bobs in here, including threads and notions and fabrics, bits and bobs that you could gift to people. You've got needles, all very useful things that we use day in, day out for sewing as well, which is always nice. I mean, you could... It's up to you whether you are that sort of person that just opens it all before Christmas. But the value for money is amazing. If you were to add up, bearing in mind, I can see here, metallic threads, 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, loads of threads in here, which generally when you're looking at your sew all polyester threads, 100-metre threads, then some of these are 300-metre threads, in fact. So generally you're looking at 100-metre threads being £1.50 to £2. So bear in mind you're getting loads of that. Brilliant. Oh, I got it for me and my daughter, and that is brilliant. I'm so pleased. Loads of you have got this in your basket. Please, please do make sure you're checking out as soon as you can, as we don't want a repeat of what happened with our Sewing Street one that completely sold out. Now, I was talking about ones, obviously we always think about chocolate advent calendars, but now we're looking at lots of brands are delving into doing their own advent calendars, different hobbies. This is Ben's advent calendar, which is alcohol-free beer, if anybody wants to get it for him. Look, it's £77. So if you are looking at something that's a bit different to a chocolate advent calendar, you can pay, well, this one is supposed to be £37 elsewhere. We were already at a great price at $34.99. Let me know if you're getting it. Let me know. Message me on Facebook. Becky said, morning, Vic and team. I'm watching from the cold while waiting for the train to go to college. What are you studying? Oh, Becky Alexandra Frost. Good morning, Claire. Good morning, Susan. Good morning, Judith. Good morning, Tom. $27.99. If you are gifting this for somebody, then you can. Ben said, good morning, Tom. He says he's my actual friend now. He's my actual friend now, not just saying hello on Facebook. Hi, Sarah. Hi, Isabella. Elaine, everybody who's got it in their basket, please do make sure you are checking out as soon as you can your Hemline Grotto advent calendar. Only $27.99 as an early bird. Can I remind you, this very advent calendar, elsewhere, $37.99. What a way to start today. And those of you that have opened your order already, then, of course, you can keep shopping with us and you'll only pay 1 P&P. I really want to open this just top bit. Look, let me show you, because I love... No, because look what happens. What you do is you open the doors of the grotto. There we go, hang on. What I love is that you open the grotto door to get into the boxes. How cool is this? Oh, I want to know what's in number 3. That looks a good one, doesn't it? Right up to door number 24, up to Christmas Eve. Nice little treats to see you through till Christmas. And it's very soon now, isn't it? You'll get it in time for Christmas. Just to confirm, we cannot get any more of the Sewing Street advent calendars. So we thought this is a really nice time to be able to bring you, again, one that's slightly more affordable, bits and bobs that you're going to use every single day of your sewing for £27.99. Maybe you want to get involved in the opening of, you know, your sewing related advent calendar, then this is ideal. It is a great giftable price as well. What I like, look, they're all in little boxes. They're all in little boxes. That's so cool, isn't it? See, if you're looking at things that if you're looking at gifts, and our advent calendar was obviously £60, so that might be out of your budget to gift. Or it might be out of your budget this year to buy for yourself, but you still want to get involved in opening nice sewing related bits. I mean, look, I love that they're all in little... Can I show you one? I've just randomly opened number 7. You got a pom-pom maker in there. You've got a pom-pom maker in number 7. No more, because it's got to all be a nice surprise for you. But they're all in little individual boxes as well, which is great, isn't it? £27.99. I love this. It's going to be selling all day. We've got hundreds and hundreds of them. But just be aware, there are people multi-buying this as well. £27.99. Well done, everybody who's got them in their basket. Okay, yes, I do. Can I show you how you can shop on the website, by the way? Everything is loaded, including this. You'll be able to see it at the top of your screen on our website, which is sewingstreet.com. Click on Watch Live. You can come and say hello to us. Good morning. It's lovely to be back with you. I don't know whether I'm back. I think I'm back in December after this, so come and say hello. If you scroll down, then you'll be able to find, there it is, the one and only Liberty Arthur's Garden fabric bundle, where you're getting half a metre free. We have managed to get every print by the half metre, and we have good stock, so if you're thinking of doing some nice garments for dressmaking, then you can get as much as you want. Fill your boots, go for it. All of those lovely Arthur's Garden prints are underneath us on the website. I've also got extra wide backing. I don't think I've ever sold Liberty extra wide backing, ever. That's amazing. Then you've also got, Susie Duncan's quilt instructions there. If you watch the show back on, I think it was the 4th of November or the 3rd of November. And then here we go. Delphine's going to be joining me at 8:30, so only in 15 minutes, where we've got a brand new Lewis and Irene collection, the Brensham collection. Everything is underneath us by the half metre. There is a bundle as well. And then Delphine was told to create a quilt using all of those lovely prints. And we've put together some fat quarter prints for you, some cuts for you. There you have your patchwork cushion, panel instructions. There's your mega bundle. Bits and bobs. Oh, hang on, that fuser mat's back in stock. I haven't seen the smaller one. I don't think we've actually had that this half of the year since before I went on maternity leave, in fact, Ben's telling me. If you keep scrolling down, there is the Gemini. Right, it is going lower. I can confirm, I'm keeping this on the down low for anybody who's watching today. It's Christmas. We've got our Christmas tree up. We are the gift that keeps on giving this morning. Who wants it under £200? Never. Even with Sarah. We've never done this before. But, yeah, I mean, really shouldn't be doing it today, but we wanted to do something extra special. So it's coming up. That is like a Black Friday deal. I'd make the most of that. Lots of places are doing their Black Friday deals early, aren't they? So there you go. We're jumping on board. Those multimedia dies. Where's the bundle, Ben? Which is the code of the bundle? There, right, that should be £100. If you buy them all individually, it would be £100. That is crashing nowhere near that price. I've sold hundreds of those bundles at £59.99. Great value. If you tuned in at 8 o'clock this morning, then you're getting all the spoilers today. So if you want it, I'm just letting you know, if you want to buy all 4 today, you'll only pay £5 more than you would for one, for all 4. I don't know how we do that, but we've got 100 available. All those bundles, 100 bundles will go today. If you want it, grab it early. Everything is all underneath us. Continuing down, you'll see our Crafter's Companion bits and bobs. We've got the metal fabric plates. We've got the low-tack tape back in stock. We've got the pokey tools back in stock. We've got the cutting plates for fabric there. The turning plate for your original Gemini, if you got it, or the Gemini 2. And there you have your animal templates as well. Delphine's second hour is yet to be loaded. We're going to give you a countdown for when that will be on pre-order. Don't forget, your early bird today is your Hemline Grotto. I love an advent calendar, and I missed out on the Sewing Street one. There were so many of us that I know, hundreds of people that missed out on the Sewing Street. Even presenters, staff, we all missed out. If you want the Hemline Grotto, normally with an advent calendar, we have weeks of talking about it, hence why we launch it beginning of November to then be able to talk about it through November. It's sold out in one showing. So everybody who wants to get on board, I know that was slightly more considered. It was a £60 advent calendar. It was very, very, very luxurious this year. If maybe you like last year's Sewing Street advent calendar or the year before, this is more on that level where you're getting your everyday sewing bits and bobs. It's more affordable. It means it's accessible for gift ideas or for you to maybe have a second one. Or if you've got somebody else in your family that also loves crafting, but maybe not to the extent that they want to spend £60 on a luxury advent calendar, why not get this one? It's lovely. It's still a great price, by the way. Please don't think I'm calling this a novelty, lower quality one. These are Hemline products. They are all sewing related, and it should be $37.99. I'm not discounting it in January. Prime time to get this, in time to start your advent calendar countdown, and it's $27.99. Right, let's go with our Liberty bundle. Arthur's Garden only launched on the 3rd of November, and there is one mega bundle left. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but look at all of these amazing prints. You've got loads of prints in here. In fact, these are the only 2 repeats of the whole collection. Is that amazing Japanese feel to it. And Arthur Landensbury, have I pronounced that right? The founder of Liberty. This is a collection that is taken from some of the most, some of the oldest sort of archive prints from Liberty, but also some from the 60s and 70s as well. And it is amazing. If you go to the store on Regent Street, then you'll see lots of amazing architecture, and you instantly get a feel of Arthur's sort of passions of where he loved to go in the world, and the building itself is just magnificent. So he absolutely loved Japanese culture and the prints and the fabrics of the kimonos, the prints of kimonos, and you can see that in this collection. It is all stunning Liberty quilting weight fabric, and you are getting ½ meter free in this bundle. I love the fact that it's the reds and the whites and the blues. It's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Whenever you see the blues together, especially in Liberty, oh my gosh, they're always really, really popular collections. 7.5 meters, your fabric mega bundle will sell out. It will sell out today. There is one. Whoever wants it. Don't think just because there's only one, you're not going to get it. You can get it. Good morning, Kerry. When are you in? I'd love to see you. I haven't seen Kerry for ages and ages. Right, what I'm going to do, because we are limited on time, is I'm going to fly through these by the ½ meter. Let's do the 2 that are the same print, and then everything else is individual. So we have the red first. This is lovely. Arthur's Garden. This one is called Ginkgo. It's lovely. Imagine doing a lovely shirt. Oh, yes. This is where I am thinking for larger projects, actually. Those of you that want to get a whole metre of this for cushions. If you buy a Liberty cushion in that store on Regent Street, how much do you pay for a Liberty cushion? How much do you pay for a Liberty purse even? Or a Liberty bag? I mean, this is just amazing. Hi, Sally. Oh, my gosh. I must say, Auntie Sally Auntie Sally is Joe and Kat, you know, Hattie, Joe's girlfriend Hattie, Hattie's Auntie Sally. So she made Tilly and Belle, well, she made Maisie the most amazing Christmas sack stocking. And she's made Tilly and Belle one, and they pattern match to make like a, if you put them together, the Christmas tree all matches up, and it's just amazing. And Auntie Sally, we keep saying, me and Hattie keep saying that we need to get you on to do the kits because they are so beautiful. They are so, so beautiful. So thank you so, so much. Right, that's the Genko in red. We've got it in blue as well. This is a recap from what was a really thorough show, by the way. So those of you that haven't yet watched Susie's show, watch it back on YouTube on the 3rd of November. You can see all about this collection, all about the inspiration. She talks very, very heavily about the different prints that are in here, the inspiration behind it. She gives you lots of different ideas of what you can do with it. This is just a quick 10-minute recap for anybody who missed that launch show. £8.99 for the blue and white, and it's got metallic gold spots. Now, the only way you're getting these are by the half metre now, as our mega bundle has gone. Well done, if you got the last one. This is ending in 40, Ben. It is called Fluttering Fans. £8.99, a half metre today. Imagine making a kimono with a Liberty fluttering fans. Anybody who got the advent calendar, get yourself half a metre of Liberty. The advent calendar is flying out, by the way. I'll give you a stock update throughout the day. This one is Dahlia Garden. Oh, beautiful. I love that. This is a really pinky red, isn't it, actually? Lovely pinky reds. £8.99. Oh, I've missed you, Ben. Me and Ben haven't had a show for months. May was our last show together, Ben. May, and it's now November. Oh, we're going to have a lovely day today. We've got Delphine, we've got Becky, we've got, oh my gosh. Our show, for me, the reason that I love Sewing Street is because it's very heavy on the demos. We get to learn. We have amazing designers who teach us so many amazing techniques. And I've worked for, you know, shopping televisions for television shows for over 10 years now. And what I love about this is that I don't need to scream and shout at you about deals and prices, but today I must say our prices, I have to sing and shout and dance about it because it is so good, some of the prices we're doing. Honestly, Ben is loving life in the gallery today. This one's Garden Retreat. Let me spin it round. I think that is the way. Oh, it's multi-directional actually. This one ends in, let me see if I can find it. Oh, it doesn't have a sticker. That's probably why. Maybe it's sold out. Maybe it was sent up to us and it's sold out completely. Garden Retreat. I'll come back to that if we can find it. This one ends in 79, Ben. It's a lovely stripe. I can imagine you in a shirt with this. Is this one sold out as well? Oh my gosh, loads of you getting involved on pre-order. Yeah, sold out, sold out. This is it. It's only had one showing and loads of these are selling out. This ends in 18. This is why I said this is a quick recap show for the very last of stock. We've got it, we could do it. Right. £8.99 a half metre. When I came back, everything has gone up. Obviously, we all know this. The way of the world, everything has gone up in price. I genuinely thought that I'd be coming back to Sewing Street after being off since May, thinking we would be seeing Liberty, Cave, certain designers going up in price. As I know, we've had meetings and meetings and meetings galore saying how the prices of these certain designers have gone up in price. We have still managed to get this down to £8.99 a half metre for you, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you go into Liberty store, I don't think you can buy it by the half metre. I think the most that you can buy is like 2 metres or something, maybe a metre and a half. I don't think you can buy just a half metre of Liberty, which is amazing that we can do it off the bolt for you at these prices. As I said, I may be wrong. I haven't been to Liberty Store for a couple of years now. I say a couple of years. I don't think I've been since before COVID. I haven't been for age. I need a trip to London this year. I do. I did think, though, I don't know how, anybody who lives in London who's ever travelled with children, what do you do? Because tubes and things like that, do I just need to really plan? Can I take a buggy? Do I need to put them in a... I'll have to ask Becky because she lives in Chiswick. I love Chiswick. Isn't it gorgeous there? Chiswick Park. Very posh, Ben. I love this because it's like a patchwork. You could do, right, do you know what I'm going to say? We have got later on, it's over on the set by Delphine, but I can grab it in a little while. We've got the teddy bear that we're going to be doing for Crafter's Companion. Now, it comes with all the fabric that you need anyway, but it also comes with the templates. So what I'd be doing is making it up in the Crafter's Companion fabric just to see that you're happy with how it is and how it constructs. Then trace out those templates before and use it again and again with Liberty Bears. And I know that Sarah Davis doesn't mind you know, making a few pounds out of your make. So if you do want to make to sell a Crafter's Companion, you absolutely can. Look at this, because it's a classic teddy bear, but imagine doing this then in your Liberty. And I'm imagining this patchwork one especially. I think this one would be a lovely print. Can you imagine him? Or even just, if you want to use this fabric that you get from the Crafter's Companion kit and just using the Liberty for his ears and for his foot pads, it would go such a long way. And if you're making to sell, just to be able to have that hint of Liberty does up your prices, doesn't it? Right, we have literally got 3 minutes to whiz through all of these before Delphine joins us. This ends in 78, Ben. Ben's favourite, he likes this one. It says it's on cream. I would say that was white. I think that's white. That's what I really like about it, is a lot of the time they have like a muted sort of cream, whereas that is lovely. This one's called Tumbling Posies. Not Posy Cream. Hi, Sue. Good morning. Come and say hello to me on Facebook. How have you been? How's your weekend? Did you have lots of fireworks for Diwali? Did you celebrate? What did you do? Went to the temple, Charlie. Right, we've got this one, which is Daisy Doodle. I was looking for events near me to go to. They had lots of lovely like light shows and all sorts in. Yeah, they did. £8.99 for your Daisy Doodle. Again, imagine doing your new Crafter's Companion bear. And look, he sits up really well because they're jointed with little wooden buttons. So cute. Sorry, you're telling me to hurry up, aren't you? Your ditzy prince. This is classic Liberty. When you see this, you know that this is Liberty. Chrysanthemums. I'd always said if I was a flower, I'm a chrysanthemum now. You're a hot petunia. £8.99 a half metre. Levi, is it really hot in here? Is it me? It's hot, isn't it? Could you put a bit of aircon on, please? Thank you. No, I don't know whether I'm... it's because this change in the weather, oh my gosh, has it got anybody else? I'm like putting my heating on and then I'm hot and I'm cold, I'm all like... This is Blooming Trellis. £8.99 a half metre. Arthur's Garden, a brand new Liberty collection. It's come in literally this month. The brand new Liberty collection as well. It only launched. And we've got such an amazing relationship with Liberty that we're able to bring you these collections. We've got 3 more to show you. It is a bit of a pit stop through this. So those of you that didn't watch Susie and John's show, watch it back, as you will learn so much about the history, all the prints, get lots of inspiration of what to do with it. I know that Susie had an amazing big fan quilt behind her on the show. And there are some pattern instructions, in fact, underneath us on the website, as a bit of an idea of what you could do. We've got 2 more. This one's Dahlia Garden again. Ah, so I think we had a Dahlia Garden earlier on, didn't we? We did in the red. Sorry, I thought that was the only other one that had different prints. And then finally, last one, ending in 24. We've got an amazing collection. If you love your blues, we've got a Lewis and Irene collection with Delphine. £8.99. Right, that is everything. All of the liberties are now underneath us if you want to check out on any of them individually. We also have the extra wide backing fabrics, which Ben is running through now, and they are beautiful. You know how much we love them. I know that you love them. We just thought we'd list them underneath so they're easy to find for you. Check out on the advent calendar, you literally have 1 minute. We're going to give you a bit of a breather and a bit of a stock update and let the call centre catch up. Quarter of the stock has completely gone and another quarter is in basket. If these are in your basket now, please do check out as soon as you can, because we're going to get Delphine all mic'd up and on air over the next 30 seconds or so. So stay where you are. We're coming back with Lewis and Irene, a brand new collection and brand new projects with our amazing Delphine Brooks.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Good morning, welcome back, welcome back. It's Christmas. I can't believe it's Christmas here already. I did say to Kieran yesterday, can we put the Christmas tree up now? Should we do it? And he's told me it's a bit early. It's not too early, is it? Especially in the sewing world. I'm pleased that we start Christmas nice and early here. Speaking of nice and early, Delphine's decided to come in half an hour early today. You normally come on at 9 o'clock.
I do, yeah.
How are you?
I'm not too bad,
We've not seen you for ages,
I
Delphine.
know, I've been out the loop for a while, yeah.
Where have you been? In your sewing room.
Yeah, and obviously I had a bit of a breakaway with the boys and
Nice.
half term, so yeah, just been with the boys and working on other projects as
Are
well.
you ready to get back sewing with us?
I am. I'm ready to get stuck in, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
You said we're going to have a lovely day today with Delphine. We've got 2 great shows with her. Now, I know Lewis and Irene, you've actually been working really closely with this year, haven't you?
Yeah, Lewis and Irene, absolute amazing company to work with. But Hannah and Ben and all the team, they're just so lovely.
They're a UK-based company, aren't they?
Yeah, they're based down in Romsey,
Yeah.
down south, and and they work so hard, so incredibly hard to bring out all these collections, and I can't speak highly enough of them actually, and also the quality of the fabrics are just absolutely stunning, and I'm so lucky that I actually got to be the first ones to actually make something using the fabrics. So
Yeah, I mean,
really exciting.
so this isn't just a launch to us, this is the launch, isn't it, as well? This is
Yeah.
so exciting that not many people have actually had chance to see this fabric at all. And it is absolutely gorgeous. So Delphine has got 2 amazing kits to show us, but we wanted to give everybody the chance of getting this fabric in their stash. We're going to do the whole mega bundle. We're going to do fabric by the half metre, and we're going to have a bit of an ooh and ah with Delphine. We've got a panel, we've got half metre fabrics, and then we have also got kits later on. So can we start with having a look at this panel and all of the fabrics? Because it's not very often that you get a panel actually from Lou and Irene, is it?
No, I think
10 left, by the way, already
Yeah.
been selling.
There's depending on what collections, but there is a couple out there. But
Isn't it?
look at that, absolutely beautiful.
Now, Brensham. This is the Brensham collection. Instantly, I think this looks really... well, I just imagine this in like a country cottage. I love the blues and creams. I don't think you can go wrong with this colourway, can you, Delphine?
This was the one collection, the collection that jumped out at me first off, and as you can see on the actual panel, you can see the trees, and so that's where I took the inspiration from to do the Brensham Tree of Life.
Love it, absolutely love it. So have a look on their website. It's always worth having a look through to have a bit of a read more about the collection. And this one says, inspired by the British countryside, we love to immerse ourselves in all that the changes of seasons and rural life has to offer. Long walks in quiet lanes, in woods, over fields. There is a magic in observing in the changes in nature, taking moments to breathe in the fresh air and marvel in our surroundings. This is a special collection of fabrics that features your panel with 4 large squares, which you could make cushions, add to a quilt, make bags and inspire sewing projects. The fabrics are timeless hues of blues and creams, which look suited to a country cottage or any cosy home. I absolutely think that is spot on. I can imagine.
Perfect description,
Yeah,
isn't it? It really
is.
is. Very, very well written.
And I know, obviously, we both live kind of in the countryside. You're more so in the countryside. I know you love your...
I like being outside, surrounded by nature, trees, hills. That's my happy place. We were up in the lakes a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, wow.
My heart rate just definitely came down the whole week I was there.
And I mean, it's where you get a lot of your inspiration as well, isn't it?
I love being outside. I'm very outdoorsy. So, yeah, I do like to be out in nature. Every day I go down for a walk down Walton.
Yeah.
Every day on my lunch break.
Walton Hall, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. Now, those of you that have already got your bundle, well done. It is on split pay as well. It's on split pay. So if you do want to get the whole mega bundle, you are getting half a metre for free as well. And just look at these prints. Now, I do have to warn you, we only have 10 of the mega bundles left, and it is on split pay. There's a lot of you who've got this in your basket already. But look, I mean, the quality of these, they are so soft.
Beautiful, so lovely to work with. Really.
And did you get the whole collection then sent to you, Delphine?
I did, yes, I'm very lucky.
So when you made this quilt, you actually dipped into all of the different prints.
I did. I used the whole collection. Yeah.
Oh, I love it. And it's important to be able to have the different sort of scales of print as well, isn't it, in a collection of fabric?
Yeah, definitely. Because you don't want everything to be, you want them to be complementing each other. So that's why the smaller prints and the ones that are less busy complement the busier ones a lot more. And also it gives you the focus that you can, focus, the one that you're opening right now, for example.
Look at that. I mean, that is beautiful, isn't it? That is a real focal print. I mean, you could just do a big cushion with this, couldn't you?
It looked very high-end, wouldn't it?
Yeah, really, really high-end. And then you also have, I hate to use the word mixers and blenders when you're talking about designer fabric, but you do need those different scales of print. And I think this is one that's going to go with lots in your stash as well. You can add your creams to this, your plains, and it really make your fabric sing. What did you use for the border around there?
Yes, that one.
That one. See, look at this. They're gorgeous, aren't they? You get half a metre of each of these. There are more of you that have got this in your basket than we have available. What do you think about buying a whole collection when we launch them? I mean, if you could afford to do it.
You can afford to do it, absolutely, because, the one thing with Lewis and Irene, these collections, once it's gone, it's gone.
Oh.
So, it's something that you can't just get everywhere. It's not just something that's going to constantly be on repeat. So really, to me, it's like a collector's item. Once you've got it, and the fabrics are so beautiful that, okay, you might get it and go, I don't know what to make with it, but it's with myself. Whenever I buy fabric, I sometimes buy it on a whim just because I think it's beautiful. And then 2 years down the line, that's when I think, oh, that's that project. That's what I use it for that.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, because even here, there's so many times where you think, oh, I'll just get a little bit. I'll just get half a metre of that. And if you want to then come back to it, and even if you say to us, is there any chance you can source it, or ask Delphine, who's really connected with Lewis and Irene, you can't get it. They just don't reprint it because they're working on the next collections then, aren't they? So if you do love these creams and blues, now is the chance to get your whole mega bundle, because once this is gone, it is gone, and we very, very rarely reorder. So do be quick. Janet, Jane, Susan, there's lots of you who've got to check out. Lots of you have got them in your basket. Are we doing the panel on its own? We're doing it. Are you ready? Because this will sell out in seconds. I love this.
That's the one thing I don't have. I want it.
You didn't get the panel?
I didn't get the panel, so I do want the panel.
It's only $14.99, Delphine.
I know, that is incredible.
Isn't it?
If you made all that into cushions and just used a mixer for the back.
Oh, my gosh. Well, that was what I was going to say. What would you use these for? They're screaming cushions to me.
Or I'd use them for a centre of a quilt.
Yes.
And then use the other fabrics to do like a pieced border, and then, you could do half square triangles or any type of design, or even just on a plain solid and quilt it.
Have you got a tape measure there?
No.
I'm just wondering what the
I don't know where
size. I want to measure these. Oh, yeah, it's your first time in our new studio. I'm only second time in today, so I've got a ruler here. Let's have a look. What do you think to the new studio, Delphine?
It's very nice, isn't it? Very posh. I don't know where I'm looking. There's that many cameras in here. That one.
Yeah. Okay. Levi's like, look into that one. Yeah, there's lots going on, isn't there? So this inner sort of square is 13. So that's 13-inch square. But then your outer one is 18? 18-inch square, probably 17.5-inch square. So, I mean, they are really lovely.
That's perfect size for a cushion. Yeah, because I'd put a 20-inch cushion pad in there.
Okay.
Because I like them nice and plump. You can just see the swallows on the corners.
Oh, yes.
And if you see, that's what I use to inspire me for the quilt as well.
Gosh, that's amazing.
But there's so much inspiration in just the design itself.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And I've really enjoyed taking the inspiration from the fabrics for the project rather than just be, I don't know what to make from this fabric and then make it up as I go along.
I love the fact that even the background, so even if you were to cut these up, you've still got these, don't let those go. No. I mean, you'll always use these as well. Your background print is the same colour. And it's a lovely, what colour would you call this background on this one, Delphine? It's more like a taupe. Come and have a look.
Yeah, it's not cream, is it?
It's not cream. It's like more of a putty.
Yeah, it's like a latte.
Yes, a nice milky latte.
A milky latte.
It is lovely. Can we see your cushion, Delphine?
Of course you can.
There we go. Oh, I love this. So which fabrics have you used? You haven't used any of the panel in this one?
No, I haven't used any of the panel, just literally just some of the collection. And all I've done, well, you'll see me make this in a bit, but I just got inspired, like I said, from the actual fabric itself. You see the flowers?
Yeah.
So just taking, images from, even the leaves, you see the way I've used it. So just taking the inspiration from the actual fabrics and then just enlarging it basically and then putting it onto the cushion.
I love it. And the quilting. I mean, Delphine's going to answer any of your questions and we're going to have a go at constructing and talking about the key sort of stitches that Delphine's used as well in the 9 o'clock show. Right, loads of you. Can I just give you a stock update on the mega bundle, by the way? If you want the panel and... there's one left. One mega bundle left. You do get half a metre for free, and we've got way more of you who've got it in your basket than availability. Panel, there's 20 left. There's 26 of you who've got it in your basket. It's a very busy show. Always is the way whenever we have our Delphine here. And I think it's because you inspire us, Delphine. I see a collection, but then when I see your projects, I'm like, actually, do you know what? That works so well with this fabric.
Yeah, it's almost like when you want to make, when you're looking at a bundle such as this one, well, any of them really, we'll see it again later in the 11 o'clock one that I've done with the other collection. But not overthinking a design, not overthinking a project. Just look exactly what's in front of you.
Yeah.
And, and just taking inspiration from that. And it echoes really, really well and complements the fabric. Rather than trying to put, a circle in a square hole, just see what you've got in front of you and work with that.
Shall we do them by the half metre? Let's do it. We've literally got 10 minutes to do as much as we can, so I will fly through these. Let's do these large prints because they are absolutely stunning. And now I am thinking for anybody who wants to do a quilt with really big, thick borders, anything that you need more than half a metre. If you do, by the way, very, very limited already. There's been people buying on pre-order. Lewis, sorry, tip my microphone. There's lots of people I know who've been waiting for this, this bundle. But I love the way that you've got the sort of symmetry and the way this falls. I can imagine this cut
as a border,
borders.
definitely. I'd have that as a wide border and then one of the darker solids like just inside.
Okay. Oh yes.
And then for the binding, like the lighter blue. Oh,
gorgeous. If you want multiple units, or what about dressmakers as well? This would be a really lovely one as a wrap dress or a kimono style.
I can see it as a kimono, definitely.
I'm thinking, your kimono style.
Yeah. With the square of the panel on the back. And then the sleeves as the kimono.
There you go. She's giving us all the inspiration. Very, very, very limited one. Single figures for that one already, and it's literally launched today. I have the same print in the blue on blue colour. So it's got the blue background. Remember, the only way of getting that whole collection is the mega bundle. Which one have you put in? Is it that one? Yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, we've got it 3 colourways. I didn't know that we had it in 3 colourways. Look, there you go. I like the way that, obviously, when you read about it and it's talking about the change in the seasons, one thing that I really struggle with is the nights when it starts to get dark early. But if you sort of embrace it and realise, like it says here, taking in a moment to breathe and sort of observing the changes in nature. If you have a look outside, and I like that this one is your evening.
Yeah.
evening blues, those really deep midnight blues, but still with the beautiful pops of, well, you can see there's lots of different tones in there.
It's almost like moonlight, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. One more with this print. Have you found it? Does anybody collect spode or wedgwood, your blue and cream, the pottery? That's what it reminds me of as well. Country cottage. There's lots of oohs and ahs in the gallery today. Ben's, ooh, ah. There's lots of sound effects. I thought you had like a DJ soundboard going on in there, but it's just Ben. These are your trees in blue. Lots of inspiration from this print in particular went into Delphine's Tree of Life, and the cushions. You can see those lovely winding leaves and the shapes of the leaves that you've then put into the cushion, and the shapes of the flowers here. $7.99.5 metre. I must say, I'm amazed. Since going away back in May, we had lots of sort of meetings about, especially like Liberty, these designer fabrics, Lewis and Irene, the prices of cotton and the prices of everything, how it's gone up. I genuinely thought that, especially Lewis and Irene, I would have thought we would be at least looking at $8.99, $9.99.5 metre. I'm shocked that it's still $7.99.
Especially with that quality.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just so soft. It's...
Is there any others? Which are your favourites, Delphine?
Oh,
Do you have favourites?
I really like that one there on your top left in your hand.
Top left, this
That
one? Yes. Little flowers, little posy flowers. What do you like about this one?
I just think it's pretty.
I suppose with this one, if you are doing smaller cuts for your applique, you're not going to lose any of those elements. You could literally just fussy cut some of these little flowers.
Yeah, and I think I actually did. I used it for the trunk. I said because that one really jumped out at me, so that's why I used that one as like the star really of the design, and then echoed the fabrics on the outside.
Gorgeous. £7.99. It's going to go a long, long way as well, half a metre, isn't it, Delphine? Especially if you're doing all your applique.
Oh yeah, you'll see that. I mean, you've got in the bundles, in the kits. Obviously, you use fat quarters. You won't even use half.
Oh really?
So you'll have a lot left over. Yeah.
Amazing. Right, we have this again with the white background, Ben. I'm sorry that I'm flying through these, but we've also got demos and all sorts to do. This is why Delphine wanted to come in early, so that we get chance to indulge in the fabrics first. It's not very often that we get to do this. We normally sort of say, oh, just look on the website, but I think it's so important, especially with this project today, that we all had a good look at the fabrics first. Love it. Hey, Becky. Good morning. Oh, how could you not have lots of energy? She says, I'm loving your energy. You can't not have lots of energy when you're looking at all this. And I must say, I am about 3 coffees in this morning already.
I know, thank you for my coffee. I do feel more awake this morning now.
So Delphine was like, Delphine, do you want a coffee this morning?
Yeah.
We've got a really fancy kettle now in the...
It's gone all posh out there.
all glass. You have to press, like, there's no thing to put a kettle on. You press an on button like, on it, and it's all... Oh, it's very fancy. Yeah, it's very posh in our green room now, isn't it? £7.99.5 metre. Now, this is your greys and blues. Just be aware that lots of these by the half metre are so limited. I wonder whether they've taken some out of projects. I know they've cut some for the fat quarters today, but I think loads of people have literally just got involved this morning. So, literally, oh, not much left of that one. Okay. There's only 1 unit of this one left. Right, if you want it, it's there. Best of luck, half a metre left. Somebody will take that, good luck. Mega bundles now sold out. Panel, 10 left. This is that same print with the blue. These are always really useful to have in your stash, aren't they? Prints like this, you can be able to use with everything. It's just, I think it's a bit nicer than just having a solid.
Yeah, definitely.
$7.99, that one's now really limited. In fact, all of them are really limited. It also comes in the light blue. What has happened to you, Ben? It's got all of the different accents going on this morning. I don't even have a chance to have a sip of my drink this morning. It's sold out. It's all right. Light blue. I come here for a rest this morning, and it's just chaos. There's so much going on, which is great. It's going to absolutely fly by this morning. There's so many amazing, well, we've got Delphine here for one, but also there's lots of great deals. I mean, these are lovely, aren't they? Let's do... Did you see the Sewing Street Advent calendar, by the way, Delphine?
I did. It was incredible.
Did you get it?
No.
No, this is it.
No.
Everybody I speak to is like, no, I missed it. I didn't get it. And it completely sold out. So if anybody missed out and wants a sewing-related Advent calendar, the hemlines are the early bird today. They should be $37.99, and we took it to $27.99. I'll show you at the end of the hour so you can grab it in the break. Then we have 2 more to show you. I feel bad that I'm like whizzing through these because every single one is just stunning. This one's really cool, isn't it?
Very regal, isn't it, that one?
It is very regal. Be another lovely one for borders. Last one. It looks completely different with the cream background. And it is, again, that flower that Delphine has used. Look at this. Just on a cream background. How beautiful do all of these fabrics look? £7.99 a half metre. Right, we've gone through them all. Mega Bundle has now sold out. So if you want to put together your own little bundle, you've seen all of the prints now, and they are listed underneath us on the web. The Advent calendar that I was talking about is your hemline. It's actually, what I love about this, you've got very, very usable sewing things that you are going to use day in, day out in your sewing room. If you missed out on the Sewing Street luxurious Advent calendar, or maybe it was out of your price budget this year, because I know that we do a very, very high-end luxury one that was £60. This one is $27.99. It retails elsewhere, we found, at $37.99. So I think that we are doing a fantastic job getting it £10 lower for you today. 24 items in there. They're all in their own little boxes, which I love as well. I did show you one of the boxes. I won't open any more. No more spoilers. But each of them are all in little boxes, and you get lots of things, from threads to fabrics to notions to tools. Be a nice little gift for somebody. Maybe someone in your family or one of your sewing friends missed out on the Sewing Street one and they've got FOMO. Grab them this one. It's only $27.99, and it's a nod to our hobby as well. You can't just walk down the high street and get a sewing-related Advent calendar, can you? So yes, grab it whilst you can. Right, 1 minute break, just so you can check your baskets out on all of the fabrics. But before we go, I just need to let you know, Delphine's 11 o'clock show is now on pre-order. All of the fabrics are there. The gorgeous moth pattern as well. The quilt pattern is also underneath us. Everything is listed for the 11 o'clock. So have a quick browse at that, and we're back in just a minute.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Right, are we ready? We've now got all of the fabrics. We've now got some amazing projects. And those of you that didn't get the fabrics, don't panic, because we've also put together some bundles, which we've actually cut fat quarters. It's not very often that we launch a collection and then say, we've cut fat quarters as well, so that's brilliant. Which one do you want to do first, Ben? The quilt, right. Let's talk about the quilt first behind you, Delphine.
Okay.
So you got inspiration, obviously. I know that you've
Yeah.
done Tree of Life before. Love Tree of Life.
Yeah. So there's so much inspiration within the fabric itself. So I wanted to echo what's actually the prints that are actually on the fabrics. So as we saw earlier on, one of them is this tree. And so I wanted to do a version of that. And so with this quilt, so it's a raw edge applique, and I have actually also incorporated a bit of trapunto as well. So some people will look at it and go, oh, that looks really complicated. It's really not. And I'm going to show you just how simple it is to put together. The only thing you need is a bit of patience, that's all. But
Nice.
as long as you've got a bit of patience and plenty of thread, you can achieve this.
I mean, that is stunning, isn't it? And to say that you've done that as well with fat quarters, and you say that you'll have loads left over.
You'll have loads left over. I mean, I can even show you what I've got left over from actually doing the prep for this one.
Nice. Okay, so you get 2 meters of your background fabric, and look at the trapunto, the swallows. I love. It's amazing. 2 meters of your background fabric, your cream. You then are getting, look, 1, and that's the tree one. So you get 2 of the trees. You also then get lots of these, which are very, very popular individually. We've managed to cut them all before showing you the whole collection. So you're guaranteed to get all of these ones. You get 6 fat quarters. This is the one Delphine's used for the trunk. But this is the great thing about getting. Everybody will get the same kit, but everyone's is going to look different. On where you place the
So
fabric.
obviously with this one, I used the whole collection.
Yeah.
So, but that's why we've chosen these fabrics that I think that best complement to make this project.
Oh yeah, you've still got your lights, your mediums, your darks
Yeah.
still to create this,
Yeah.
haven't you? And you've used this one as your trunk, so you do get that one included
Yeah.
as well. So all 6 fat quarters and your instructions. I mean, that is a quilt kit for £48.99. When do we do quilt kits under £50? Especially Lewis and Irene. Now, talk to me about your instructions as well, because Delphine goes above and beyond with your instructions, don't you?
So you get all the templates obviously included, full-size templates that Nick's actually done for me, bless him. So or the only other thing you'll need is a bit of Bonder web, but the actual instructions we go through right from the beginning of how to do the applique, attaching it onto the fabrics, the quilting, how to do the trapunto.
So do you still presume that nobody's worked with your instructions before?
Yeah. That's why I always add loads and loads of text, loads of images, so you know your hand's held throughout the whole project. So even if you are new to sewing, I haven't put in any tricky text, or I've just kept everything really, really simple, the way it should be. Sewing should be enjoyable and simple, and not something that's complicated that's going to put you off. It's a very achievable project to make for everybody.
You've got here the fabrics that you've used. They're not necessarily the fabrics that you're going to get in your bundles, but it just gives you a bit of an idea.
Gives you an idea if you wanted to mix them up, or if you wanted to make it again, it just gives you an idea of what fabrics to get.
And there's your placement guide.
Yeah, full placement guide, yeah.
Fabulous.
And of course, you don't need to do the whole trapunto bit. If you don't do that, you've just got an extra 2-3 pages worth of templates that you can put in your stash. You don't need to use them.
That was going to be one of my questions. I mean, your quilting on this is spectacular, and I know you're an incredible quilter. And I'd be thinking, well, my quilting is not going to look like that, because a lot of your free motion that you do by hand. So I love the fact that you have added in the templates that we can then quilt around as well.
Yeah. So you don't need to. So even though you've got the pattern, and you're all going to have the same pattern to produce this, everyone's are going to be a bit different, because people might want to use those templates to add more applique around. And also, if you are new to any of my projects, I do encourage, if you want to add your own spin on it and you want to add more, please do. I did a Tree of Life about 3.5 years ago, and I saw one just recently where they added all their own animals to the bottom.
Oh, wow.
So there is, for example, on the panel, there's like foxes, I believe. You can put some foxes on it. You just add as much as you like.
Love it. Just £48.99. Loads of you got this in your basket. We've got one other pattern to show you, and it's the cushion. So if you want the quilt, this is the only colourway that we have. 6 of your fat quarters included, and this is the only way of getting fat quarters as well. So if you do love this mix of collection, you get 2 meters of your cream, all your fat quarters, and you get your quilt pattern. But now I'm thinking, even if you're thinking of making something else, one of your other applique projects. I mean, this is going to look lovely for so many of your applique projects you've got.
So such a simple, classic colour palette.
Love it.
It's going to look beautiful no matter what you make with it.
We do also have then your pattern on its own. Right. So those of you that have got maybe the mega bundle from earlier, if you've managed to get any other fabrics from this collection, or if you're thinking, do you know what, actually, I can see this with rainbow colours, or little scraps that you've got from previous collections that you just don't know what to do with. This is a really lovely way of using them up, isn't it? And just to be able to get those templates for your trapunto as well, I think is going to be brilliant. All your instructions there, your templates as well. It does give you a reference of which fabrics Delphine's used if you do want to look through back on our website and grab those fabrics. It was the tiny berries, the floral trellis, the floral leaves, the cream. You've got the trees on French blue. You've got the floral leaves and the small floral on deep cream. They're the ones that Delphine used, but it's going to work with all of the different fabrics from this collection. Plus you get your templates. They are all full size. How do you transfer these? Do you go straight onto Bondaweb?
Just so some of the templates for the actual tree and all the leaves, that's straight onto Bondaweb. For the trapunto, you're basically going to be tracing over the top of them.
Okay.
So literally, you're just going to, for example, you can see through the fabric perfectly well. You just trace it. You can see it underneath the fabric.
Oh,
You
nice.
just trace it onto them using a friction pen or any type of erasable marker.
Oh, great. £9.99. We'll go through all of that as well in our demo. So if you've got any questions for Delphine, get them in. Just £9.99. That's for your pattern on its own. We've got one other kit to show you, which is your cushion. Look at this. I mean, that is just beautiful, isn't it? It works so well with the blues and the creams, doesn't it? And you can see how Delphine has literally echoed loads of the prints and the different motifs that are within the fabrics in your design as well. I love the shape of this flower. That is gorgeous, isn't it? $38.99. Once again, though, in here, you have got the tools to be able to put this onto the front of a bag, the centre of a quilt block. Don't need to just be a cushion. Look at all of the different templates you're getting for these beautiful flowers, the seeds heads, the leaves, the fish.
Looking at that now, what would look really beautiful is if you did that cushion front as a block and then rotated it. So make 4 of them and rotate them 3 times.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. So you have them as like corners of...
Yeah.
You could have them as corners of a quilt, couldn't you?
Well, that would look gorgeous.
Oh, I always think I've got some... My gran actually gave me... She'll be watching. Morning, Gran. She gave me loads of bedding. She was like, do you want this? Do you need any bedding? Because I always need like new bedding. It's been all marked with sicky babies.
Yeah.
But I thought I would love to be able to just... They're all plain. You could embellish like pillowcases with these, couldn't you? On the corners of pillowcases would look so lovely.
That would look very pretty.
Wouldn't it?
Especially in your house.
Yes, we did last week. Good morning, Vicky and Delphine. Got up early, especially to see the show with you two lovely ladies. Hello, Sheila.
Oh, hello, Sheila.
Good morning. Thanks for waking up early with us.
Oh, bless her. She's lovely, Sheila.
A question for Delphine, just before we carry on, from Terry. Good morning. Lovely to see you both. Please, can you tell me what setting my iron should be on when applying Bondaweb?
Again,
question.
a lot of people, I'm well known for, I don't stick to any rules. I use a hot iron, dry on absolutely everything. I very rarely turn it down. The only time I turn my iron down is when I'm ironing on organza or any type of thin, tricky fabrics. So hot and dry, hot setting.
Terry, can I just disclaimer? I have seen Delphine's ironing boards. So, yeah, maybe look on the packet of the Bondaweb to see what it recommends, because Ben even said, she's not wrong. I tried to hand her the rule book before she came on air and she threw it at me. I don't need a rule
The
book.
thing is, if you don't put it on, if it's not really, really hot and you let it, then it won't stay on. And then when you're peeling it off, it will all come off. So, yeah, just don't be afraid. Just,
Okay.
yeah, hot.
We're not afraid.
Do a test piece.
We also get, by the way, in this kit, don't forget your instructions, plus you're getting 6 different fat quarters this time. Oh, they're the same fat quarters. You've got your 6 fat quarters and you've got your 1 metre of fabric. So it's the same fat quarter prints, but this time the only difference is you're getting 1 metre of your cream background. It's gorgeous. 6 fat quarters, $38.99. And this is a big plump cushion. What size inner have you put into
20.
this?
I always make them 18 inches with a 20-inch pad. That is my go-to every time I make a cushion.
They look great, don't they? Nice and plump. And Delphine's also used on the back as well a strip of the floral print as well. Have you done a binding on this?
Yeah, I do. I've done a fake binding.
Oh, I love it. It looks like you found it.
No, fake
Cheats.
Yeah.
Love it.
Fake it till you make it. Yeah.
$38.99. And again, you've done the trapunto on here.
Just a tiny little bit of echo, and I think it just adds so much more detail, so much more texture. And
It does. That's stunning, isn't it? £38.99. Loads of you again checking out once you see the techniques and how easy they are as well to apply at home. I think that this will be another sellout. $38.99.
there's all my quilting.
I mean, this quilting, I mean, it looks really complex. You're shaking your head at me like it's not.
It's not.
Okay, we
More
can do it.
people need to do free motion. It's not scary.
Yes. But you can see it there in HD. We're in HD today,
I know.
Delphine.
Very impressive.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I was last time I was on air. Who was it who said to me, "Are you HD ready?" And I instantly panicked. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm not HD ready. I do love it in HD though. Look, because you can see all Delphine's fabulous quilting. Right. Which one are you demoing? Are you going to go with the cushion?
I'm going to do both.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Let's dive in though. What bits can you show us, Delphine?
Okay, so...
Sorry to interrupt.
That's
We've got the pattern as well. We've got the pattern on its own. Pattern on its own first, and then I promise Delphine can go for it. Once again, step-by-step instructions with text and with images, all of her photographs, very, very clear step-by-step instructions. Plus, you've got today's demo, which you can have a look at as well. Flying out, pattern on its own. Your very own Country Garden Trapunto cushion. And you've got all of your templates. I love this. I think I'm going to use those templates a lot as well, Delphine. I think they're ones that are going to be really useful for your stash. And it's not just a normal butterfly. It's like a butterfly in flight, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Gorgeous. Right, $9.99. There you go. Over to you, sorry.
Okay, so with your templates, you're going to trace onto, always trace onto the glue side for my project.
Which is again against what a lot of people say. They always say shiny, smooth side. You do it on the glue side. Why
Otherwise
is that?
Because it's reversed. So it's fine if you're going to do, if some of the applique pieces are symmetrical, but it's worth bearing in mind, but if you want to copy any templates and you do them on just the normal smooth side, they'll be reversed if they're not symmetrical. So any images that are symmetrical, fine, do it on the smooth side.
Yeah.
Otherwise, just do it on the other side.
Oh, that's a good tip. Okay, so this is the quilt pattern you've
Or
done,
you can turn it round the other way if you can see through.
Yeah.
But I just do it that way.
Yeah,
It's just easier.
it's fine to draw on it even with like a biro or something, isn't it?
Yeah, I use a biro, a felt tip pen, anything like that. Don't use a pencil because obviously it will just it'll peel it away. So.
Yeah, or a friction pen don't use as well.
No, I've done that before. I've used a friction pen and I went to obviously pressed it and cut it. I did it live on air years ago.
Dear.
Yeah. I did it with Debbie Shaw.
Oh, God.
Of all people, that was so embarrassing.
Oh, brilliant.
So-
So it's good to know once you've done it once, you'd ever do it again, especially when you spend all that time drawing out all of your, templates.
And I had to stand there and cut out the rest of it. It was fine. It worked out. It worked out. My blood pressure wasn't great.
So have you still got your bond web on the back of there?
So I've still got my bond web on the back of here. So if you go into travel or with any of your pieces, or if you're doing a workshop and you do your bond web before, try and keep them as flat as you can and keep the bond web on the back.
Okay.
So, and also do you want to try and keep them flat, because whenever you do applique or bond web anything, they tend to the pieces tend to curl up on the corners. So get a nice big thick book out and just keep them nice and flat. So we're going to build our trunk. So the trunk is actually made up of this little piece here.
No way.
Yeah, so it's not just one long piece.
Right.
It's a number of these. So I want to show you how these very easily go together.
I like that because actually, so does that mean that there aren't any pieces to stick together?
No.
They all fit onto your one page, don't they?
Yeah.
So they're all individual pieces. So you're not having to enlarge anything, or you're not having to sort of piece things together with sticky tape.
I'm very mindful of that whenever I design a pattern, to make sure that everything I do is full size. And if it is a large piece, I try and make sure that I find a way of having it fit into instructions, because I know if I bought a pattern personally, I'm very lucky that I've got Nick to enlarge it and everything else, but a lot of people at home might not have the facilities
where to
do
start.
that. And then you get a pattern and then you're disappointed because you can't make it because you haven't got all of the right pieces to do it. So we're going to start off with your trunk piece at the bottom, and what you do is that you slowly, you want to make sure it's straight. So you can, obviously I'm going to use the line of the sewing mat underneath, but you just want to make sure that it's straight. So feel free to like draw a line or, you know, a straight mark on there. And all you want to do is slowly build up your trunk. So as you can see, the curve of the template piece just sits on top like that. So you only want to cover the raw edge. You don't want to cover up too much. So don't think, oh, I need to leave a 1/4 of an inch or anything like that. Just so it sits on top without any gaps.
And you're doing this on your pressing mat, aren't you?
I'm doing it on the pressing mat, yeah.
Which is a good idea, so you're not then having to jiggle it over to an ironing board.
No, and also, if you're going to be doing this at home, what I would do personally is first off, pin 1 or 2 pieces and sew a couple of pieces and sew. So it's like you're doing a bit of a quilt as you go. Because if you stick all your pieces on now and then you put it on the back, and you run the risk, because Bondweb's brilliant, but it's not permanent. So it can come away. And you don't want to, you know, if you haven't got a very big throat space on your machine and you're trying to get through the machine, they can catch. So, so
don't be daunted by the size of this, because you can do it step by step.
Absolutely, do it step by step. And also, I always recommend as well that whenever you do a piece of like a project that's like this size, is to also do put all your pieces down, take a photograph of it, take them all off, and then do it step by step. So you've already got that confidence that you know it's all works.
Okay, that's a good idea.
And then work from your photographs there. So that is my. Sorry, I had a view of my head then. So that is all of my pieces on. I'm just gonna. It's been a while since I made this, so yeah, there we go.
Well, that's it. Like you said, you need to take a picture of yours, how you want it placed, because you've got your placement guide here, but actually you might decide to add different shapes or add butterflies, or, you know, I know you've got the swallows as well for your trapunto. You could do those in fabric if you wanted.
And also, well, that's it, because that's the beauty of this pattern, if I say so myself, that you have got all these templates.
Yeah,
so
use them.
So you've got all these swallows, butterflies, flowers, so, you know, you can make whatever you
I would be doing full swallows in fabric at the bottom. If you're thinking, oh, the trapunto bit scares me, don't let it scare you. Use the swallows and put them as fabric either side. And do you use like a wadding or something behind it?
Yeah. But that's what I mean, you don't have to do the trapunto. So don't see this project as, oh, I can't do trapunto, so I'm not going to do it.
Yeah.
You know, not do the pattern. So you don't need to do it. It's just, I get a bit carried away, that's all.
Now, some of these curly sides, how do you sort of manage with that? Because obviously this is, how, you know, cutting them and placing them down with your Bondweb, do they just all sit nicely?
Yeah, they're fine.
Them?
Another thing, when people are fairly new to doing any type of applique, and I often see it when I teach workshops actually, that they'll do all the tracing beautifully, and then they'll be cutting the Bondweb out right on the line, cutting out all these tiny pieces. And, you know, for one, you're not going to get the accuracy because it will move underneath your iron. So if just by roughly cutting it out, you know, of the Bondweb first, and you do that precision cutting when it's on your fabric. Right. Don't do the precision cutting just of the Bondweb itself. No. You're just you're gonna be wasting time, wasting fabric, and you're just gonna give yourself a bit of a headache doing it like that. So that's what I recommend.
Good tip.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to get my scissors out because I've just noticed I've left a bit on here. So, and also with the trunk as well, because obviously the one behind me is a prototype, so we worked out the sizes to do the trunk. You can make it bigger if you want, you can make it shorter. Don't feel that you have to do it the exact same way as I have. So we're now going to add, as you notice, I've not pressed anything down yet. only because these pieces here need to sit just underneath the trunk itself. So I'm just going to place those. So, but like I said, at home, I'll sew, press and sew all the way up to the last but one trunk piece. So you've got all that sewn first before you do this bit, because these pieces need to sit underneath. So I will shimmy that down in a moment and press that. So once I'm happy that those pieces are sat underneath there, I'll just get the other section and then we can start adding all of our leaves. Sorry, I'm just looking behind me.
Looking at your
It's been a while, yeah. And so you just want to make sure that any of those raw edges are hidden. There we are.
Was this all done before half term then?
I made this back in February.
What?
Yeah,
February?
yeah.
And so why has it been on hold for so long?
It's not, it's just the way it all works about bringing collections out. And
Really?
yeah.
So it takes literally like 6 months, 7 months?
I think, fabric design can take a lot longer than what you think. So, yeah, and like how they come out and how they're released, so.
What?
Yeah.
So did you know that this was going to be released in October, November?
Yeah, so that's why I made it all the way back there. That's what I mean, I've forgotten how to make it, so I'm just looking behind me.
I was thinking,
okay.
It's been a couple of weeks, you've had half term in the middle of it. I didn't realise it was February. See, that just shows, doesn't it, in the fabric world, the collections in the making. Hence why, once this is gone,
Yeah.
Lewis and Irene have moved on from this collection.
Oh, yeah, this is in the past now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously it's really exciting because it's coming out and it's been launched, but they'll already be working way ahead.
Crazy, I love it. But this is what I love about this fabric, is that it's not one that's going to go out of fashion or out of date. It is completely timeless and classic, isn't it? Morning all, I made the Tree of Life as a wedding gift, and it was easier than it looks, and now it's treasured by my niece and her husband. That's from Izzy in Glasgow.
Oh, how lovely.
What a great idea. I mean, the Tree of Life is a really symbolic sort of meaning, isn't it? And I think, new start, new growth, you could embroider names on there, couldn't you? It would be a lovely wedding gift. And I know wedding quilts, or if you know somebody that's getting married, having babies, new homes, new starts, new chapters, making somebody a quilt, one, can be very, very expensive. Majority of our quilt kits will cost over £100, and two, can take a lot of time. This is a great idea if you need, and I don't want to say it like, oh, this is a great quick quilt, because as Izzy said, this is something that will still be treasured. It's still something that looks so impressive, and it's still something that's going to use lots of your great skills, and you're still going to be learning. But what I love about it is that it is actually a lot more simple than it looks. It's a good quilt to be able to have and debut. It's a good pattern to have in your stash when you think, oh gosh, that's crept round so quick. It's so-and-so's wedding in a month or two. I just need to know that I've got this quilt and it's done. And it's going to mean something to everybody.
I think it'll be a lovely present. I wish
Great
I had
idea.
something like that on my wedding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, it's hard to know nowadays what to get. For wedding gifts, traditionally people used to get things for the house, but I just spoke to Tom Neary and I said, who's one of the producers at Joy Maker, he got married earlier on in the summer, and I said, how's married life? And he said, well, it's the same as it was before because they already lived together. So he didn't need cutlery and,
No, it's not. It's
things like
different
that
these days, isn't it?
So a quilt would be, or, a lap quilt, a wall hanging would be beautiful. And it'd be really nice to add
And you
names
can make
on.
this, if you've got all the extra fabric, I'll, like you say, that one with the border fabric, I'll do that big border all the way around. It would look beautiful.
How much, in fact, if I wanted to do this quilt and then I just wanted, say, whichever one you were going to pick, this fabric just on its own, how much fabric do you think I'd need to go round? So if I've got 2 units of that, you could then make it even bigger by doing a big border
That's
around.
what I'll do.
That'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
So now all my tree and everything is all in place. So imagine, I've already jumped ahead, that's already been ironed down and sewn. So now we're going to add all of our leaves. So I've done the leaves like heart shapes as well.
Oh, gorgeous.
So it does sort of hit that same idea of like, you say for a wedding and something like that. So if you're going to do this at home, or if you're going to be using your own fabrics, what I recommend you do If you're using a dark trunk, start with the darker leaves and work your way out into light. If you're using a lighter trunk, go light out into dark.
Okay.
So as you can see on the one that I've done, it's very, very subtle, but
Yeah.
I think it just gives it a whole, it gives it a nice balance.
This is
You know
where all
what I
the
mean?
thought and the planning, yes, comes in.
So, and the heart shapes, so you'll be pleased to know on this one, Nick has actually added the heart shapes or leaves in 2 different directions. So you can draw on the normal side of your bond web for this one.
Okay. Delphine, just whilst Ben said to me earlier on that the new, you know, the fuser mat that's the smaller milled one?
Yeah.
That is back in stock today.
I will be definitely needing that on my next hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do
So
you have you tried it?
I use it every day.
Do you?
Yeah, it's one of, honestly, it is one of the best things I've ever had in my sewing room. I would not be without it now. The amount of applique that I do,
Yeah.
especially being able to build up images on the mat before you put them on your projects is a game changer for someone that does a lot of applique.
Okay, should we get it ready for your 11 o'clock show and you can show us?
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll be definitely using it. I'll
Okay.
need that, yeah. But, oh, no, I love that. Yeah.
Nice.
And it sits nicely. It covers up all my dirty ironing board.
Well, they do have the big ironing board one, but what I like is that the smaller one's back, which I think is great as, you know, to use on your work surface. That one always sells out whenever it comes back in. So, Ben, have you loaded it yet?
It's on pre-order.
It's on pre-order. It's on pre-order.
That's not how I talk.
Are you coming in to say hello?
No, I'm coming to get this because of
Oh, he's there.
to get, won't we?
We'll pass it over to Sophie. There he is.
Well, I'll put it on the next.
Thank you. We'll put it on the 11 for you.
Thank you.
It's okay.
So as you can see, I'm wanting to be fairly symmetrical with the shade and the direction of the heart. So like I said, you get them in reverse as well. So you just want to sort of place them onto your fabric. Starting off, like I said, when you draw these out, if you're going to be doing the dark, make sure you've got an equal amount of going in different directions. So 4 going to the left, 4 going to the right, say. And trying to keep the prints fairly symmetrical as well. And again, I'd add one lot, sew them, add another lot. Oh,
And what would you... Oh, no.
add another
Do you have a
lot.
little bit of wiggle room with your bonder web like that?
Not usually. That was luck.
Okay.
That was lucky. Very lucky.
Now, what stitching would you do? Would you just do a straight stitch? What have you used on your... What have you done on your quilt?
My go-to is always a blanket stitch, only because I think it just looks really pretty.
What colour thread would you use?
I've used a matching thread, so a zigzag stitch, or a zigzag stitch as well. That will also work really, really well. Anything like that will just go around all the pieces, so it's going to make sure that they're nice and secure into place. So you don't want them to, you know, come off.
Yeah.
But if you're going to using it as just a wall hanging and not a quilt, I suppose you could get away with a straight stitch, or even just free motion them on, or even you can hand stitch them as well if you wanted to.
This fabric is stunning. I'm thinking now, though, you know, at that price, get your fat quarters. It's the only way of getting this fabric in fat quarters, and you're going to be able to use it for so many different projects. It's going to go a really, really long way. And then if you've got a special Liberty collection, if you've got any of your capes and want to do it really colourful, if you want to do it with, I'm thinking like as a memory tree of life as well, using really special fabrics that, you know, clothes or ties or anything like that we've spoken a lot about recently. This would be so lovely to do. Use this pattern. I think this is going to be your go-to pattern.
This is, that was say, well, back in years ago, that's what I used to do, is make things out of people's clothes.
Yeah.
And I started off just doing the, you know, the usual patchwork quilts, you know, all the squares of all the clothes on. And then that was where I really started, that's where I actually began applique, because I actually wanted to make things out of the clothes, but a bit different. I didn't want to be, because there were so many people, especially at the time, creating those type of quilts. And I just wanted to make it, take it to a different level. So I started actually using the clothes to do applique work. Yeah, I did all sorts.
Can you still bundle web, you know, clothes and things like that?
Yeah, you can use, obviously you want to stabilise the fabric first, but then the bonder web will stabilise the fabric as well anyway. So, but yeah, I used to do all the time, yeah.
Now, I know that you get through a lot of Bondweb with all your applique pieces, don't you? So if you need to stock up on your Bondweb, I think we've got the big roll. Is it the big roll? No, we haven't. Oh, look at this.
It's not open today.
This is like what you would see in a shop. And I think it comes with lots of leaflets as if you were a shop to give to your customers. So it's actually a 30-metre roll. Now, you will know if you are one of these people that needs this in your sewing room. If you are like Delphine, who does a lot of applique work, and I bet this looks great on your shelf as well in your sewing room, because I love everything that looks like you're a shop. Do you know what I mean? £117.99, £58.99 on split pay. And actually, we've done the maths, and I think it works out just marginally, but better value for money if you are getting it in a big roll. So that's 30 metres of Bondweb, which is, I mean, ample amounts of Bondweb. It will get you through loads of Delphine's projects. If you do love your Bondweb, if you love your applique projects, then this would be a nice Christmas gift for somebody that you know loves applique. Because you get through it, don't you, Delphine?
Oh, yeah, I've got through about 3 of those this year already.
Have you?
And that's not including the smaller rolls as well that I get through. I've got through a lot.
Because we have the 5-metre roll, don't worry. Anybody who wants a 30-metre roll, grab it whilst you can, because this I don't think you can actually buy this as like a, just a normal person.
I think you can only
It's
really
like a
buy
shop.
it. It is a shop. So if you go into any craft shops, that's what they have. That's why you have all the leaflets inside.
Yeah, that's it. Right. Okay. Delphine is here. We haven't seen you since when, Delphine? It's been ages, hasn't it?
But about a month.
We haven't seen Delphine in this new studio, so we're going to treat you, as this is the most popular Bondweb roll that we stock. It's the 5-metre. We normally do either the packets or this is always brilliant. Ben is going to do a Christmas special. I don't think I've ever discounted Bondweb. £19.99. If you want your 5-metre roll, that is the best price I think I've ever seen on Bondweb of 5 metres. No, it's never been that low. Absolutely, fill your boots. I would be stocking up as soon as you can. I know that they are normally £23.99. Today, we've managed to get it under £20. Do you know you're going to get into serious trouble? Are the office in today? They are, aren't they? Okay, the office staff. I know that I did see Scott walking past. He'll definitely be coming down in a minute. £19.99 for your Bondweb. And this is one of our absolute... how do I say this? It's like our essential. It's something that's always on reorder, always, because it comes in, sells out, comes in, sells out. Especially when we've got Delphine whenever we've got Delphine on the show, it always sells out. 5 metres of Bondweb, £19.99. Maybe Ben as an early bird, maybe as something else, but that is crazy low. I know that we had the advent calendar today, but this was definitely saved for an early bird if it was going to be £19.99. Thank you, Ben, very, very much. That was for you as a
That's very kind. Does that mean I get
gift. Should we open this one for Delphine?
I might
£19.99. Do you need any more?
I might do in a minute. But so I've just added all the leaves. Like, you can go as mad and add as many. I don't know if I hold it up. Would it be easier?
Question from Sue. What size blanket stitch do you use, Delphine?
I usually shorten mine to a 1.5 width, 3 length.
Do you do like a tester, or would you recommend people do a tester?
Yeah, always
to
do
see
a
that-
tester. But once you've done a bit of applique, you always go to the same stitches.
Okay.
So I'm like, I'm the same record because I just use the same one all the time.
Love it.
So
Look at that. And how quick that was constructed. You did that from scratch,
Yeah.
other than obviously you would be cutting out.
Yes, that didn't take. I think it took me about half an hour to prep it last night. So that's your tree. Right, so I'm going to quickly add the Bondweb to the cushion top, and then I'm going to show you how to do the chapunto, and how we're going to do a bit of sewing.
Nice.
So, and again, you'll see this will come together really, really quick. So
Who's that? Uh-oh, £19.99. I just heard the phone going. That should not be £19.99. If you want it, it's normally £23.99. I've never done it at £19.99 before. That is definitely like a... Phone's ringing. Just ignore it, Ben. Just ignore it. Just ignore it.
someone's ringing it.
Yes.
Is he in trouble?
Yeah, he's in trouble.
Oh, right.
He's in trouble.
Poor more, Ben?
5 metre roll, never under £20. We've got people buying 3s and 4s. I'm not surprised. That is now, you know when I said, oh, this is better value for money, I think it's actually now better value for money to get your 5 metre rolls.
Yeah.
Definitely get it. How many have we got left, Ben? Did we have enough of these to go around? Hundreds of them, but I think that this could be the only chance to get them today. Okay, there is a queue. Just hold the line if you want it. Back to you, Delphine. So you've got your Bondo web on the back there.
Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly add these on, so because I know that you want to, so I can show you the next step. But the only trouble is that with the way I work, because obviously I do use so much Bondo web, I don't need to just think all I do is peel and stick. I can actually sew as well, but obviously this bit's quite a fundamental part of me showing you how to.
Now this is the cushion, isn't it?
Yeah, of how to build the picture up. And because the trapunto and the quilting for both projects is the same anyway.
This
so.
is why you have your nails done all the time, isn't it? For peeling.
Yeah.
Some nails are good for peeling Bondo web.
And I don't have any calcium in my diet. So obviously they just crumble otherwise, so I have to have fake nails. I think I need to start taking calcium supplements, I think. It's only because I'm a fussy eater, as you know. So,
I didn't know you were a fussy eater.
well, I just don't like dairy.
Okay.
Ugh. I just can't do dairy. Never been able to. Just no milk, cheese.
Kieran's like that. He says, I don't think I've ever had a glass of milk ever in my life.
Oh no, I can't think of anything worse. I'm not intolerant. I just don't like.
I can't hear you, Charlie. You talking to me? I can hear you now. Hello. By the way, Ben, are there any of these panels still left? We'll have a look. We will have a look.
Okay, so I'm nearly done now. Like I said, I've told you I'll be as quick as I can on this bit, just so you can see. I have also, you can, to finish the cushion, you can also add some embroidery as well. As those that know my work, I do like to keep adding loads of different layers of texture.
knots.
Because the more texture, the better. It's like when you cook, isn't it? So, you know, you don't just have one texture when you cook a meal. The more, the better, and that's what makes it tasty. And it's the same when something's visually pleasing. The more texture you put on it, the more interesting it is to look at. Hence why I did all this quilting. Otherwise, because it's a very simple design, as you can see here, that me building it up now, it is such a simple design to create. But by adding those extra details to the background and thinking about all of that negative space is what's going to make it stand out.
Absolutely. And you've done some lovely hand embroidery on here with your French knots. And then also, look, all of this quilting, it does just add so much lovely texture. You've got swirls here, you've got your trapunto, your echo sort of quilting. Love it.
There we go. So I've just chucked a load on there. I've sort of done it to the fabric, to the placement guide, but, you know, just so you get the idea.
Sue said, don't worry, Ben, we've got your back. I'll come and sort them out. Just stay away from the glass office. Yeah, we'll be making a swift exit. The thing is now, in this new studio, I feel like we're very much in the centre of the building.
I know. I think that's
in the
why
old place, we were hid away in our own little world, weren't we?
That's why I think earlier on when I was talking to you and you looked at me, and I think I was just so distracted by everything that was going
All
on.
the officers are upstairs. In fact, is Rachel up there?
There's so much more going on now. And yeah, so excuse me if I was a bit...
Well, we're in this massive studio now. Have you got like a whole studio cam? You have. Can we show everybody? Look at the size of this studio now. Bearing in mind, Delphine, me and you have done 5 Sewing Street house moves.
I know, yeah.
I was counting. I was like, remember the tiny studio when we first started?
It was like a cupboard.
We were in the cupboard.
We were in the cupboard.
And then we were in our big house, our own big house, weren't we?
The, oh, no.
The one next to Greg's.
That's it, yeah, that one, yeah.
And then we moved to here, but we were in the long room.
In the long, that was the, I think that was the smallest, wasn't it?
The long room. And then we were in our other one, and now we're here, and we're in our final, this is like, you know, your family home, final family home.
Where are we going from here?
This is it.
This is it.
We're in HD. Where else could we go?
So there's your applique all put down. So now we're going to go straight to, I'm going to straight to showing you how to do the trapunto bit. So you're going to need some wadding. I recommend that you use 2 different waddings for your trapunto. So, oh, and you're going to need a friction pen.
Okay.
So you'll take your templates whether it be the grasses or the butterflies, flowers, whatever you want to do. Or this is the exact same if you were doing the quilt as well. So don't feel that
Yeah, leaving you behind on the quilt. It's the same technique, isn't it? It gets me every time it's that.
Oh, thanks, love.
There you go.
So you'll use your templates to trace over directly onto your fabric. So I'm pretending I've already got a template underneath here, and I'm just going to draw them straight on. So I'm going to do my grasses like so, and I'll have another one down here. So there we go. And then if I just take my...
So what wadding would you use behind this one then? Is that like a...
I recommend, my go-to wadding is usually an 80-20 bamboo mix. But if you're going to do the trapunto, you want something with a bit more loft to it. So a polyester wadding, H640. The only trouble is with the H640, you just make sure you don't glue it down because you're gonna trim it.
So like a craft, a craft wadding or a polyester wadding, that would be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So I'm just going to trace over my little butterfly bit. And so there we go. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it's something that you're going to be sewing over the top of. So make sure you can see it, make sure it stands out. So that's all of my, that I'm going to do at the moment for the trapunto. And then you're going to lay it onto your first bit of wadding. So obviously if you were doing the quilting, you'll do all the applique. You might want to get it all pressed down first, then do your drawing and then sew around all your applique pieces, because obviously you can't trace through wadding, so you want to make sure that's drawn first. Make sure you do all your applique first. So imagine we've jumped straight ahead and all of our applique has already been sewn down, and now we're just at the quilting stages. So I'm just going to cut the excess off here.
We've got the, is this the same one that you, I think this is the bamboo. It feels so soft.
Oh, I love the bamboo, yeah. I got sent some about a year ago, maybe less than that. And it's just so soft. It's so lovely to work with.
It's by the ½ metre, and look, it's super, super wide. I mean, super, super wide. So if you do want to do cushions, quilts, galore, you've got loads of wadding there. Is this 80-20? This isn't the bamboo. I think there might be bamboo on the website. It just feels really soft. That's why I thought it was bamboo. Oh, it's the 80-20 light soft blend. It is really super soft. Love that. £6.99 ½ metre. This will work. This is what you use for a majority of your quilts, isn't it? Your 80-20.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth keeping your eyes peeled for the bamboo as well, because that is lovely. But this one, so soft. Feel this?
Oh, it does feel like the bamboo, doesn't it?
Yeah. Thank you. I'm not just... I definitely feel like that is super, super... Well, it is, Ben say, well, it is the soft and light blend.
So you want to pin through all of your layers. Try not to pin onto the pressing mat, which I can feel just underneath my pins. And what we're going to do...
They're just discussing our next curry night, Delphine. You know when we were saying once a month? We haven't done a curry night for ages, have we? Has it been 6 months?
At least 6 months.
Well, it's because it's normally me that's organising it. Someone else needs to take the reins and do it this time.
Well, we need to work round you and the babas, haven't we?
Oh, I'll bring them with me. It's fine.
Oh yeah.
Tilly's ready. Tilly is ready.
She's ready for a curry.
She is. Bless her. Like, I definitely need to start weaning her, because she's like stares at my dinners. Like, I had a roast dinner last week. She was like, I could eat all those.
How old are they now?
5 months.
That's gone so quick, isn't it? Well, from the outside looking in, I don't know about you with the sleepless nights.
I feel every night a day. Last night, I must say, because the night before last, we had the worst night since the start. Tilly just could not stop crying. Her teeth have cut through now.
Aww.
First teeth. So she was really, really uncomfortable. Last night they both slept through. I went to bed at 6:30 last night thinking
well
I might
done.
be up at 1, 2 o'clock and that would be it. So I thought I
Okay.
need to get my sleep
So
early.
you're fresh
but-
as a daisy. this
I am. I've had like 9, 10 hours sleep.
So from the back, it looks like that. So you've got your 2 lots of waddings on there, and I've pinned all the way through around where I want my trapunto to be. And all we're going to do is sew over our lines with a straight stitch. So make sure you're in the needle down position, because you're going to need to pivot your work. And already I can feel it, that's going to be nice and plump. So just going straight over your lines. Again, don't worry, if it doesn't need to be absolutely perfect over the top, so don't stress too much if you go outside of the lines, because once you've gone over it with an iron, all those lines are going to disappear, so it will always look like it was meant to be like that in the first place.
This is what I love about your quilting projects as well. Applique, and it's very free in that you don't have to worry about these pieces matching up, being to the quarter, you know, actually be really free in doing your own individual artwork.
Exactly, and it doesn't need to be complicated.
No.
Just keeping it nice and simple.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to go around my butterfly piece now. So even with a straight stitch, you can still wiggle the fabric around a bit. So I've just got both of my hands on the fabric now, and as you can see, I'm just following.
Do this without putting your free motion foot on. This is still...
This is just my normal. I haven't even got an applique foot on at the moment.
You haven't even got a walking foot and you're going through all those layers.
No. So, which again is, you know, it's great that we've got all these, you know, these machines that are all singing and dancing, but not everybody at home does have big machines. So to show, you know, just using basic methods that you can use on a base model machine.
Did you see Sue's message, by the way, Ben? She said to stay away from the glass office, and she says don't worry because she's got your back, and she says that she'll come and sort everyone out if they have a go about the Bonderweb deal. Sue Langford. She says she'd look after you. By the way, FYI, there is still stock of the Bonderweb. We can't keep it on screen because somebody would definitely notice in the office then. It's there if you want it. $19.99. I've only ever saw this at $23.99. There you go. Christmas is here at Sewing Street, $19.99. Stock up because this isn't going to go out of date. You're going to be able to use this again and again. That phone keeps ringing. I swear someone keeps ringing. They know as soon as we put this in. I'm just going to ring Ben just to give him a warning. It's there at $19.99. 5 whole metres of Bonderweb as well, which will go a long way. Do you keep little remnant bits of Bonderweb?
Yes, I do.
You got a scrap box of Bonderweb?
I use them instead of pins. You know, like, for example, even if you're doing the cathedral windows and things like that, rather than put a pin in it, I'll just put a bit of Bonderweb and stick it down.
Hold it down.
So I use that for all my scraps.
Got about 10 minutes, Delphine.
Okay. So that's all of my... I've sewn over all of the lines, and already I can feel just how plump that is. I'm just going to take all these pins out and press it.
I always thought with trapunto that it's literally like stuffed.
That's the proper way of doing it.
Oh.
I do it a cheats way.
Okay.
So the traditional way is that you create like a channel and then you stuff it and all that. But that takes ages.
Yeah.
Don't do it this way, it's quicker.
Yeah, amazing. Love that.
So that's, yeah, but that is, you are right, you are right.
No, I like the way that you found a hack, trapunto hack.
If there's ever a way of sewing like a little trick just to make it quicker, I will. You know, so I think that's why I do a lot of free motion, because it's a great way of quilting a negative space.
Yeah,
Really,
yeah.
really quick. So I don't know if you can see that. Oh, you can. That they.
Yeah, you can.
So if that was just to a normal wadding, there's no way that that'd stand out as much as that. So, and I know you can't, you know, you haven't got the luxury of being able to feel this, but that is really, really soft now.
Nice.
So now I'm just going to switch the machine to free motion.
Okay, we'll have a quick
then I'll
recap. And Ben wants to just mention the bond web. You know, we said we had hundreds and hundreds as a plural. We're now in double figures. I told you, this is one of those things. You know, every now and then when a calico comes in and it's a ridiculous deal and there's hundreds that go out of stock very quickly. This is one of those deals. There's lots of projects. We all have different tastes. We all like different things. One thing we all agree on is Bondaweb is fabulous. Grab your Bondaweb whilst you can. Ben, you will now be named the Bondaweb King. Yes, you will. Just $19.99, which is the lowest price I have sold your Vaseline Bondaweb. It says on here your heating instructions, but Delphine recommends just to go as hot as possible, get it stuck down.
And press, don't iron.
So hold it down as opposed to...
Hold it down and don't, because otherwise it can move under the fabric and then it will all gather up.
Brilliant, brilliant. Applique for repair work, suitable on all fabrics. You can use it on cardboard and wood as well.
I use it on
Also for
paper.
leather.
Yeah, I've used it on paper and things like that.
Ah, fabulous. Let us know how you use your Bondaweb. Just $19.99 if you do want to stock up on that one.
I even use it to bind quilts sometimes.
Do you? Binding? To hold the other side of the binding?
So rather than sew it down, I'll just glue it down sometimes.
Oh my gosh, all the secrets coming out now.
Yeah.
This was for the memoir, but all the secrets coming out. This is the cushion that we're working on, and it looks absolutely beautiful. All of those amazing textures that you have in this negative space of free motion and your trapunto. I love it.
So whenever you start your free motion, make sure you follow all your machine's guidelines first.
Okay, so did this machine have different guidelines to your machine then?
This one's just fancy.
So you've got a free motion foot on.
Free motion foot on,
drop the
and I've
feed
dropped
dogs.
the feed dogs, and this machine automatically knows what stitch length, but you usually go to a 0. But remember, with free motion, you're actually controlling the stitch length anyway.
Okay, and do you want a long stitch length, a short stitch length?
Short.
Consistent?
Consistent. Consistency is key, yeah. Okay. So, but start off the fabric first, just to test the tension, making sure it's equal at the top and bottom. I'm happy with that. So you're going to go.
What do you mean? That it's not going to do like a bird's nest?
So yeah. So just always do a test first, because there's nothing worse that you go straight onto your projects and it does it, and then you've got to unpick it all and it makes a mess.
You're happy with that?
I'm happy with that, so I'm going to go for it.
And now you're using a white. Have you used a cream or white cotton on this?
You can use a cream, you can use a white, you can use a variegated, a light grey. You can even use like really thin silk thread if you wanted to. That would
Do you
look
ever
really
use a
nice.
colourful thread for this sort of thing or not? Or do you want it to mix in with your background fabric?
To mix in, really.
Okay.
But you can use, you can do, I did do a quilt the other week where I did the quilted onto cream with a yellow, and it looked really, really pretty. Subtle, but just had that.
With a pastel one?
Yeah. So I'm not doing anything fancy, just keep the speed consistent and just do little wiggly lines all the way around.
Does it matter if they overlap?
No, it doesn't matter, but I don't like them to overlap.
Okay.
I've just got a bit of a, so it's almost like you're playing chicken with it.
And do you have a journey on which you go? Like, do you know, right, I'm doing this bit, I'm doing this section, I'm doing this
Sort of, yeah. I tend to, ideally, you'll work from the centre outwards. I know I'm not doing that now, but I just wanted to show you this about how to make the trapunto stand
And
out.
you're not doing all of that in one go. You've stopped now, cut the
Yeah,
thread
because
and
I just
so on
want to
again.
show you on this side, but otherwise I would probably go
As
all the
one-
way.
as one.
Yeah. Make sure you get lots of thread.
I was going to say, have you got all your bobbins wound up
You're
ready?
going to need a lot of thread, yeah. So make sure you've got all that ready to go.
Rebecca Davis, good morning, Bex. How are you, Becky? I've not seen you for ages. Are you in today? Are you here today? Surely you'll be here now then.
So just keep the speed nice and quick. The faster the better with free motion. So, and like I said, the only movement I'm doing is I'm just doing slight movements with my hands, just doing those little wiggly lines. And trying to get as close as you can to where you sewn over those friction mark lines, but try not to go through them. Tell you what I have done. Tell you what I didn't do.
What have you not done?
So, someone's probably screaming at the TV at me right now. Once you do your straight lines, you cut away the rest of your the
rest of your wadding.
Yeah, so I'll show you that now. So I shouldn't have done that. Ignore that.
Right. So once you've done those few
Do
straight
these lines
lines,
first.
before you do the rest of your background,
Yeah, I do.
You want it to not all be poofy.
No, and ideally with some applique scissors. Have we got any applique scissors? Yeah.
Applique scissors. These duckbill scissors are great for this, aren't they?
It's been a while. I've not been here for a while. I need to get back into.
So why do you use these scissors? They've got like a curve round. as
Again,
well,
next to a millwood pressing mat, this is the next best thing you need.
Okay.
So look how, if I was, see, as you saw earlier, I was struggling with that and I could have easily clipped into my work. These allow you to get right up close to your project and snip away.
It's not going to snip your stitches.
No, it's not going to snip your stitches. It's not going to cut anything apart from the actual fabric or wadding that you want it to. Obviously, you need to keep them flat, and it allows you. So that's what you want to be left with. Let me just pull that out my way because it's in my way. So I want you to be able to actually see what I actually meant for you to see a couple of minutes ago. Right. So what you'll do, you'll trim away all of your bondweb,
all your wadding,
all of the excess wadding. So then that's now bumpy.
Right.
And
so
then you go and sew.
This means that you don't have to make yourself a channel where you're stuffing them because you've just got these isolated.
So if I go around this butterfly, you'll see just how much trimming away that second layer of wadding and then pressing down the original wadding underneath is really going to make it stand out.
Love it.
Yeah.
Delphine's using the 780 Plus today. Were you at the NEC the other week?
Sorry?
Were you at the NEC the other week?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was only for the day. I did a demo.
Did you?
Yeah, I was doing a little applique demo. Yeah, it was busy actually. I had quite a nice little crowd of people, had a good chat.
By the way, just because I know that we're coming up to the end of the hour, all of the fabrics, kits, everything, the panels, there are less than 10. They're all underneath us on the website. So if you love this look and you love this collection, we are literally limited on everything. Look at that. Brand new today, including Delphine's kits. The quilt, under £50. Absolute fabulous value for money, as well as the cushion kit with all of those amazing templates you're going to be able to use time and time again. So definitely have a look back through if you've missed the last hour and a half. Then have a look back through. We've got about a minute, Delphine.
Okay. I've nearly. Okay, I've done enough for you to see just how it makes it all stand out.
Oh, love it.
So you can just see, just by pushing all of that other fabric down, and to be fair, it doesn't look it looks quite nice on this side as well, but it would have been puffier than that if I'd already pushed down.
Looks amazing.
But you see just how simple, really simple technique, and just how beautiful that can just by adding, you know, it's almost like applique in itself within the stitches. So really think about your negative space. You don't need to do it like this. You can keep it blank, do whatever you like, but If you want to make your projects go to that next level up, this is a perfect technique.
Amazing. Thank you so much. All of your instructions are in the pattern, as well as all those fabrics. Have a look back through on the website now. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we've got a Crafters Companion show like no other. We're about to do even more amazing Christmas savings, so please stay tuned. In fact, I'm just going to give you one spoiler. We're about to take the Gemini 2 to the lowest ever price. It has never been under £200 before, and we're going to do it after the break. So don't go anywhere. I'm back with Becky after this.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafters Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Hello, welcome back. Becky, it's so good to be back with you.
Oh, yeah, really, you're looking so well.
Thank you.
You're looking really
I
well.
actually slept really well last night.
Well done you, I didn't.
I went to bed at 6:30 in preparation for today, thinking I could not get any sleep before the show. I need to go to bed straight away as soon as the kids are in bed.
How can you have a good night's sleep when you've got a toddler and 2 babies?
I know.
Amazing.
I know.
Miracle woman.
It was just a one-off night. The stars aligned, ready for me to come to Sewing Street this morning. Anyway, today, so I had a show. My first show back was with Sarah.
Yep.
And we had the most incredible deals. I feel like she sent the most, even better deals than I've ever done with Sarah today.
Yeah, I know. Because this is an amazing deal that we've got here.
I don't know. I know I have actually said we won't discount this. This isn't a machine that we will take under £200. And I have to eat my words, because today I have no idea how we're going to do this, why we're going to do this, but especially for Christmas. Have you taken this under £200 before, Becky?
I did.
Okay.
I did on our shows, but I mean, it was a shock, I have to be honest. We basically walked into work and then we found out that it was just discounted. That was the first time we knew about it. And all of us were like, are you sure? You sure it's not a mistake? You sure something's not happened? Glitch in the system?
We're doing it. I know that Sarah wants to get this in as many people's craft rooms as possible. Yeah. That's her aim, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So today, for the first day ever at Sewing Street, you've got it under £200. I personally have only ever sold this machine as a bundle that was £500.
Yeah.
It was a bundle with loads of goodies. It was amazing value, but I've never sold this on its own. So to be able to see it on 5-way split pay, that means that you can get it in your craft room home today for $39.99.
That's such a bargain, isn't it? That is such a bargain.
And so what are the upgrades, or what's different with the Gemini 2 as opposed to the original workhorse Gemini that we know?
Okay, so this is the same workhorse. It's got the same power as the original Gemini. You can never have any more power with it, but it's been refined.
Okay.
It's been refined. It's quieter. So we often talk about people who are late night crafters.
Oh, yeah.
So people that the only time you get is when the children have gone to sleep and you've not fallen asleep yourself, and that's the time. So it's much quieter, but the whole thing's much sleeker. Now, if I just take the power, or just wiggle the power so you can just see it around the back, what we've put here are 3 separate USB ports. Now, when we saw this, we were like, why do you need 3? You don't need 3. You need 1 for plugging in your tablet, but you don't. You need 1 for plugging in your tablet, 1 for plugging in your lights.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 for something
Great
else
idea.
that might be coming out quite soon. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh.
But you could have all, you could be charging your phone, you could be charging your tablet, you could have a camera, maybe, you'll be using filming, and you can put your light in there. So you've got 3 there. You've also got this media stand. So this is where you would pop your tablet or whatever you were watching. Because let's be honest, when we craft, we do other things as well. Or we might be watching a tutorial, we might be listening to a podcast. Delphine and I were exchanging podcasts.
Oh, okay.
And audiobooks to listen to. So you've got that there.
I noticed how easily this is sort of spinning around as well. You're like, and this is here, and this is
And
here.
I'll show you that bit in a minute. And then here you've got these, so this is where you put your plates in.
Yes.
Little bit of storage down here, so I've just lift that up, so a bit of storage down there.
Oh, pokey tools, couple of dies.
I'd say chocolate bar, personally. And then you've got one at the back as well. So again, storage. But the great thing about this is, with the old one, when you place the plates through here, they would come at the end, you had to be able to catch them at the end or they'd fall on the floor.
Right.
This keeps them there.
That's
Makes it nice and easy. Now you've got all the same refinements. It's nice and fast. It's faster and it's also quicker. But the great thing about it is it has an optical zoom down the whole width of the machine.
What does that mean, optical zoom?
Well, not an optical zoom, optical, what's the word? Optical...
Like sensor?
Sensor, that's it, optical zoom. I'm thinking it's a camera. But that means, the great thing about this is, whereas before, you'd be using your A4 plates in this machine, but you could also use your Gemini Junior plates, the smaller ones, which are the ones just over to the side of you there.
Right.
But you could only put those across sideways. So when you wanted to run everything through, it had to go the same way because you had two sensors in here and they had to both be engaged in order for the machine to go through. But now, I've not switched it on, but showing you, whereas before we'd have to put it through like this, now you can put it through like this. So it means you don't have to be making sure you're lining everything up. You could just pop it through the machine.
So it makes it really speedy to just be able to virtually chuck it through.
But also, if you had something small that you were just putting on here, you could just let it go through this part and then reverse it out, and it takes even less time for it to go through.
Great.
And that's what we want. I mean, I know it takes...
Efficiency,
It
isn't
takes
it?
seconds. It takes
Anyway,
seconds.
yeah.
But now we get used to things happening immediately, and we want them to happen immediately. So those are the key things about it. Now, the difference between them is when you get your plates, and you'll get your machine home with your cable and all of your plates as well.
Is it slightly smaller?
It
looks
it's
more
a slightly
sort of
different
compact,
shape.
yeah.
I always think it feels more like my toaster because it's got these angles to it.
It looks
And
fresh.
it does look fresh. It does look nice and clean. It's got different colour scheme as well. And I think it's because you've got these straight angles
Right.
rather than these curves. I think it makes it look a little bit different. Now, the key difference in this machine are the plates. So you've got white plates. These are the outer plates. So whereas before we had like these clear
the
plates
frosted
before,
ones, yeah.
Now, you have to have white ones because it needs to hit that optical sensor and therefore it needs to be white.
Okay.
But you could use your old plates in this machine. So say you've already, you've got a Gemini, but you want to upgrade and you've got some plates and you think, well, I don't want to throw them away. You don't have to. All you would do is put a piece of white paper underneath and that would then pick up with that optical sensor down here.
Another hack, fabulous.
Really, really useful. Now, as you said, easy to move. Really easy to move.
Which, I know that they're weighty, the motor, everything about it, you want to have that stability and that strength. You don't want something that's going to fly across your table.
No.
But what's great about this is when you feed it in the one side, if you've got it up against a wall or, if you've got less space, this is brilliant.
And none of us have enough space. It doesn't matter how big your craft room is, you don't have enough space.
So true.
I always found the problem, I'd put my Gemini just here to the side of my wall and I'd put it through and then it suddenly, because it was coming, the plates were pushing it out. Now this machine comes with these glide feet down here. So that means we haven't got one with glide feet, but basically you can just push it like this. Side to side and just move around. This one's had one of the turntables.
We have got those available today.
This is a separate item. These are only for use with this particular Gemini, and don't try and put it in your old one.
Okay.
And don't. You can get turntables from other places, but this one has been set up specifically for this machine. So there are already pre-drilled holes in here, so it's nice and easy for you to put it all together. So this means that when you use it, it's like a lazy Susan. You just can spin it around.
Oh, it's so clever.
It makes
Look
it
at
really,
that.
really simple to use. Just a single finger, nice and easy to use. As I say before, you get all that power that you would expect to have with your Gemini.
So you can still go through multiple layers of fabric, which is what optimally our viewers are going to want to be able to
8
do.
layers of fabric, 6 layers of fabric, 8 layers of fabric of general cotton. You can go through felt, you can go through leather. You get all of that power, but quicker. Quieter.
I found that a lot of people who have invested in the Gemini as well are people who really struggle with the, dexterity issues or things like that, or just don't enjoy the cutting process. This speeds it up and you can get sewing straight away. Who wants to cut out 112, half square triangles?
Well, I find, I don't have dexterity issues, but if I'm cutting something along with a rotary cutter, by the time I've got here, I've gone slightly skew-whiff, just because, well, I'm obviously not attention to
You're just a
detail.
machine.
Yeah, and being able to cut everything, perfectly every
Without
single
human
time.
error, that's
that
it.
is my thing that I'd like to do. And I think, that is the thing that I don't enjoy about sewing. I don't enjoy the cutting out. I don't find it very exciting. I find it exciting choosing the fabrics, but I want to get on with putting them together. That's my thing.
My fear is, if you spend a lot of money on your fabrics, you spend a lot of money on your kits, is the accuracy. A lot of the times with quilters and different quilt kits, you have to have that precision and accuracy, otherwise it won't fit together.
Yeah. And I think, sometimes people think, I'm not going to try that pattern. It's too complicated. I'll never be able to cut out 300 right angle triangles or whatever it may be. This opens up a whole world to you. I would never ever have bothered trying to do something with a curve. I just wouldn't have done it. But if you use one of our build blocks with the curves, because you're using the Gemini, it's cutting everything out exactly right. It will come together perfectly.
Message from Alison. Morning all, I've got the Gemini 2 and it's brilliant cutting out my fabric and listening to music on the machine. Crazy. This is what's good, isn't it? Is that you have got those extra USBs as well to be able to have your different devices to hand and all set up there ready. Can I remind everybody, we have never at Sewing Street discounted the Gemini 2 under £200 before. Brand new, amazing price. Bearing in mind, everything in the world is going up in price. The manufacturing is still going up. I've done quite a few shows with Sarah now, and just talking to her off air, I know that it's something that basically the businesswoman, the dragon in her, is saying, I want everybody to have one of these machines so that then people come back and buy the dies, people come back and buy the kits, because you will love it. It will absolutely revolutionise your crafting. And those of you that have already got a Gemini, I know there's a lot of people who are upgrading or having a second one as well, so that you can do more cutting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Brilliant.
No, that really is the case. I've got the original. I have just ordered my Gemini 2 because I kept thinking, I don't need it. I do need it. I do need it. I do need it, because if for nothing, but the fact that it's quieter and it's quicker, because it's somehow in my mind those extra 3 seconds that I'm saving seems to amount up to a lot. And I want that new machine. I want all the USBs. I've got so many cables underneath my desk. No, charging your phone, the phone falls down. You're
light in the dark at the minute with darker nights. Why do I want 2 electronic devices turned on at the same time at the moment as well? This is brilliant to be able to do it all off one device. Also, that split pay now is a game changer for me. For anybody who was thinking of getting the Gemini 2, last time when I was on air with Sarah, and maybe you were thinking, look, it's this time of year, it's leading up to Christmas, it's an expensive time of year. I'm so pleased that we've managed to get that under £40 a month on split pay. I mean, that for me now is manageable. £40 a month is a lot more sort of persuasive than seeing, £230 go out my account today. Amazing. So, we're going to come back to this and we're going to do some cutting later on. I'm going to do something a bit controversial, because normally when you're working on a shopping channel, you will hear me say, buy this, buy this, buy this. I'm going to tell you to ignore on the website these individually. They are all under here. So the triangles, I'm running them through because they're all there. You can buy the triangle nesting dies. These are really, really useful. You've got loads of triangles in there, £24.99. Don't buy it. If you want the hearts one, just the hearts one, don't buy it. Honestly.
I love the way you're doing this.
Trust me. You know why I'm saying this.
Don't buy it.
If any of the management are watching right now, they'll be like, this is the last time that Vicky Carroll's going on air. Don't buy this one either. This is the circles. Don't buy it. Not individually. You will see why in a minute. I can see it in your basket. Please trust me on this. The squares. I mean, this is bonkers, Becky, what we're going to do, isn't it?
You don't want those, though. You
No.
don't want those ones.
No. Do you know why? Because crafters, thank you very much, you have let us have 4 of these nesting dies, and these are all shapes that you are going to use. I mean, this is so useful.
Really useful. And they're multimedia dies as well.
So what's the difference with multimedia dies and ordinary dies?
Multimedia dies are what you will see me selling here. If you watch the other channel, you'll notice we talk about papercraft dies, and they are silver and they're thinner. These are copper coloured dies. They're much, much thicker, and this allows us to cut through multiple layers of fabric. But they can be used for paper as well.
So I can still use these. It's still the same machine and same,
Exactly. You know, these are being created to work across all sorts of different products. So maybe you make beautiful leather bags and you want a little heart-shaped tag. There's a heart there that will cut out of leather using the machine.
And that's 1 inch, 1.5, 2 inch, 2.5 inch, 3 inch, 3 inch, half inch. You've got up to 5 inch hearts on there. Right. So the reason I was saying don't buy it $24.99 individually was because, I mean, yes, you can get all four for £100. We are staying nowhere near that today. Nowhere near. The best price I've ever done on these was $59.99.
That's
What
ridiculous.
on earth is going? Why is it still on split pay, Ben? The computer hasn't taken it off split pay as well. So you're getting it on split pay today, 0% interest for $14.99. You're still getting all four. You can get one of them home at $24.99
today.
today.
That's right?
No.
Are you sure that's right?
No, I'm not. Do you know when we came in this morning and we said me and Ben don't understand Excel? And you send all of the things over in Excel. I think we've got something wrong on our Excel, Ben. Oh my word.
I'd just keep quiet about it if I were you.
This is amazing. $29.99 for all four. Look at how many people have already put this in their basket.
Wow.
There is a queue as well. Do you know if we can get any more of these bundles if they completely sell out, Becky, or is this everything?
I can ask.
I know that we've got hundreds of these, but seeing the amount of people who have got it in their basket, I'm hoping we've got enough to go around. We possibly won't have enough. Ben's saying, I can tell you we don't have enough to go around because we're already oversubscribed on baskets. You've got to check out as soon as you can. We're going to do this in a bit of a demo as well, aren't we? Should we see it in action whilst you're checking out?
Absolutely.
We've got the triangles, we've got the hearts, we've got the circles, and we've got the squares. I've only ever done this on air with Sarah, and it was $59.99. You already had a massive saving. Again, loads of those sold. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It's a great deal because these are something you're going to use so many times. Having nesting circles are really useful. They're really useful for all sorts of things. Now, with the samples that we had, we'd use them for cutting out to decorate on a bag. But you know, little circles on bits and pieces are really useful. You can make them into hoops. You can
cutting circles with scissors or cutting circles with a rotary cutter even. It's really difficult.
Yeah. Cutting like little hoops like that would be really useful if you wanted to do some kind of applique and you wanted to have something like that. So they're really good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a quick flower.
Amazing.
Okay, so I'm going to take probably that one.
50
the second
left,
one down.
by the way. We have 100 in baskets.
Do you reckon I can make the flower before they sell out?
I don't know. Let's have a go.
Right, okay, so what I'm going to use is, now the plates that you get with your machine, you'll automatically get the white plates. You'll also get this embossing mat. Unless you're going to do paper crafts, you won't need this. You get the metal shim, which I find very useful, and you get the frosted shim, and you also get a magnetic shim, which I haven't quite got here. Again, that is for paper craft. Now, if you want to cut paper, these are the ones that you're going to use. Or, of course, you could use our fabric plates. So I'm going to use the fabric plates because I want to show you the difference. So the fabric plates I've got here. Now, these are the ones that have been used quite a few times. So you can just see here, you've got some other ones that haven't really been used at all. I want to show you the difference, but you can absolutely use what you're going to be getting in your machine. I want to use the fabric plates, and I'm going to use these white plates here.
Look at the call screen, by the way. Are you definitely going to be able to?
Right, okay, I'm going to be quick. I'm going to see if I can
left,
cut them
by the
out.
way.
Okay.
10 left.
Let's see if I can cut them out in enough time. Right, okay, I'm being quick. All right, so I've got 6 layers of fabric here. Going to do that. Oh my goodness.
So you're doing this with that, I'd say sharp. It's not sharp.
It's not sharp.
Pointy
It's got a lip on it is what I would call. So you've got a flat edge and you've got a lip. If I press my fingers really hard against this, it's not going to hurt me, but it's the pressure of the machine that will then sort of cut that fabric. Now I'm putting that on there, and I'm being really quick. And I'm just going to put some low-tack tape.
We have got low-tack tape later on, by the way.
Low-tack tape is definitely something you want to do. Now all I've done there is I've just folded that fabric up. I think there's 6 layers there on that fabric.
Wow.
Now I'm going to put my clear white, or my white plate, my metal fabric plate, my fabric with the die facing down. I'm using the other fabric plate over the top. Then I'm popping that white plate over the top there. I'm going to cut them out before we sell out. I've just determined. I'm going to do that. So that's going to run through the machine. As I say, it's quicker. You might hear a little bit of a bang if you're using a sort of straight edge.
That is really quiet.
It's much, much quieter.
Yeah.
Right, there we go. So we'll see here.
If you'd have cut it out on the old machine, it would have sold out before it had gone through. It's now, I believe, sold out. I think there's literally one bundle left.
Well,
And
so you
look.
can see they have cut perfectly.
Perfect.
So that's gone through.
And that's quilting weight cotton, isn't it?
2, 4, 6. That's six layers of cotton that we've done there.
Fantastic.
No, it went through really, really easily. Now you will find it goes through everything really, really easily. It will cut through leather. It will cut through cork. Yeah, faux leather. Felt, anything that you might want to cut.
Vinyl, PVC, I'm thinking.
Yeah, all
go
sorts of
for
things like this.
vinyls?
I mean, I've got a little piece of, where are you? Little piece of leather here.
Well done if you got those, by the way. I don't know if we're going to be able to get any more. We'll do our best. We've asked.
This is some upholstery leather. It's really thick. You feel that? That is
Oh, gosh,
really,
yeah.
really thick.
Yeah.
Now, this will go through the machine. So I'm going to use, this is actually a little bit of a deeper, this is actually a paper craft die. We're going to see if that will work. Or we can use one of these dies down here, which are your copper coloured dies. So let's use one of those, I think.
Remember, I've got, you're going to get all of these different shapes in, you know, different sizes, the triangles, the squares, the circles, and the hearts. That was a bargain.
It really
Speaking
is.
of bargain, your machine is also, for the first time ever, under £40 on split pay, £199.99. Does it come with a warranty?
Yeah, it does come with a warranty. You're based in the UK. We have Gemini John, and that is his name, changed by Deepol. It's not really, but he will fix machines if something goes wrong with them. Generally speaking, the rule of thumb is if you're running something through a machine, put a few less layers in there. If you think, I'm not sure that's going to go through, then take one of the plates out. So if you were, say we were trying to cut 10 layers of fabric, you could try. If it doesn't like it, it will spit it out or it will just stop. But I would always sort of err on the side of caution.
Yeah.
So if you're cutting something like chiffon, for example, you can cut through probably 30 layers of chiffon, no problem at all. But, you know, tweed, heavy tweed, and whilst we're saying fabric like cotton, we can do 8 layers. If you're putting tweed through, I probably would only try 4 or 3. And if it cuts through fine, maybe add a little bit more, but always err on the side of caution.
Okay.
It's always better to add more in than sort of try and force the machine. So I'm going to put a little piece of leather there. So this is upholstery leather with a tiny little circle die.
I suppose there's not too much to go wrong with it because there's no sort of like blades to sharpen in there,
No.
is there? It's literally like a...
No, and it's because it's got this, you know, because of the way it's been produced, you know, if I put my hand here, nothing's going to...
Oh, it's safe.
It's nice and safe.
So if you're crafting with younger
Yep.
crafters as well, it's
You're
a lovely
thinking about
one to
yourself
do.
doing a bit of craft?
Oh, yeah, well, I was just telling Becky, I mean, my daughter, she's 2. Maisie's 2 already, but I'm already, like, just dead excited to get her into, like, crafting. We're doing,
I'm
like,
not
little...
surprised.
Halloween was the first time that we did, like, nice little crafty bits, and I'm on, like, Facebook groups of little things that you can do for toddlers and early learning. And this is lovely to be able to cut out shapes for them to do, like, fuzzy felt
Oh,
things,
it makes it
isn't
really easy, doesn't
Yeah.
it? I mean, felt goes through like a dream. I always cut 2 or 3 layers of felt in one go. I don't just do one layer. I'd always do multiples. I find it cuts better because
Okay.
it gives that extra thickness. So that has cut out a piece of upholstery leather, no problem at all. Really, really easy. Now, this is an embossing folder.
Oh,
so
the
this
possibilities are endless then, aren't
It
they?
really are. An embossing folder is something that is a paper craft item, but I happen to have one here. So I'm just going to put that the right way around, so on the smooth side there. And I'm going to run this through the machine. So if you wanted to make a gift for Christmas for somebody, perhaps you were thinking, oh, I know, I'm going to do them a little bag, but I want it some embossed leather. You can make this here. So I'm going to run that through the machine. So we're just using the outer plates here. But if you
I mean,
buy...
that was a tiny scrap of
Tiny-
that's
it is.
literally like a sample, you know,
Yeah.
if you order a sofa or something and they send you a swatch.
Well, to be honest, I would say if you wanted to get some leather, just contact a leather company. If you only want little pieces, just say, I'm not sure what colours I want. I want all the swatches, and you'll get them all for free. There you go. And that is an embossed piece of the leather that you've got
Amazing.
here. And that's
Great
taken
idea.
no time at all to go through. You know, you could cut that out of, you know, make it into a Christmas bauble, a little bit of glitter on it, a little bit of gilding flakes, something like that, hang on the Christmas tree.
Love it.
Sell it. You know, you can absolutely sell and make.
That was going to be one of my questions. This is what I love about Crafter's Companion as well, is that Sarah and the team, they all say, absolutely fill your boots.
Yeah.
Whatever you're making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Sarah always says she really is on the side of the small business. So, you know, if you want to make, you know, when you want to cut loads of circles out and sell those ready done, you absolutely can do that, no problem at all.
Make your own little kits, that's it. Okay, so you've been using the fabric plates
I have,
here.
yeah.
Now, what's the difference to the fabric plates, you know, that you would get within your Gemini?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run it through the machine with the normal plates and show you the difference. So you've just seen me run through all of those circles on here. Now, these are the plates I've just used. Can you see I've got a very slight mark here, very slight mark.
Does that matter?
No, not at all. It doesn't matter. These are really strong metal.
They are really heavy
One
duty.
is slightly thicker than the other. It doesn't really matter which way around you put them. But the metal plate that you get with the machine is much thinner.
Okay.
It's much bendier. Now, if I'm going to use those plates with my cutting my fabric, I absolutely can do. Thank you. But I'll use a slightly smaller one here. So that was 6 layers of fabric that we had here. So 6 layers, and I'm going to put the circle on here, circle die in the middle. Again, use a low-tack tape.
What I love about it as well is fussy cutting is so easy now, isn't it? Fussy cutting, it always like scared me a bit thinking, and you can be quite frugal with your fabrics if you want. You can put it right up to the edge.
Absolutely.
Lots of the dyes that you do as well, they include seam allowance. The builder blocks are great, aren't they?
Oh, the builder block, I mean, that's my favourite thing. I absolutely love the builder block. I think it's the bee's knees. So here, this is what I've got here. I've got that metal shim. So I've got my white plates. I've got my metal shim with my dye. So this is not the fabric plate, this is the one that comes with the machine.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to put that frosted shim over the top of that, and then I'm going to put that through the machine. So this is to show you, so I use the fabric plates first of all, and now I'm using the plates, not set that up properly. There we go.
Or has it got a bit trapped?
No, I just didn't put it quite together properly. There you go. There we go. Because I'm doing it at a slight angle. When you're doing it at home, you'd have it turned to you, but I'm doing it sort of round this way. It's always slightly round the wrong way. So this is showing you how you can absolutely cut fabric using these plates.
Right, but you're getting more of an indentation.
Get more of an indentation, and you will find that, particularly if you're using the builder blocks and you're going to be cutting multiple layers of fabric, over time, it doesn't make a difference to you using this at all, but you can see you've got significant marks on it, and that's just from one press. Now, that is the fabric plates I've just used. So these are much harder wearing.
So if you're one of these people that know you're going to be doing an awful lot of fabric cutting, it's worth investing in those heavy duty fabric plates.
It absolutely is.
They're discounted as well today, £22.48 for the 2. These are something, well, we even said in our prep, didn't we? They sell out every single time they come to air. So if you want them, we've hopefully got enough stock to go around today, but it's busy.
Now I would say, I don't use my other plates, even when I'm cutting card, because I'm too lazy.
So you still can use these for your paper?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're not going to mark, you're not going to get the indentations that you do on this one.
Right.
So I would absolutely, even if you're going to be using them for paper as well, I'd use them, so I tend to use things like that. I use that frosted shim with my fabric plates when I'm cutting card and paper.
There you go.
That's my personal opinion. Everything lasts a bit longer.
How's the stock levels on those, Ben? Hopefully we've got enough to go around. If you've got them in your baskets, remember you can check out as many times as you want. Even if you're buying from Sewing Street today and Crafter's Companion, even though they're coming in 2 separate orders, this is what baffles my brain. I know how much it would cost to ship the Gemini from your warehouse.
Yeah.
The fact that you can buy today Sewing Street, you know, the Hemline Advent calendar from Sewing Street, or any of the Delphine projects, and you can also buy the Gemini. You can buy all your bits and bobs. You can buy items, you know, that are large or heavy, and it will still only cost you £3.95. I mean, that is capped.
It is amazing.
One delivery cost. Amazing. What was that, Ben? Oh, yeah, we've got the smaller cutting plates as well. So, can I still use these in my Gemini too?
Should we use them?
Yes.
Yeah, let's have a look.
These were designed for the Junior Gemini. We have done the Junior Gemini.
We
haven't
had
here?
that lovely teal one that was a special edition that you had. So when you get your Gemini, so those are my normal Gemini plates. These are your metal plates, your fabric plates. Again, exactly the same as the other ones, just on a smaller scale. So you'll still need your 2 white plates. I've got that other white plate there. Not sure where that one's gone. But what you would do is you would do them using exactly the same way. So you would have your fabric, you would have your little die here, and then pop it through the machine with the other plate on top, and then the white plate on top of that. I haven't got the other smaller one, but it works in exactly the same way. But this is really, really useful for small bits and pieces. And because it's smaller, it takes less time to go through the machine. And like we say, all those little tiny seconds, they always make a difference. So I think actually these are quite, we all have, all of us at Crafters Companion, we all have the junior plates as well as the big plates, even if you don't have the junior machine. Because if I'm going to be doing things like lots of applique and I'm doing like the little eyes and things like that, I'll put them all on my smaller plates.
Well, it's a bit less cumbersome, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're getting your big plates out just to do tiny little bits.
That's exactly
if you're
right.
applique.
It's exactly right. So that's what we use and put them through. And they work in the same way. You're going to be able to cut through multiple layers of fabric, 6, 8 layers of cotton fabric. They're just as, there's no difference in speed or pressure by using the smaller plates.
Do you have lots of dies as well for me to sort of...
Yes, there's loads of dies. I mean, you can use papercraft dies. If you want to use papercraft, you probably only get through maybe 1 layer of fabric, maybe 2 layers of fabric. It depends. If you're using something like a simple shape, like a square or rectangle or staff, perhaps, that will go through the machine. But these ones have been specifically made to go through those multiple layers of fabric. But, you can try it with a little bit of everything. A bit of felt. Now, felt is a different being. Now, felt, I prefer personally to use the plates you get with your machine, not my fabric plates for felt.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why. I've tried them both out. I find it works better.
Yeah.
But always cut more than 1 layer of felt. Always do 2 layers because you need that extra space in there. And if it doesn't cut through first time, run it through again. If you're using some of the felts we've had with felt dies with the little tiny perforations, because of the way felt is, because you've got all those fibres, sometimes it doesn't cut cleanly. Even if you're cutting with a pair of scissors, you sometimes get those little fibres. So just run it through the machine a second time. It's not cheating by using it the second time. It's just getting that good result.
10 seconds or something.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly. And it takes no time at all.
They're just £13.49 if you do want to, as you may need some extra ones. If you've been doing loads and loads of cutting, you're not necessarily going to need to replace them, but I always like things looking nice and shiny and new. So if yours have got indentations and you're thinking, do you know what, treating myself to a new pair of fabric plates, go for it. Speaking of shiny and new, the Gemini 2, which is brilliant. It is still the absolute workhorse that we know from Gemini. It's still that amazing motor, but it now has upgraded new features. It's got the USB, it's got the glide feet, it's got the beautiful tables that pull out. So if you don't have as much space, or if you don't have a workroom, this packs down. You can put those feet in and put it away in a wardrobe, put it away, store it away. If you don't do cutting every day. And at that price, honestly, we were talking about making to sell earlier on. Over 5 months, 5 split pays, you could very easily, with Facebook Marketplace, with Etsy, with craft fair stores over Christmas, you could set yourself a target for your Gemini to be paid for itself. You just pay that initial $39.99. By the next month, you want to make sure that you've got your £40 back of what you've made. I mean, how achievable is that?
And I mean, if you think about, say you're going to be selling hearts, you're going to use some of those, you're going to cut hearts, you're going to cut 20 different hearts in different fabric, and you're going to put them in a little plastic bag, and then you want to make a little cover, a cobble cover. You could cut that out with a die that we'd have. You might want to have hearts on the die, but we've got heart dies. You could put that in there, and then you've got all your packaging sorted out, as well as all the hearts that you're making. And all of that is achievable with one machine, which makes a difference. Rather than using one machine for one thing, everything that can be done here. So, you know, if you want to sell circles in different colour felts.
Yeah, well, you can make your own charm packs with your squares.
Absolutely, yeah. Makes a huge difference, yeah.
Yeah.
Love that. Absolutely love that. £199.99. Can I remind you, I know I sound like a broken record, but it is the first time I've ever sold the Gemini individually, let alone the first time it's ever been on Sewing Street under £200. We entered into the hour with really good stock. We knew it was going to be very, very, very busy, but now the amount of people that have made the most of the dies, and a lot of people are maybe upgrading or treating themselves for Christmas. We're okay at the moment for stock, but I definitely think by Becky's 12 o'clock hour, we're going to be saying, right, we're really limited. Grab it whilst you can. If you've got any questions, get them in while Becky's here.
Yeah.
If you want to see anything, in action, it's definitely the best day to ask.
Absolutely.
Low-tack tape. Lots of people ask about low-tack tape. What do you use low-tack tape for?
Not for wrapping presents is what I would say. Don't get this muddled up with your tape for Christmas presents.
Although Sarah says that she does, so then she can easily take it off to recycle the paper.
Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to make it as difficult as possible for people to get into my parcels. It is invaluable for popping. When you have your dies, you just see me with a die in my fabric. I don't want my dies to move. It doesn't matter so much when I'm using my particular die here, when I'm just doing one piece of fabric. But say I've layered up my whole A4 piece of my Gemini, and I've got all these different shapes all over the place. I don't want those dies moving around. Like you're saying, if you want to be fussy cutting, you want to make sure everything's in the right place. Because it's low-tack tape, even when it's gone through the machine, it's had that pressure of the machine pushing it down, it still means it's going to be easy for it to be peeled away, and that's what you want. You will find if you use parcel tape or any other kind of, oh God forbid, brown tape, you will really struggle to get it off things. This is brilliant.
Just so you know, we're not staying at £4.99. He's on one today in the gallery.
Wow.
Why are we taking? I mean, just because £2.99. There you go. £2.99. Pound a roll, less than a pound a roll.
I need some, so
there you go.
There's one sale from here. It's really, really useful. I use it all the time. As you probably saw, I keep reusing mine. I don't know why. In my head, I feel like I have to keep reusing it. And actually, my Gemini at home is covered in little sticky marks where I put all the little bits of tape. But sometimes if you want something that's really super low tack, maybe you've got something like a felt with kind of flocking on it, or sort of a gilding on it, and you don't want it to stick at all, or you don't want to stick it very little. If you just put the tape on the back of your hand, it gets rid of, well, not much, it gets rid of some of the stickiness. So it's still enough to hold the die and onto the fabric. Now you'll see if you watch the other channel, when anyone else uses the tape and their dies, they use them in a totally different way to me. So I'm not going to cut through all of this. I like to tape my die to my fabric, to the plate. That's my personal preference. Then I find that nothing moves at all. But you will see on the other channel, when they're doing paper craft, they'll just tape their die to their card. They won't let it onto the actual plate, but I always do.
It still works if you get it
It's
on
whatever works for you. I think belt and braces, I want mine to stay put. I want it like this. I want to make sure it stays really, really firm. As you can see there, that's not sticking too well because I got rid of all that stickiness. But it's fantastic.
It's so
really
good that it
useful.
comes with the little dispensers as well, isn't it? It comes with the little dispensers, because it is my absolute bugbear of trying to find the end of any sort of
it's really
tape
difficult, isn't
or
it?
cling film or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that it comes in the dispensers. I've actually seen people using it on their sewing machine to have a bit of a guide for their seam allowance. I've seen people using it across their rulers. If you want to be able to know different angles, if you need to mark like a 40-degree angle or something, you can mark it out on your ruler. Really handy to have in your craft room.
Your cutting mat. I have little bits of tape on my cutting mat to show me where everything is, rather than me actually reading what the measurements are. It makes it easy, and then because of the way it's created, because it's like a frosted one, you can always write on it. With a sort of permanent marker, so you can put markings on there. It's just really useful. It's one of those things that when we first started being on Sewing Street, nobody had actually thought about. Actually, we need this, and I use it all the time. And I'd forgotten, because I'm obviously using it all the time. And then people were asking, we're like, oh yes, we should show you low-tack tape.
Oh, it's brilliant. Definitely stock up whilst it's reduced as well. Just £2.99 for all 3 rolls. Fabulous. Speaking of bargains, Ben's saying, pokey tool. You know those dies that you have that have got the little perforated holes in, or I'm thinking more of like your Hawaiian applique or anything that you need to just poke out bits. These are really, really handy for those dies. And they're only £1.99. Oh, this is another one, just add to your shopping basket.
They are super useful. So they have a little rubber end with a little cap on the top of them.
Are they very sharp? I'll go carefully. Oh yeah, they're
I mean, it's not Sleeping Beauty, I'm going to fall asleep kind of sharp. Yeah, it is a point, but it's not, you know, you can see it's not hurting me here. Yeah, brilliant for if you're sewing something that's really, you know, got like a tight seam allowance and you just want to push it through, you can push it through with that. Perhaps, you know, like we were saying about the perforations, lifting things, I find sort of lifting a little bit of your, you know, if your bond web on the back of your applique, lifting up that paper is quite useful. I always used to use a pin. Basically, anything you used to use a pin for, well, apart from what they meant for, yeah. This is absolutely, no, it's so useful. You can see it here, and you're going to get 2 in there. They are invaluable. We use them all the time. They are really, really useful.
Love it. Just £1.99. I think that's something else that is going to come in a lot more handy than you realise when you've got it in your workroom, isn't it?
I think so. Yep.
Like you said, it's scratching off the back of your bond web. Brilliant.
Yeah, really useful.
Excuse me, only £1.99 and you do get 2 of those. Have we heard if we can get any more of these bundles? I don't know. If we can, then it'll probably be in the next hour, so you're going to have to bear with us on that one. Right, what else do we have to show you?
I've got this, which with the fabric. So I have.
This is yours from home, isn't it?
No, mine's down here. So I'm going to get mine. I'll get mine.
Get yours.
This is the cutter.
I love this because this is, you have a mat, a rotary cutter in one. And did you say that you also get a few bits and bobs with it as well? You also get free fabric and you get your junior shape cutter as well, your shape creator. Love this. You're getting the whole shebang for £59.99. Do you know what? Bear in mind, you could pay, well, you do pay £59.99 for this on its own. This is how much, if you go into the store in Evesham, which if you ever get a chance to go to the Valley, is so lovely. Have you been?
No.
Have you not?
No.
Do you know?
Isn't that terrible?
It's got a steam train. It's lovely at Christmas. They have Christmas markets. Crafters Companion Shop, a big one as well.
Okay.
This is £59.99 in the store, in the Crafters Companion store. So today you're getting this, you're also getting a shape cutter, which we'll talk about in a minute, and you get 4 fat quarters as well. So what's so great about this, because you own this one?
I own this one. Now, I'm not going to cut on it because I've not got a cutting mat underneath. I'm just going straight onto the plate. So basically what it is, and now it looks like it's going to be really heavy. It's not. It's made of acrylic. It's not glass. It's got all these measurements in it, and it basically has a rotary cutter housed in this piece here. So it means that if you want to cut nice straight strips, for example, this is invaluable. Cut through 4 layers of fabric, no problem at all. So if you've got a bolt of fabric and you want to cut lots of strips because you want to sell jelly rolls, for example, you could do that. You could just line up all your fabric and you could just cut all your jelly rolls, no problem at all. So you've got all your measurements on here. Now, if I lift this up...
I like that it's all the way through the ruler as well. It's a proper quilting ruler, isn't it?
It is. If I hold this up here, you can see that is where my rotary cutter is.
Is it just an ordinary 45mm blade?
Yeah, so easy to replace. You just need to unscrew here to replace it with your rotary cutter, or your blade. As you press down on this piece here, you can see that that blade comes down to that cutting point here. So this is a metal ruler down here. So it means it's really safe for you. Don't pick it up by this, pick it up by the handle at the other end, but you're just pressing down here and then you will push along. Now, as I say, I'm not going to demonstrate how to use it because I've not got the plate, but I would be pressing down and then I would just be pushing this over to here, and it will cut through all of those layers, no problem. If you felt that you had too many layers or you perhaps hadn't got the right pressure, you can then press down again and then bring it back here.
Once again, you get a nice straight line. You know when you said sometimes you end up just going off a little bit.
Exactly the problem I have. And what I like about this is, with a rotary cutter, you really need to stand up to be able to use it properly. If you can't stand, it's quite difficult from a seating position to use that rotary cutter because you don't have your weight on it. Now, I could be sitting down, I could be lying like this to hold this in place, and I'd still be able to push down here and move that all the way across. And it will cut continuously in the same pressure all the way along because you're able to press down. So if I'm sitting down here, it's much easier for me to just press this down rather than be leaning down on my rotary cutter like I would be doing if I was doing it by hand.
I do
So it
like
makes
that
it
it's
easier.
concealed, because a
Yeah.
lot of people are a bit nervous about using a rotary blade, aren't they?
Yeah.
And quite rightly so, because they are very sharp. Whereas I like the
Absolutely.
fact that it's only engaged when you put the pressure.
Yeah, and it makes it nice and simple. So there are loads of things you can be doing with this. So I'm talking about strips, because strips will be the first thing that you would cut. But you've got other markings on here to show you other ways of cutting it. So you can cut triangles, you can cut diamonds, all those sorts of things. You've got measurements in centimetres and in inches here. You've got them both at the top and at the bottom. So it does mean, for me personally, it is super useful for cutting on a bolt of fabric, or say I'm going to be cutting 6 different fabrics or 4 different fabrics and I want 2-inch strips or 1-inch strips. 1-inch strips would be really difficult to cut with a ruler and get that consistency. I can do that no problem with this.
And I can do this as a left-hander or right-hander, because I can
'cause you
flip
can-
it round and the
Yeah,
measurements
you've got the
are
measurements
on
on the other side. And because this blade works, backwards and forwards, because you're just putting that pressure on, it works exactly the same way.
Fab.
So really clever. And as I say, it's not heavy. I don't know what the actual weight is, but it's not. Initially, you'd look at it and think, oh, that's glass. That's going to be really heavy, really cumbersome. It's not. It's plastic. It slots just by the side of my desk.
Yeah.
Really useful piece of kit, this one.
So not only do you get this, you also get 4 fat quarters to get you started, useful colours with your neutrals, and you get the junior shape cutter. This has got, again, instructions all running through it. It's got little slots here for you to use your rotary cutter within, hasn't it?
And again, I'm not going to demonstrate this because I've not got my not got my mat underneath. But you use your rotary cutter, and your rotary cutter would just go inside this bottom diamond down here. So each of these markings down here has a little diamond at the top and the end, and you've basically got these little grooves that you would place your Gemini, your rotary cutter in and follow all the way up, so you can create strips again. So once again, I could cut these sort of 1 centimetre strips if I wanted to. Now, the great thing about this is not only do we tell you to cut strips, we also show you how you'd cut squares, bias strips, circles, triangles, diamonds and hexagons. But everything starts with a strip, apart from the circle. But everything starts from there. And we've put the instructions actually on the shape creator. So
that's good.
If you've lost the instructions, I'm always losing instructions.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because everything's here. Now, the great thing about this is we've taken the full use of all of the item we've got here, and we've created places for you to create circles. So you can do a 1-inch, a 2-inch, a 3-inch and a 4-inch circle. So each of the 4 corners. Okay. All you do is you fold your fabric, you get a square of fabric, fold it into quarters, you place the fold lines along those right angles, and then you use the edge of here to cut round across here, and that would create all those little circles.
It's a nice thick acrylic again, so you can use your rotary cutter again.
It's the same sort of size as you would have with a template.
That's really clever. I've not seen a ruler that's got that.
And I think that's the thing. We've really thought about this whole
Well, you can tell a sewer has made, has had a lot of involvement in the design of this.
You've got all those different angles on there. You've got your 60-degree angle, your 45-degree angle, which you will use for creating all of those different shapes on here. And I just think, I love the fact we put the instructions on here. So if I think, oh, hold on a minute, I can't quite work out how I'm supposed to do that diamond, it doesn't matter. I've got it all here. And it will tell you step by step how to create it, how to put it on. And like I say, where can you find somewhere where you can do a 1-inch circle?
So clever. Love it. So you get that as well as your, I was going to call it guillotine, but it's a fabric.
It is a fabric. Yeah, that's what it is, really.
As well as your fabric as well, all for $59.99. Loads of people making the most of the bundles and the deals. That is a brilliant one for anybody who isn't investing in the Gemini today and you want to use a rotary cutter, then go for that. Now, erasable pens that have already been selling, those of you who've got them on pre-order, well done. You do get 2 packs. You get 6 in total. Now, these you can, of course, in fact, we're going lower on these as well. Watch the price on this. You can use them on your fabric, you can use them on paper.
I use them for marking when I'm doing paper craft, where you would normally use a pencil. But I use them instead of tailor's chalk. I find tailor's chalk's really messy. I mean, there's some times where, you've got black fabric, for example, you want to use tailor's chalk, or we might want to use one of our sprays. But for overall, these are the things that I use the most of. Don't write a cheque with one of them. And then pop it on the radiator, because then that's what my mum did, and she couldn't work out why. She was like, I'm sure I wrote this check.
Oh, well, I've had it with birthday cards. I'm like, who wrote me that birthday card? Because I can't, it's been above the radiator on the window ledge and it's gone, it's disappeared, the phantom card, and then realised it was producer Hannah who'd written my birthday card with a friction pen and the heat had erased it. But then I could use the card again.
Well, exactly, yeah. So maybe that's what we should all be doing. We should all be writing them with these kind of heat erasable pens. And you've got all those 3 different colours. It means that you'll be able to work with them. I mean, even on black, the red works on black if you get the right light. Really, a fundamental staple. Like in your sewing bag, you'll always have scissors. I always have these.
Oh, everybody, we all love our heat erasable pens. It is my go-to. And we all have personal preference on marking tools, but that is one that definitely needs to be in your bag, especially for $3.99 for 6. If you go to any sort of stationery stores and you see heat erasable pens, you're looking between £2-3 per pen.
Yeah, you definitely are. Yep.
I mean, that is value for money yet again at $3.99. Ben is giving us all of the deals today. Anybody who has bought anything today, these are things that, you know, when you're at the supermarket and you're literally waiting at the checkout and you think, oh, just add that in, add that in. These are brilliant, just add to your order. Great little stocking fillers as well, £3.99. Don't forget, those of you that are just tuning in with us, we've done the most incredible deal on the Gemini. I can't believe, I don't know how, I don't know why, but we at Sewing Street have never taken the Gemini 2 under £200, and I don't know whether we'll be able to do it again. It isn't part of any bundle today. You can literally get it on its own, which I like because, don't get me wrong, the bundle that we did for Crafter's Companion's birthday, where you got
It was
stupid
immense,
amount
wasn't it?
of stuff. I mean, I think you got like £700 worth of goodies. It was still a considered purchase overall because it was going to cost £500. Whereas now, today, it's a chance to just say, right, I can afford to get the machine today. I'm going to add all the bits in the new year. Or I've already got bits and bobs from my paper craft journey, or, you know, I got the bundle today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Go for it.
Yeah, it really is an amazing machine. I had a different machine before I started working for Crafter's Companion. Because, you know, I work for another company. And
a different die cutting machine?
A different die cutting machine.
Okay, and how have you found the difference?
It's immeasurable.
Right.
The difference in this machine was, my other machine, you know, it was a little bit iffy. One side would work better than another. I've never had a problem with my Gemini, and I've had it for 3.5 years, and I use it every single day without fail. But I am going to upgrade because I want all the other bits and pieces in this one. So this one
I thought this was going to be a lot more expensive, and it's not, is it?
It's not. No, I mean, there's been a lot of work on refining it. It's the same amount of pressure that you get with your existing machine or the original Gemini. That will never, Sarah's always said, we put the most amount of pressure you could possibly have in that machine. But this is quicker, it's quieter, quite significantly quieter. You've got 3 USBs down here. And again, I thought 3 USBs was excessive, but then when I think, well, I can charge my phone, I can have my tablet charging at the same time, and also I can have a light, that would make sense to me. It has these 2 little pieces here, which have got this little sort of trays that you can stock with all your bits and pieces, maybe your scissors.
Yeah, I mean, we always need extra storage as crafters, don't we?
I mean, chocolate is where I put my chocolate. Actually, no, it's not true. It's not
low-tack tape, marking
not big enough.
tools, pokey tools.
Exactly.
Maybe a couple of chocolates.
Yeah, I mean, chocolate digestives fit there. 3 layers of chocolate digestives. And then up here, you've got this media stand. So this is where you can pop your tablet or your phone. So you can be watching Sewing Street, you can be watching a tutorial while you're crafting away. Oh. You've got your normal buttons on here. So if I just lift it up so you can see, you've got your on-off button, you've got your pause and reverse button, and you've got your play button as well. So like you saw when I was using it earlier on, I forget it's on this thing. So I'm trying to load up the machine like this. And
you don't need to know, you can spin it.
I can spin it. So you'll get your machine home and it will come with these glide feet.
Do we have one of those spinny plates, Ben? I feel like I saw it on the schedule. Stay tuned for the next hour at 12 o'clock.
So this is specifically for this particular machine, but you've got these glide feet that come with it automatically. But the sort of Lazy Susan, the spinny thing is an addition to it. But
Becky,
it is an amazing machine.
We've got to go to a break, but just before we do, there are literally, look at how many people on the right-hand side on that call screen have got it in their basket.
Wow.
What would you say to anybody who is put it in their basket and umming and ahhing on checking it?
I really would say 100% this is my go-to machine, even if I wasn't working for Crafters Companion. I think it's a brilliant machine. It's not going to let you down. We've got loads and loads of tutorials. Any problems, you can call customer service. They will talk you through it. And equally, all of us are available on Facebook, so we can let you know if you've got a problem.
I love that.
We can talk you through it anyway.
This is it. It isn't just a product, you've now a journey, isn't it? A crafting journey, so enjoy. Right, we'll be back with Becky at 12 o'clock, so stay with us. Don't go anywhere, because Delphine Brooks is back with me with another brand new Lewis and Irene collection and brand new projects. We'll see you after this.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there! Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. I told you it was going to be a good day today. We've got even more brand new products. Speaking of which, by the way, can I just show you what was brand new this morning? Those of you, I know the dark mornings are creeping in and everybody's probably snoozing their alarm a lot more over the last month or so. So if you did miss today's early bird special, it's another amazing advent calendar, which, let's face it, we all know what happened. Even if you missed the show, you will definitely have seen on our socials or on Facebook fan page what happened with the Sewing Street Advent Calendar. It completely sold out. We definitely won't be able to get any more. They were made earlier on in the year, so it's something that we're really, really proud of. But I know, one, a lot of people missed out on it. Two, I know that there were people who obviously may have thought it were more considered for their budget this year, as it was a real high-end luxury advent calendar that we're very, very proud of, that we launched this year. So maybe you had the Sewing Street calendar last year or the year before. This is more on that sort of page of more essentials that you're going to use every day. Now, we've still done an amazing price on it. One, because it's an early bird, and two, just because we're Sewing Street anyway. So elsewhere, we found this retailing at $37.99. We were doing it at $34.99, but today, as an early bird, it's $27.99, so £10 off what we found it for elsewhere. Advent calendars like this, I know they are always fabulous value for money anyway, you know, for what you're getting in the content. But they're also a bit of fun. You know, you go to lots of high street stores. Can you find a sewing-related advent calendar? You find lots of ones that are, you know, different hobbies or chocolates, alcohol, beauty ones now I've seen, but they're always a lot more sort of considered, whereas this is brilliant. For $27.99, you've got all of your sewing bits and bobs, and I like the fact that they're all in little boxes, so they're not doors, they're proper little prezzies. I'm not going to do any spoilers. I opened one earlier, and it was a good little a little tool, but there's I can tell you there's threads, there's fabrics, there's notions, there's let's see what else. All sorts. They are listed on the back, so if you want full surprises, then don't read the back contents. Just $27.99 for today's early bird. Right. Delphine, she's done it again. This quilt. Ah. As soon as I saw this, Delphine, and your cushion, I was like, yeah, this is going to be another sellout. I love this.
Oh, thank you. It's pretty, nice and blingy.
You designed this back, again, earlier on in the year, didn't you?
Yeah, but this was back in about February time, yeah.
And again with Lewis and Irene fabrics.
Yeah. And it's got metallic gold on the fabric.
Has it?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I mean, look at this. This is quite, I don't want to say festive, but I do love the bling. I love the metallic gold. And that metallic gold, does that like, you know, affect you when you're pressing the fabric?
No, absolutely not. No, it's fine. Yeah, it doesn't come out on your iron or anything.
Amazing. I mean, it is brilliant, isn't it? Super, super soft fabric, but look at that metallic gold. You're getting, again, fat quarters of your amazing Lewis and Irene. We have never even seen this celestial collection, have we, at Sewing Street?
No.
Brand new to us. And I don't even think we've got a big launch. I've got here on my table 3 half meters on their own. That's it.
Wow.
That's it. This is the launch, and this is all that we have. It's so, so limited. It's very exclusive, you see. So if you do want it, it's all been cut especially for this quilt. So you have here your fat quarters. Look, this one is a bumbleberry with metallic stars. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love this. Another fat quarter with the metallic stars. Then you also get this fat quarter with the metallic stars in the clouds. Oh, these are gorgeous, Delphine, aren't they? Mm. Anybody, oh, sorry, I'm not in the right spot, am I? Anybody who loves, you know, looking up, gazing, stargazing, looking at all of the different, what are they called? Star constellations. The sky. You'll love this. What's it called? The sky. I love this. Look, the little man in the moon. You've got your sun with the beautiful metallic gold. That is amazing. It's captivating, isn't it, seeing all the metallic? And then you also have in here, so they're the fat quarters that are cut especially for this project. 2 meters of your solid fabric, 1 meter of your silver bumbleberry, and this has got metallic as well. This is one of the metallic bumbleberries. I love that. And then you're also getting, is that 1/2 meter of organza? Fabulous. Plus, you're also getting your instructions. The whole quilt kit, once again, under £60. That is a great price. $54.99. Full instructions, how to be able to create your star blocks, how to be able to create your moth blocks again, and all of your templates are here. All that you need. So, now you've done the celestial moth there, but you could... You don't need a separate pattern to be able to do it as a cushion.
No, you can just do it as a cushion if you want to.
Can we have a look at the cushion on your overhead, please, Delphine? Look at this.
Oh, I've pulled on my beads.
So, do you think I've got enough fabric to be able to do a cushion as well? Will I have enough fabric
No,
left
you probably need to get some of the extras.
Get some of the extras to be able to do. But you've got all of your templates and everything you need to know to be able to do.
Yeah.
Amazing. But you could do a table runner and a cushion maybe, or how you wish. I love the way that they are on point as well.
Yeah, so just be mindful of that when you come to stick them onto the fabric. Make sure you don't stick them square on, otherwise they'll be wonky. You don't want a wonky moth.
Right, your whole kit, $54.99. I love the fact that it's got the organza. And to incorporate organza into your quilting as well might be some people's first.
Yeah, might be something you might be thinking, is she gone mad? You just need, it just has a bit of interfacing to stabilise the fabric. Okay. And you just need to be mindful about when you're working with it within your quilts. But absolutely, there's no reason why you can't use it within your quilts.
I love this quilt.
I just think it just adds...
Where did you get the inspiration, obviously, with the moths?
On the fabrics. So there is, on some of the fabrics there, I've got little moths on them.
Oh yes, here you go. This one is available by the 1/2 meter, and you can see here. There you go. I mean, this is great, again, for fussy cutting, isn't it? I love this sun here.
Well, just so, it's funny you should say that.
Oh, that's what you put in the centre of the stars?
Yeah. So you can do, I have put the template in if you don't buy the extra fabric, there is templates in there.
Can you just move your head to the left slightly? There we go, we can see it there.
Oh. Oh,
Other
right.
way. Ah, love that. £7.99.5 metre. Definitely grab this. Normally, like we did this morning, we would do a full launch of the whole collection. This is everything that we have. So we have the one that you've just seen here. This one's got the black background. I love this.
It really makes that gold metallic stand out. doesn't it?
Gosh, that is amazing. I'm thinking bag makers are going to love this as well. This is so cool, isn't it? Your gold metallic, £7.99. And then we also have the clouds with the stars as well. Oh my word. Hang on, is this a bumbleberry? It is.
Yeah, bumbleberries with the metallic stars on it.
Bumbleberry is one that reoccurs through lots of Lewis and Irene collections, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like a mixer. It's just like a mixer fabric.
But I love that it's now got the stars.
Yeah, extra bit of bling. You can never go wrong, can you?
Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. £7. Why is this £7.49? Isn't it £7.99? Why? Right, I think that's priced wrong. I would take it if I were you. That is £7.49. It's supposed to be £7.99, but it's on screen. That is brilliant. That's by the half metre as well. So you're going to be able to use this for so many projects. Oh, I love it. I hope that we've got enough of that to go around because that is a great mixer. I'm saying very, very loosely. No, there's loads of you there. Is there anything else I need to introduce before we go to Delphine? Organza by the half metre. So if you are feeling daring and want to use the tips that Delphine's giving you today, it's only £179.5 metre. What interfacing do you use?
Just a normal light to medium weight iron-on interfacing.
Okay. And, I mean, that is lovely, isn't it? You do use organza quite frequently in your projects, don't you?
I do, yeah. It's just, I just like working with different textures and fabrics. I've got a bit of a texture thing going on at the moment.
Yeah.
The more the better.
Well, like you said, I think it's interesting to the eye, isn't it? It's nice to be able to have all of those different textures. The what, sorry? Pattern on its own. Right, they've all been going already on pre-order. There are 8 patterns remaining individually. If you do want the pattern on its own, of course, you get all of your fabulous instructions, step by step, with your photographs as well. And then you also have your templates at the back, full size. Why have you done this all in different colours, Delphine? There's green line, there's red line.
It's just so it's easier for you to trace them out, just so you can see the dotted lines, the hash marks.
Yeah.
That's just to show that sits underneath the other pieces.
Right.
So it's just to, again, just so it's just nice and simple for you to work out where all the pieces go.
Fabulous, thank you. There you go. There's your start and your template, your placement guide. Right, they are about to sell out at £9.99. Kit is going to be your main graphics. I can see what you've got out already, so I'm just going to show you, by the way. Delphine is about to show us something that I have not seen, Ben has not seen, and Ben, let's face it, you actually live here, don't you? When was the last time you saw the fuser mat this size? He says I couldn't even tell you. He says, when I was definitely still pregnant, like literally hasn't seen it the whole of the summer. I went away in May, and he says, I haven't seen it since. For one, just this applique mat, this Teflon sheet, the size of it that you get, the value for money is amazing. But then you get this silicone, amazing fuser mat. Now, we will reveal all of why this is so useful and how this comes into play in your craft room in a moment. If you are, it could be the first time you've ever even seen this, if we've not done it for months and months and months and months on end. But it's so exciting because, Delphine, before you just explain why it's now your number one in your craft room, I remember way back when, days of sewing quarter, so previous life, about 5-6 years ago, there was one company that we had in, they were from Australia, that flew over, they were here for Festival of Quilts, and they did a similar sort of product. It was hundreds of pounds, hundreds.
Wow.
So when I've seen that we've got, you know, something as useful as this accessible to all of us, it is a game changer, isn't it?
It is a game changer and an absolute must. Even if you don't do applique, you can use it for so many other things. It's not just for applique projects, but also, as you'll see in a bit, how I'm going to be using You know, if, for example, I'm going to be pressing the organza, usually if you press an organza or any type of chiffony fabric on your arm, it's going to burst
melt.
and stick to it, it's going to melt, isn't it? Whereas this, it's not going to. And so that means you're going to be able to incorporate loads of different fabrics within your work. As well,
Amazing.
just by having a little bit of plastic. And
It's great. Well, do you know what I like in it too? I use silicone cooking baking trays.
Yeah.
Have you ever used that? Have you ever done cheese on toast where it all sort of spreads out over
Then you can
your
peel
thing?
it all off.
If you do it with the silicone, it stays where it's supposed to be. It's really clever, isn't it? The science behind it.
These type of things was actually originally made for baking, wasn't they?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Like cake decorating and things like that.
Yeah. So, right, you get your Teflon sheet and you get this silicone mat. We'll see it in action, in fact, actually, and you can explain to us how we use it as well.
Well, I'm going to show you how to use it in a couple of different ways.
Cool.
So the first one is when we come to our instructions. I've got a nice glossy one here. I won't show you my paper ones. So if we go to the back, like I said, you're going to need your bonder web. It's symmetrical, so you don't need to worry about tracing it onto the glue side. So make sure you trace over each section of your moth and press that onto your the wrong side of your chosen fabrics. And then the one thing I love about this, I'm actually not going to use the nice posh one. I'll use my paper copy.
Oh, Christine, she says, yes, Delphine, you've done it again. We love it, love it, love it. She's also said that she got this with the winnings from her designer block competition. You won the designer block competition. Amazing, Christine. She said it's so amazing. I used it to make bunting with cut out felt letters.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, perfect for felt because, of course, felt often sticks to your iron. And again, I work with felt quite a lot as well. And like I said, I have it on my ironing board permanently.
Amazing.
It's on there permanently. I use it all the time, every day. So the one great thing about it is that a lot of the times when we do applique, we have to sort of you go straight onto the fabric and
it's there.
And it's there. And there's no way of
no wiggle room. I asked you earlier.
No, whereas using this, you can actually build up the applique before it goes anywhere near your background fabric.
Okay.
So I'm putting so obviously something like this with the moths, you want them to all be the exact same size. You don't want any of them to, because even if one's wing's about ½ an inch out, your eye's going to be drawn to that and it's just going to ruin it. So you can build up your image. So, for example, the body piece.
Are you doing this on the Teflon sheets, on the big white one?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
All right.
I'm in the world in my own. So you put this underneath your rubber sheet, and it's going to enable you to build up.
Have you got bonder web on the back of that?
Yeah, so I've already peeled the bonder web off. Oh, actually, quickly. So you do need to cut the circles out of the bottom piece, the bottom wing pieces. Some people are like, oh, how am I going to get that, do that, accurately without making a mess? Just fold the circle in half, because I've already drawn the circle on there. Just do a little cross, and then you're going to have plenty of room to cut out your circles, because you're going to want the organza to stick underneath. So first of all, you press your bonder web pieces onto the back of your fabric, cut out your extra circles that I'm doing here, but you do need to remove the backing of your bonder web, because what we're going to do, it's all going to stick together, but it's not going to stick to the mat, but it's also not going to lose its stickiness, so it's still going to be able to stick to your backing fabric.
For how long? How long?
I'd say just as the same. Just
Yeah.
the same, yeah. It's I don't know how it's. I don't know how it does what it does, but it's just clever. It's just magic.
Technology.
Yeah. Let's just.
Science.
Yeah. There. So I'll just cut these circles out. So again, make sure you've got a good sharp pair of scissors. Go right into that circle. So even for the smaller one, fold it, clip it, and then cut it out. Right, and then we're ready to build up the rest of our moth. Let me just do this because you're going to really want to see the effect by cutting these circles out has on the whole finished piece. So there's that. So I'll just chop that to the side. Not my tidiest of cutting, but you get the idea. So I always like to scratch the back of the bonder web because, especially if you've recently done it, it still might be a bit warm and can be a bit sticky. So using a pin or your nails or the end of a scissors just helps it to come away nice and simple, nice and easily like that. So Now, with the gold organza, I have already put the bonder web on this and peeled it away. So make sure you do draw every single piece of the template.
And can you
lay
bonder
it-
web organza?
Yeah, bonder webbed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, but again, you'll make sure you use the sheet.
Do you put that Teflon sheet on the top of it then?
Yeah. So put it
Okay.
on. So just put it in between the two layers.
Right, okay.
So, and then we're going to add our wings.
Nice. Oh, I love this.
But you see how, you know, you're not having to worry too much, especially this is what makes it perfect if you're a beginner, because you don't need to worry too much about having all of your pieces. You know, you're constantly looking at the paper and you're messing it around and you're thinking, oh, it doesn't quite sit quite right. Whereas you've just put your template directly out underneath
Yeah.
that you've already traced over your pieces. Sorry, I just knocked that one. And then I seem to have lost my headpiece, but it's all right. I can find that in a sec. So you can build it.
I think it's
all up.
under that page. See in front of you your piece of paper. Is that it? No?
No, that's not it. It was here. I lose everything when I. But I can show you it without it, and then I can come back to it. I can show you one that I made earlier. So you build up all of your moth. So imagine it's got a head on there as well.
So I can still see that it's all in the right place.
And again, you press. The only thing I will say is that this does get hot straight after you, obviously, because you're touching with a hot iron. So just don't touch it directly onto where you've pressed. And then the magic of it.
So ordinarily, you would do that straight onto your project,
Yeah, and
which, yeah.
but it's also a lot of sewers. I mean, for example, I like to build things up gradually, like you know, get all your applique bit done, then do your quilting, then do your piecing, then the finishing. You know, so this allows you to.
And that peels off. And has that still got a sticky back now?
Yeah, so you see it's got that
Oh,
shine to it.
wow, yes.
So that's my applique. So obviously.
But that can go into a folder ready for when
Yeah.
you're ready to do your blocks.
Yeah, so you can do.
Oh, that is clever.
So you've got your pile all ready to go.
And they're not going to stick to each other?
No, they're not going to. I mean, I did these yesterday, last night, and they've just been folded like this, and I've brought them with me today.
That is so good. That is thanks to the Millwood fusing mat, which is now back in stock. We've had the ironing board size, but I know that one was a little bit more expensive, whereas this one, it's a great size. Two, I mean, this is so portable and easy to store away, isn't it? It's a silicone sheet. But it is very, very clever. Very clever. And, you know, when we've had our applique mats, even small applique mats, you pay, what, £10, £11, £12 for? I can't remember exactly how much the applique mats are that we sell. But that is a good amount of sort of a Teflon sheet, isn't it, to be able to use as a pressing cloth.
And those applique mats are only usually.
Yeah, but that's
small,
it. They're
aren't
only
they?
normally a quarter of this size. So it is a great size. And in fact, I don't think you're really going to be doing much applique that is larger than this size anyway, are you?
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
Even if you're doing one of your large applique pieces, that'd be really good to be able to layer.
Well,
all these
that's it.
pieces
So
up.
if you do things like
Tiger or
like the tiger
or the Highland cow or anything,
yeah, well, even like the bigger ones like Cora and things like that. By doing those, it, like you say, it allows you to just move it, and you're going to get that accuracy. So I think that's what puts a lot of people off doing these type of projects, is that you're worried about. Not these type of projects, but bigger ones, is just getting the placement right.
Yeah.
Whereas all you need is this to put underneath, and
Yeah.
it's just going to take all of your work to that next level, isn't it?
Amazing. £24.99 back in stock. Definitely grab those. Something else that we saw Delphine use is the bonder web, which earlier on, if you missed her show, we did something really naughty. Again, I don't think I've ever seen it under £20 before. It's the 5 metre roll. It's the big roll. They're an Alison 50. Bearing in mind, Ben, we start with hundreds. Right, you've got to be quick. If you do want the bonder web roll, 5 metres. I think there are going to be people who are actually like, do you know what? Actually, I'm going to get another one of those. If you've already checked out on one and you think you're going to use it, definitely worth stocking up and having it on your shelf. Because you always get through your bonder web, don't you?
Yeah, like I
Delphine?
said, I've got through 3 of the big rolls this year already.
And they're 30-metre rolls or 50-metre rolls, aren't they?
Are they
Those
50?
big rolls.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. And, and not to mention how many of the other ones, but
Yeah, so to get the 5-metre rolls are worth it, aren't they?
definitely. And like I said,
With the
I
saving.
do get through a lot of them. So I've just put the...
Well, Ben can see the sales history. You can see all the prices, can't you? Never has it been under £20. It says every single time it's £23.99. Sales out at £23.99, day in, day out. So grab that. That is a seriously good deal. Right, back to you, Delphine.
Okay, so those are my moths. They're all ready to go. They're all ready to be pressed onto some fabric. So now you need to cut your fabric squares. So I'm just literally going to move this out of the way. And I'll try and tidy myself up a little bit, sort my admin out. And
Do you manage to keep your craft room nice and neat and organised?
not during set projects, it's an absolute mess. It's carnage in there. But I tend to, I have to tidy it up and
Yeah.
every day, yeah. Everything's got its place. The thing, I've got these big storage bins either side and everything just gets swept into there.
Yeah.
That's what I tend to do. Right, am I allowed to borrow some of the fabric, please?
Which one do you want?
The plain solid, please.
Yes, sorry. There we
So as you can see, the blocks are actually built up by a mixture of both 12-inch blocks and the 8-inch blocks of the moths and the star blocks. So I'm just going to show you how we orientate the moth, and then we'll show you how to do that star, because I've got a little trick on how to actually attach this star block together. So, trying the space, I'm like, oh dear. So this is why we have those, we tend to do all of our sewing on our dining tables or some big areas. So I'll just cut this, just bear with me.
Sam said, I love mine. I would not be without it. She said, a clean ironing mat. This is it as well. And it keeps your iron clean as well.
Keeps your iron clean, although I think I was only introduced to these, what, less than a year ago?
So it didn't save your ironing board.
It's not saved mine, no.
Yeah, but it will in the future. Your ironing board will be so clean we won't recognise it.
No, it won't. It will still be dirty. You know what I'm like, Vix.
I know.
It's got charm. It's got character.
Character. It's got stories.
I do need to get another one. I'm on my second ironing board cover already, and it's sort of gone into like a plastic.
Yeah, it's like thick, like you've made your own fabric.
You could hang that in the Tate Modern. That.
Yes.
It's covered in bits of
threads.
Yeah, you can
glue.
see so many projects within that. You know,
Oh,
that was
love
when
it.
she did confetti quilting.
Love
But
it.
whereas now, I've got my mat, so I'm saving it. Okay, so I'll just cut that off, and I'll just make my blocks for the moth. So I'm orientating because I'm bashing into the iron. Now I'm into the
This
iron.
is it. Even though we've got our new massive space, we still seem to sort of fill it and don't have enough space.
It's like at home. I'll have my ironing board here, my table here.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
right. So there's my square. So we need to orientate the fabric. So we want to fold it in half and half again. Now, don't be tempted when I say fold it in half and half again. You don't want squares. You want triangles.
Right.
So fold it in half
Point to point.
and press. And then again, because you want to get that centre point of your fabric.
Excuse me.
There we go. There we go. So we've got our triangle set now. Then we come back to our moths. And you're going to place them centrally.
What are you lining up here, the top of the head?
I'm lining up the top of the head and the wings to just sit below. So you can do it by eye. You just want to make sure that it's fairly even all the way around. But the most important thing is making sure that that point is up. And then you're going to come back to your mat. Obviously, you can just iron directly onto that, but I think it's quite a good way to get into a habit of always using this because, like you say, especially if you've got expensive irons like these, you know, you want to look after them, don't you?
And this is where as well glue can sort of pour out this is my cheese on toast thing, that if you use these mats, it seems to stay, the glue stays where it's supposed to do. It doesn't spread out onto your fabrics or onto your iron.
And so there you go. So there you've got your little moth block all ready to go.
So they're laughing at me with cheese on toast. I like cheese on toast.
Not for me.
Oh no, you don't like cheese? Not even like a vegan-y cheese?
No, oh no.
No, vegan cheese isn't great, to be fair, Ben. Which one's good? Tell me which one is good, so I'll get it. Farmhouse block from Sainsbury's. Okay, try that one, because I haven't found a good vegan cheese.
Have you gone vegan?
No, I haven't, but Maisie doesn't really eat much dairy, so I always buy like a plant-based cheese, and I can't do it. Okay, I'll try these. Thank you, Ben.
So I'll just iron another one, and then we'll start the star. So obviously, this one I've used some of the extra fabric that are in the ½ meters.
Okay.
And I'll press that on. So it just goes to show, I just wanted to show you the difference by incorporating some of the darker fabrics in, because obviously, again, I use the whole collection in the quilt. So it just gives you an idea of the different styles by using the lighter fabrics and the darker fabrics, but it just goes to show you can mix them up and they still work really well together.
Yeah, they look lovely.
So there's my moss. So you'll do all of those first, and I'll just leave them at that stage, and then make all your blocks up, and then do your applique now. I wouldn't make the quilt top and then do the applique. I'll do the applique as they are like this.
Right, so again, it's blanket stitch?
Yeah, I'm using...
You're using this fancy machine. You have to grab it from the front, Delphine. From the lip at the front, even lower. That's it.
Just
your nail.
So what should we have? Let's have a look. I'm going to go for number 8, I think. So this is. I should have you over here, Vic, to show me how to use it. Oh dear.
Number 8 is your blanket stitch. Is that right?
That's what I'm going to use.
Okay.
Oh, it's still on free motion, isn't it? So no, wait a minute. I've already sewn it all down already, and then I go on to my star block, and then I can come back to that. Right then.
But you just go around the main sort of shape. Do you need to go around all of the different pieces?
Well, what I was going to
need to go around the circles.
I recommend, yeah. So you go around all your pieces, but always think what's going to hold it all. Yes, because it is all appliqued down. But what you want to think of is you just don't want any of it to come loose. So for example, you know this body piece here, that's going to catch the wings and the body, and the larger body piece underneath. So always think about, whenever you start an applique project, think what's got layers underneath it, and then always start with those. For example, on the Highland cow, you always start by sewing the nose first, because that captures all those other pieces underneath. Okay, so now to create our star, you're going to have a smaller block. So I'll just cut this piece. A little bit easier to work with this bit. So obviously at home I'll take my time to make sure it has all lined up perfectly, but just bear with me. There we go. Sorry, I keep bashing it on the ironing mat. Okay, so...
You need a bigger ruler.
Yeah, I need a...
Or bigger table.
Bigger table. Right, so let me just move that fabric there. So we're going to do exactly what we did before, because you want to make sure it's on that point, but you definitely want it to be in the centre. So really, really important that you take the time to prepare the fabric and try not to jump ahead. So now you've got that square's all ready to go. Just place that to one side. And now we're back to our instructions again. So On the page where the placement guide is, you've got this star shape. This is where you're going to need your bundle web. Have I got a piece of bundle web big enough?
Do you need me to cut into this 5 metre roll for you?
You might need to. So, in fact, I should be all right, just about enough. So what you want to make sure is, obviously it's...
Are we drawing it on the rough side, smooth side?
On the smooth side, it's symmetrical shape.
Don't forget your roll of 5 metre bundle web is £20 a day, less than £19.99 for the first time ever. It's always been £23.99 and I would say it's one of our fastest selling products we sell. It's something we have on reorder all the time. Especially when Delphine is on. The amount of times that we have to say, Delphine is coming in a couple of weeks, get the bundle web stacked up.
So,
And it's never been that low.
what you want to do, you want to get your star, but what you don't want to do is leave. It's not very often I actually do this, but you actually want to make sure that all of these jagged edges of the bundle web is tidied up. So you want to leave 1/4 inch excess.
Why?
Because that's what's going to stick our gold star on.
Right.
It will all...
Makes sense, okay.
It will all make sense. Have we got a smaller ruler at all?
We've got everything in our, like, around us. I'm just trying to look and see it's all on our set.
There's one coming.
We've got a square.
That'll do, that'll do.
Right.
It was just, that'll be perfect. Thank you very much, Beth. So I'm now going round my star, measuring 1/4 inch all the way around. So you can do this by eye, but obviously you only got to do 4 of these star blocks, so make sure you take your time to prepare them properly. Right. Okay, so you've got your block like that, because it's moving around. You can do this directly using a rotary cutter if you're brave enough. But I think for such a small shape and it's moving around a little bit, that's why I'm drawing it first. But at home, if I wasn't doing it on the telly, I would just cut straight into it.
Right, okay.
But you want to make sure that those edges are perfect and straight.
And you wouldn't say that unless it were necessary, would you?
No.
Like, just cut it as, you want. But if you're saying it, then I know to take note. Make sure 1/4 inch.
There we go. Just do that one side now. Okay, so now you can, if you want to, in fact, you've got the template there, so I recommend that you do. Maybe just put your star back on there and just make a note of the centre point, because that's what you want to line up onto your fabric. So we're back to our folded square. Obviously this is a solid fabric, so there's no right or wrong side, but I recommend if you just do it on the opposite side where it's not all bumpy. And you're going to line your star directly onto your fabric like that. Now you want to carefully cut this out, but you want to leave the excess that you've drawn round on the fabric.
I'm still not with you, I'm not going to lie. Go on, show me how. So am I going into the star and just cutting the star out?
Yeah, but
keeping the background?
Yeah,
and keeping that little bit of bonded web?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Go on. Okay. Using a tiny little rotary cutter to do it?
I'm using a little rotary cutter because I want it to be really accurate.
Okay, 28mm rotary cutter. We have got these available. It means that you can probably get closer to that line. Right, so you're going on that on the drawn line.
Yeah.
I'm with you. £6.99 for your Millwood rotary cutters.
What are you giggling at?
I'm giggling at Ben. I've just missed him. I've not seen him since before I was, I've not had a show with him for ages. And you promised me you'd come and put a shift in and help me with the twins, Ben, as well. Ben and Charlie.
So as you can see there, I'm left with...
Yeah, I'm with you.
The excess.
So do you put your organza behind it?
Yes, but
Okay.
now we're coming back to our pressing mat again.
Fuser mat. Da, 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 da. You do use this a lot, don't you?
I do, yeah.
Had you used one of these before it was
No.
introduced to you?
No. The first time I used one was on the show with John.
And bearing in mind, you'd done a lot of applique prior to that.
Yeah.
Were you a bit like, oh, I don't need this. I know what, you know.
I'd never seen them before.
Yeah.
Like I said, I live quite a sheltered life, really. I don't, so I'd never seen them. So when I was first introduced to them, it blew my mind.
Yeah.
So we're going in now.
Right, I'm terrified of the thought of you putting an iron near organza.
Yeah. But that's what makes us so we can.
So you're putting it in, like sandwich it in the middle. Excuse me.
That star that we've cut out, remove the backing. Oh, wrong side.
Mr. John Scott's watching you, no pressure. He says, hello, ladies. TV's John Scott's watching. It's probably because I took a selfie of him in the break with his cardboard cutout in the,
Oh, have you?
in the foyer. Here's the face of the building. As you walk in, you're greeted by John Scott with your arm around, so you're asking for everybody to have a selfie.
So many people are going to do selfies there, aren't they?
Christine's also said, is that John Scott's pen, Delphine?
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a good pen for applique, actually, for me drawing on my bond web.
What, his actual pen?
His actual...
Oh,
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, so I do use it all the time. That's not just me saying that. I do use it all the time. So that fabric star that we cut out from this, from this, we've just pressed onto the back of the organza.
Yeah.
So nothing's wasted. Now we're going to cut that out.
That hasn't frazzled, that hasn't changed. That's brilliant, isn't it?
And it's stuck down.
I'd just get that fusion mat for the ability to be able to work with loads of different fabrics that you probably wouldn't have dared to
Well,
work
that's
with.
it. That's what I mean. You don't have to be applique to buy that. Like
Yeah.
you said, I mean, look at all of this piecing I've done with organza, but I
Wow.
could not have done that without the mat.
Brilliant.
Couldn't have done it. So we're now going to cut out our star, also leaving... I've cut that a bit close to that, but never mind. Also leaving that 1/4 inch excess all the way around the star. It's quite Christmassy, this, isn't it?
It is very Christmassy. I'm feeling Christmassy. It's the
Are
light
you?
switch on this weekend at Stratford.
Is it?
Should take the boys.
When's
And
that?
they've got the tractor run by you as well. Have you been to the tractor run where they have all the lights?
No.
Oh, it's amazing. There's like about 50 tractors that just decorate them all with Christmas lights, and they're bibbing the horns and they're throwing
Oh,
sweets
lovely.
out. Oh, it's amazing. Oh, there's a lot of things very Christmassy about tractors when you see the tractor run. So good.
I've seen a tractor run, but I've not seen a Christmas tractor.
Oh, it will get you into the festive spirit, Delphine, if this organza hasn't already.
So there's my star, gold star, with the fabric on the back. So what that's done, it's also stabilised that fabric as well. So
Yeah.
it stops it from, I've not put any interfacing on that. Now,
So Christmassy.
now you just peel away that excess
Bonder web.
bond web from the back of your star, making sure you place it on the right side.
So now that has got that 1/4 inch bit of stickiness.
And you're just going to lay it on top, trying to be as equal as you can.
Sandwich again. This is very clever, very technical that you've come up with how to do this.
It's just, again, just coming up with ways of how to incorporate these type of fabrics within your work and thinking of applique in a different way. So basically, we've just done reverse applique.
Right.
So, and now we've got our reverse applique
Oh, I love that.
star. Look how neat it is, but really, really simple technique. And that's it on the back. So it's stabilised, it's glued down, it's even, it's perfectly accurate in the centre.
And where do I need to stitch this now?
So we'll be now making the block. Because obviously this block is, at the moment, this is smaller than our finished moth block.
You have stitched it down, haven't you?
Yeah, so I have stitched it down. So the way you would stitch that is obviously the opposite way to applique. Obviously we'll be going around all the applique. Normally, reverse applique, you're going to be going round the border.
Right, so you kind of like an echo round the edge of it.
Yeah.
Just with a straight stitch? Blanket?
Yeah, blanket. And then if you want to, if you did get any of the extra fabrics, or if there's something else that you want to fussy cut, I said I have put the template on there. And then again, you just be mindful. Like I said, once you get into the habit of using this mat on absolutely everything, you're not going to get caught out by putting your iron on any organza or anything like that. And also, this quilt has been in my garage since I made it.
Which was in February?
In February, and it's been ironed numerous amount of times, and the organza is still in place, so it's nothing's going to come undone or anything like that.
Looks lovely.
And there you go. So that's our finished.
Oh, that's
Super
so
blingy.
beautiful.
Super
It's
blingy.
worth it, isn't it? Taking, you know, that extra
Yeah.
care and doing it with the organza.
Definitely.
At the end result. Can I just remind you, just whilst you're setting up the next bit, with your kit, you get your background fabric, which I believe is 3 meters, if I'm not wrong. You then also get your bumbleberry, and you get your organza, plus 1, 2, 3, 4 fat quarters of your Lewis and Irene Celestial fabrics, and you get your instructions, which, by the way, have sold out on their own. The only way of getting the instructions are now in the kit, which, if you think for a kit with reverse applique techniques, with, you know, your regular applique, with piecing, you're going to learn so much through these instructions. You not only got the quilt, but you've also got the cushion idea as well in there, all for $54.99. I think for anybody who does want to try something new, if you've got the fuser mat and you want the perfect fabric to have a go with and the great techniques, and this is a brilliant kit to go with. First time we've ever seen these fabrics, and it looks like we don't have much from this range. So if you love the celestial feel, then I would absolutely be making the most of this kit. It's only $54.99, which if you actually put down the year of quilt bundles that we have done, this has got to be up there with one of the most affordable. It's got to be. We never do quilt kits really under £55, and we've had 2 today. The fact that you can get 2 quilt kits under £100, brilliant, or just over. What's that, Ben? Yeah, normally it would be this much on split pay, but today you're getting it all for $54.99. Amazing value. Don't forget you get your background fabric as well as your bumbleberry, your organza, and all of your fat quarters. That's why we've made it so affordable, because the team have already cut down the fat quarters for you. The finished size is 58 inches square. Is there anything else that you can show us, Delphine?
I can show whatever. Yeah, so I can. So what we've put on here, how long have we got?
Just under 10 minutes. I've also got, by the way, would you use metallic threads? Can you use these on your machine?
You can use those on your machine. The only thing you need to be mindful of is the eye of the needle. You want to make sure it's a little bit bigger, because
You can buy metallic
Yeah,
needles,
you can buy
can't you?
metallic needles because it's sort of like it's coated. It's like
Okay.
a coated plastic. So sometimes if it gets caught, it will all pull off.
Right.
The whatever it's attached to.
And you wouldn't use this in your bobbin? No.
I wouldn't
No.
use it in my bobbin. I'll just use a normal cotton.
I think this is nice to hand stitch with though as well.
Yeah.
If you want to do some nice French knots on top of this as well.
Yeah, and maybe add some
Extra
little antennae, whatever they're called.
Oh yeah. Well, you've used like
I've used
tube
beads.
seed beads, haven't you?
So with this, so for the cornerstones, all I've done is now I've stabilised this fabric with just some iron-on interfacing. So
Someone's asked, how does it wash with your organza and...
I wouldn't wash it.
No.
I wouldn't wash it. I've never washed any of my... This is someone's probably going to come at me for... But I don't wash them.
You don't wash, Delphine?
I don't wash them. I don't wash them because I just, I always make my quilts are mainly for wall hangings.
Yeah.
And something to look at, not something to use.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's why I've go off and make quilts using tricky fabrics.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
But that's just me. So, like I said, there's no right or wrong way. So, but no, I wouldn't wash them. You can try and see what happens. Let me know.
Now, you've bonded webbed a whole sheet of this, like the back of it, haven't
This
you?
is interfaced. I've interfaced this
Interfaced
one.
it.
Yeah. And it's just made it so it's just really stable.
Oh,
To
yeah.
be fair, this organza, it's not like somewhere it's got a lot of stretch. This one doesn't. So it's actually quite a stiff.
It is, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's easy to work with, but I think...
Is there a right and a wrong way on this?
I don't think so.
There's
Not
one
that
that's
I-
slightly rougher than the other
slightly,
side.
but I think if you
Can't
made the
see.
quilt and you used some one way and some the other way, do you know what?
You're not going to lose sleep over it.
No, you certainly won't. So yeah, but basically that's the trickiest part of the quilt done is just those 4 stars. But once you've done it once, once you've understood the method behind my madness of the whole of how to actually applique them on, it's actually, as you can see, a very simple quilt to make, but it looks more complicated.
It
than
does, especially because you've got 2 different sized blocks as well. You don't
Yeah.
normally see that in a quilt, do you? They're normally all the same size block.
Yeah, and I think that's, again, it's just you're going to learn, you hit the nail on the head earlier by saying what the amount of techniques you're going to learn doing this quilt. You know, applique, reverse applique, piecing, learning about the positioning of how, because these actually go together.
I was going to say, how is it constructed?
So it's sewn together in rows. So first of all, you'll put obviously your corner onto this first piece, followed by your 2 corner pieces, because these are actually one piece. So that's a row.
Right.
Then you'll sew this row together, sew that one on. This row, which is your biggest one, sew that together, sew that one on. So, but what's quite clever about it is, like you say, it's smaller blocks. But actually, if you look at it, this is a 12-inch block. This is a 12-inch
you've
block.
just got your sashing and cornerstone.
You've just put your sashing and cornerstone. So you'll do that to all of all 4 star blocks, and that's it.
Really
but
clever.
it's a good illusion, isn't it? It makes making you think that it's like you say,
Different
that's
size.
floating. Like how have they pieced that together? And I just think with the shine of the metallics within the actual Lewis and Irene fabrics and everything else, it just all pulls together. It works really, really well.
It does. As you look at that quilt, especially like you said, if it's a wall hanging or you have it on the back of a sofa or on a bed or something, it does take you on such a journey. And especially as a quilter and a sewer, you start going, well, how's that done? How's that done? So I love the fact that it is all in your pattern. You've got all of the instructions of how to do all of these different techniques. And I think that they're different techniques to what you might already have in an instruction set.
Yeah, so you're going to be learning quite a lot. As you
But I've
go
never
along.
seen that reverse applique technique before.
No.
Have you ever put that in an instruction set before?
I don't know.
I don't think you
I
have.
have actually. No, because I had to really think about it because of the fabrics being quite tricky. So that's probably why. I don't know. I make these things up and just hope it works, and it did, thankfully. It doesn't always work, but it did this time.
That one it's all photographed as well. So don't worry if you haven't remembered exactly what Delphine's done right now. One, you can watch this back on YouTube. These shows are recorded and they're forever on YouTube. Scary thought, isn't it? They're always there. So then you've also got all of your photographs as well as your text as well, because we have run out of time. But it's all in there, isn't it?
It's all in there. Just remember, 1/4 inch excess. Just remember that.
Okay.
But it's easy. But yeah, you just enjoy it and just enjoy learning some new skills.
There's loads of people who have got it in their basket and have not yet checked out. I know that we're all intently watching Delphine's demonstration, as there were different things in there to what we're used to seeing with you as well, which I love. You've got loads of different techniques. So now is the time to check out. Just to remind you, the only way of getting the instruction set is now in the kit. So you're getting your instructions, $54.99, and you're getting oodles of fabric. You get loads and loads, ample for all of your background. Plus you're getting this lovely bumbleberry, which is your metallic silver. You're getting 4 brand new Lewis and Irene prints, the bumbleberry with the stars, the beautiful metallic gold stars and the moons here, the clouds, and the florals, all cut into fat quarters by our team for you. Plus you're getting 1/2 metre of this gold organza. Now, I'm guessing you're going to have a lot sort of left over as well, aren't you, of the organza? Because this is a lot.
Yeah, you will, because obviously you only need it for the sashing. So yeah, so you will have some of that left over, definitely.
Lovely. Be able to do a cushion as well. Plus, underneath us, there are fabrics underneath us. If you do want extra ones as well, we have 3 of the different ones from this collection if you're thinking of doing larger projects or different projects. Now, Delphine, we have been speaking most of the hour about the amazing Millwood Fuse mat, which is back in stock in this size. This is, I know the amount of messages that I've had on Facebook and have come through to the studio about this mat. A third of our brand new stock is gone, and we have pretty much the same again in baskets. So as I said, I know that we've been watching Delphine the last hour, but now is your call to check out on everything that you've got in there, whether it be your kits, whether it be your bonder web, your fuser mat, your extra fabrics. Grab them whilst you can, but this one is a no-brainer, and it is a game changer in your workroom. If you've not tried it yet before, go for it. We also can't go without saying, I haven't got it here, bonder web has got to sell out to erase all evidence that this ever happened. There's 21 left, Delphine, if you want the last 21 for us.
Oh, that will only last me about 2 months.
Delphine does a lot of applique, as you can tell.
I do other stuff as well. I do a lot.
Delphine does nothing else with her life.
My little thing.
Just applique. That's all you do with your whole life,
Yeah,
Delphine.
yeah.
In your sewing room, doing applique. $19.99 is the first time we've ever taken it under £20. Amazing, amazing. The last thing as well that I just want to mention before we go to a break is the Advent calendar, which is today's early bird. Not $34.99, early bird price. 24 boxes to unveil. It's just a bit of fun, isn't it? I love the idea of having a sewing-related Advent calendar. If you miss out on Sewing Street's Advent calendar, you don't have to miss out on opening up a little treat every day of December. And don't forget as well, today it's discounted as it's early bird. Tomorrow it will go back up in price. It will go back up to $34.99 after midnight tonight. So now is your chance to grab your sewing related. Thank you, buying team, for being so quick in listening to everybody's needs. I know a lot of people who missed out on the Sewing Street Advent calendar. We can't get any more of those. So if you do want the Hemline grotto, $27.99. Bear in mind, look, 24 items. Just over £1 an item. Bearing in mind in here, you've got lots of things, trust me, that are way over £1 and very, very useful for your stash. Fabric clips, threads, kits, all sorts. Oh, my mic's gone just at the right time. Has it gone? Is it back? Is it back? Did you just take my mic out when I was giving some spoilers? That was perfectly timed, because if you're really good at mouth reading, then you may know what's in here. If you're not, then yeah, you'll find out over Christmas. Right, thank you, Delphine. When are you back, do you know?
I don't know. I'll have to have a look.
Have a look in your diary.
Yeah.
Post on Facebook. We'll see you soon. Thank you so much for the beautiful kits as well. Check out your basket over the break. And don't go anywhere, because we're going to be talking all things Crafter's Companion with Becky right after this.
Hi everyone, I'm Yvonne McAtamney. I'm a patchwork and quilter, and what do I do the rest of the time? The rest of the time I actually own and try and manage Village Fabrics in the town of Wallingford. How did I start my sewing and journey? Well, I've been sewing since as long as I can remember. I started out dressmaking with my mum and my big sisters. And since then, I've tried my hand at most things and have finally ended up with patchwork and quilting. And I think that's probably due to one of Eleanor Burns' Quilt in a Day books. Let me assure you, you don't make a quilt in a day. But it's been a passion of mine for the last 25 years, and I'm still at it, so there's hope for us all. So what do I enjoy sewing? Well, I like to do a bit of most things, to be honest, but my favourite thing is anything to do with my Japanese fabrics. So as you can see, we've moved to a different part of the shop, and here we are in another of my favourite corners. And I really enjoy combining the lovely Japanese fabrics with some hand stitching and hand quilting. So I've moved to the permanent Christmas room at my shop here, and as you hopefully can tell, this is quite a large shop here, so most of my time is involved in keeping this running successfully. So I don't really have a lot of time for claims to fame. So what I suppose I could say, is that my claim to fame is actually managing to manage John Scott. I'm sure he'll take that the way it's meant, so love you lots, John. My top tip is that children's colouring in books are a really valuable resource whenever you're crafting. You've got nice, clear outlines that can become templates for your applique work, or you can transfer them and use them as quilting patterns. I can't draw, but I can create lots of things using bits and pieces from things like children's colouring in books. Give it a try.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Becky, I absolutely love these.
These are
I mean,
perfect
Christmas.
for you. Yeah, absolutely.
They are perfect.
They are gorgeous, aren't they?
And I've never actually done any toy making before.
These are for you.
Are they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I like the fact that they've got everything that you need in them.
Absolutely.
So if you're not a toy maker, you might not have things like eyes or, you know, the right fabrics, or you might not know where to sort of start.
Yeah, exactly. And it's great because you get everything in them. It makes them a great gift for Christmas. Or perhaps, you know, someone's just had a baby.
Yes! Or two.
Yeah, they're absolutely great. So you get, there is a rabbit there,
I love
and there's a
the bunny
teddy.
rabbit.
They are pre-printed panels, but you get everything. You get the nose, you get the little safety eyes. You even get the embroidery thread for, I'm doing that because normally they have a little face. This one hasn't got a little face. Embroidery thread, but you also get the buttons to create the joints in them as well.
So good.
And you get the animal stuffing.
Oh.
So you get every single thing you could possibly need. You just need a sewing machine.
We're jumping straight into this hour, by the way, because we've got so much to show you, and we're in the last hour. We can't run over with this one. So, should we jump into the first sort of bundle option? Because there's loads this hour. I mean, there's so much to show you. Do you want to start with just the two on their own, or do you want to go for the big shebang? So, these are options. Now, I'll show you what you get, and then we can go through exactly what you get inside. So you've got a rabbit and a teddy bear here. Then you've also got, or are they two teddy bears I've got?
No, one's rabbit, one's teddy bear.
You do get one rabbit and one teddy bear. Then you also get, now do I need a Gemini for these?
Not at all. No, these are just templates. So 3 different templates.
And then you get a lion template, you have your elephant, and you also have your dragon. Now, these ones don't come with the fabrics, but these are all the templates that are reusable.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
totally.
this is what's brilliant, is that you're going to then be able to choose whatever fabrics you want.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, you might want to make like a bit of a harlequin one, wouldn't you? You know, little bits of each little joint is a different fabric.
That's a
you
good
know,
idea.
great way of using up your fabrics. Great thing for making like a memory toy if you've got some shirts that belong to a parent or even your school uniform.
Yeah.
You know, let's be honest, what do we do with the school uniform after they've used it? You know, you can make one of the little animals out of their leftover school uniform. So really, really usable. And the great thing about these templates, which I didn't realise until Leanne told me, they're interchangeable. So if you want your lion to have wings, he can. So you can mix and match with these. So you've got, they follow the same kind of shape overall, but, you know, obviously with a slight difference. Obviously the dragon's got more of a long tail, but they follow the same kind of format. And you'll see when you get them home, obviously they're slightly different, but they are, you know, effectively the same kind of way.
Now, do you think that we're done at £69.95? Oh, no. We are going to do, again, a brilliant, we said about Christmas gifts. This is going to be absolutely ideal. £59.96. Yeah, you get all of them. Bearing in mind, again, I think that these are they about £25 each or something anyway? Yeah. £29.99 each. Yeah. I'm going to open these out so you can see the quality of these templates, because I love your templates. I've never seen the bear making ones before, but how great is this to be able to literally put your fabric underneath it? Yep. You've got your lines. It's all marked very clearly, isn't it?
Yeah, we've made it as simple as we possibly can. So we've written on here how many to cut. Obviously, when you're using patterned fabric, you might have to reverse certain things. But we give you step-by-step instructions in the little booklet. We show you how much fabric you're going to need, how many bits and pieces, whether you need safety buttons for their noses and eyes, or you can just embroider those if you want to. And we give you recommendations like having one of those long doll needles. We give you all the information here about cutting it, and then we give you step-by-step instructions as to how to put it together. And you'll find that they come together in the same sort of way. When I'm saying they're similar, things like their arms and their legs, they follow, each of them follow a very similar kind of pattern. Obviously, you've got slightly different shapes for their noses, and they've got more of a blunt nose with the little dragon here, and obviously you've got other bits and pieces like his little horns and his wings. But the
body itself is quite similar.
It's very similar. This one has like a longer tail to it.
Oh, yeah.
It goes on a long, but this one is sort of more of that kind of size. Now, if you happen to have, we did some teddy bears a few years ago. We also did some clothes for them. If you happen to have those, the clothes will go on some of the animals. So probably you'd have to make some adaptations if you're going to put the dungarees on the dragon, for example. You have to do some changes for that. Dragon might be better in a dress, is what I would suggest. But really useful, and they make, if you've never made animals before, made toys before, I always find the joints are really difficult. These are really easy because it's just a button.
Well, a lot of the times you would have to buy specialist joints and things like that, whereas actually the fact, if you've got a big long doll's needle, they're really handy, aren't they?
Absolutely.
And it means that they can sit up or stand up, however you want to use them. Not only do you get these amazing reusable templates, these kits are the ones that I would definitely be giving as gifts for Christmas. For anybody, we all have these friends who have always said, I'd love to have a go at that. I'd love to get into sewing. You've made that. I want to have a go. These are brilliant because you have everything you need. Shall we open one up so
Yeah,
you can see what you get inside?
So in here, as this is the teddy bear, we give you too much. We give you loads of stuffing because that's the kind of people we are. So you've got 2 big packs of stuffing. You've also got the safety nose, and you've got the safety eyes, and you've got the 4 buttons which form the joints. We've even given you a little bit of ribbon to put around the neck of your teddy. And then in here, you've got some embroidery floss for embroidering his face.
Lisa said, I've used the bear template to make a memory bear out of my grandson's first baby grow.
Oh, that's a nice idea. Because
Might
what
be
do you do
stealing
with
that
them?
idea.
Yeah, what do you do with all of those
you can't give
things?
them. You can't give them away. Some of them are really special.
Yeah.
I mean, I have got boxes and boxes that I'm like, Bruce, there you go. You can have these. Everybody, yeah, my friends are all having babies. I'm going to see my friend who's just had a baby on Thursday. I've got boxes of things to take for her. But then there's some that you want to keep.
They are. I mean, I kept my children are old. They are 21 and 19, but I kept the outfits.
Those were your babies.
No, honestly, they're 19 and 21. In my
So you
ear,
can have
there's so
children
much
at 12.
flirting going on. It's lovely. Yeah, so and I kept the things, like the first item I bought for them, and they're going home things I don't want to cut up. But the rest of the stuff, it's really difficult to get. Unless it's all mucky, because sometimes but you sometimes want
certain things you want to keep.
But maybe not in the baby grow format. So this is the panel that you'll get. So each one of these teddy bears and the rabbits get a slightly different panel. So the rabbit gets a more sort of peachy pink yellow one. This one's all blue spots and blue gingham. Everything is printed on here, so you just need to cut them all out and then stitch them together.
I'm going to be, I mean, I don't condone this behaviour, but I'm going to be even really savvy and I'm going to get some card and I'm going to trace around these shapes, and that's all I'm going to say.
Yep. That would be what I would do too. Very, very easy to do. I'd say the hardest thing out of all of them is to do the legs, to get the little pad in the little feet. Now, I love my glue. I don't even use pins for that, but I'd use a bit of glue and then I stitch it round with my sewing machine. But it's the hardest bit you will do. The rest of it is really,
Well, you could probably hand stitch this project, couldn't you?
Well, I would say it's a bit tricky because you've got to have really tiny stitches because you don't want any of that stuffing to come out.
Yeah.
So actually, we do recommend that you change your stitching
Stitch length shorter.
a bit shorter. Yeah, but all of that is in the information. But you can see how this works. You can see,
do I need to interface this at all?
learning. It's all there. And that's what makes it brilliant, because you don't, like you say, you don't have to worry, where am I going to get those safety eyes? I can only buy them in a box of 100.
This is everything that you need.
Everything you need, like I say, including a little bit of ribbon to go around the neck, makes it really, really easy. And these are perfect as a Christmas present. This is something that you could do, a child could do with supervision.
Yeah.
It is something that if you're a new sewer, you're just getting a sewing machine for Christmas, you can absolutely do this.
And so what price are we looking at per item now then, Ben? You've got how many? Five kits or 5 different products here. For $59.96. Bearing in mind these alone, I believe, are underneath us on the website for $29.99. You're looking at $11.99 a project here. Making to sell, Becky?
Yeah, I mean, why not? Wouldn't you, if your school team, your football team, it's a lion, or, you want to have the school, make the school mascot
Excuse me.
with the school uniform, you can make those and sell them. There's so many different things you can do with these, and you can make them with all sorts of different fabrics. So if you wanted to make them out of sort of baby grows or old shirts, things like that, you could use that. You can just use some of your ordinary fabric. Maybe you want to make them out of calico and you give them to the children when they can have those pens.
Oh, yeah,
Scribble all over them and then throw them in the washing machine. There's loads and loads of options you can do with these, and it makes them really, really usable. They're a great item to have, and the fact that you're going to be getting these 2 full kits and then all of these templates. Now, if you're going to make them for yourself, you could start off by doing the kits. If you've never made toys before, you've got everything there to create those 2 kits, and then you can use these afterwards because you become a little bit more skilled. You think, I can adapt to these kind of animals. You can make them into slightly different. You can make the ears slightly different on the elephant and change it from an African elephant to an Indian elephant. Can't remember which way round it happens to be. But
I'm just going to leave you for a second so I can have a big cough. Is that okay?
No problem. So there's lots and lots of different options you can do with these. And I think it's really useful to have different options. These aren't to be used with your Gemini. This is something that you can absolutely do just with one of those heat erasable pens I had in the earlier show, or a bit of tailor's chalk, something like that. And all of those step-by-step instructions are on here. So you can see on the back here, you've got all of these different pattern pieces that you can be using. It makes it really, really usable and easy to do. We've given you, we haven't done videos for these because actually they didn't need videos. So sometimes with more complicated products that we happen to have, we might do videos, but these ones are really simple to do. I've made them before on other shows as well, so you can see how you put them together. And they have cute things like, you know, making that little mane. We've done that out of fabric, but there's nothing to stop you from doing that out of loops of wool if you wanted to do something like that. And actually, you know, adapting these to make them into different animals, you can absolutely do that. Maybe you want to make one of your own unicorns, or maybe, you know, you've got a dog or a cat that you want to replicate. You can absolutely do that with these.
Brilliant.
Really useful.
Thank you very much. So next we're going to go on to the 2 bear kits, because we're still going to offer a discount on just
What's
the bears
that?
alone.
There's a bear behind.
We've got for you, is it a rabbit and a bear, or is it a bear and...
It's a rabbit and a bear.
It is a rabbit and a bear. Even though we've got a bear bundle here. You've got a rabbit and a bear, so you've got the floppy ears as well. I love these. Now, this is crazy. Bearing in mind, these kits are £20 each, aren't they? You're going to get the 2 of them for still under £30, which is amazing. This is where it would be perfect, absolutely perfect for Christmas gift ideas. Now £15 each. Your fabrics, your safety eyes, your buttons, and they're lovely wooden buttons as well. You've got your ribbon, you've got your embroidery thread, your toy stuffing, instructions, everything that you need. This would be really nice. Instead of doing Christmas crackers or table gifts, if you do anything like that, it'd be nice to get everybody making a bear on Christmas Day. You know, there's always like a little bit of a lull after you've had your Christmas dinner.
Yeah. Before EastEnders starts, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This would be a perfect thing to sit and everybody do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's something really nice to keep, isn't it?
It is, and I think there's something, you know, being able to make this for as a gift to a new baby, for example.
Yes.
You know, maybe put a little bit of lavender inside it, inside a little package, so it smells
Oh,
nice.
that's a good idea.
You could put some, you could put a container of rice in a little bag and use them as a doorstop. There's lots of ways of using these, but I just think they're really cute. You know, obviously this one is a more girly kind of design in the fact that we've got flowers and it's more of a pinky peach kind of colour. But the teddy bear that we've just got over there in the blues is absolutely gorgeous. And you can make it clothes as well.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
you could adapt if you happen to have that the details of those clothes, but you can make things up yourself. You can work that sort of thing out. Really beautiful, and I just think they are perfect for someone that's just getting started. You know, doing a bit of toy making. You know, if you've gifted somebody a sewing machine for Christmas, you know, like a grandchild or something like that, this is something they can do under supervision, I would say, because...
but just with a straight stitch. I don't need a machine that's got loads of fancy stitches, do I?
I mean, yeah, generally speaking, 99% of the time we use a straight stitch.
Yeah.
It's great to have all those other stitches, but absolutely for something like this, you can just use a really basic machine. And I would suggest that rather than, you can stitch it by hand, but I would say it's better to stitch it with a sewing machine, just so you get those really, really tiny stitches.
It's a really lovely quality fabric as well. And what I would say is earlier on, in fact, I spotted this over on the shelf in the very first hour where we launched, where we were looking at Liberty fabrics. And there was this beautiful sort of patchwork fabric. It looked like it had already been patchwork. And I thought, imagine doing this.
Oh, yeah, that'd be
in
nice.
Liberty.
Yeah.
And you could. And those of you that haven't made up a bear before, what I would do is, you know, make your own templates, trace out the shapes, make it up in this fabric first.
Yeah.
You get the gist of how to do it.
Yeah.
And then make it up in
anything.
Anything.
Yeah. Well, it's your
I
oyster,
love the
isn't it?
idea of doing like a patchwork. Even if you just swap out the pads on the feet.
Yeah.
Or the arms or the ears and just have little Liberty ears, a little nod to your favourite scraps.
Embroider the ear onto the foot and give them, you know, maybe that's something you want to do on an annual basis. Give, you know, a child a teddy bear with each month.
That'd
each
be
year that,
nice.
or a name on there. All sorts of things you can do that. Or perhaps if you're going to be using these, to get you started, because it contains everything that you possibly need. It's almost like a starter kit.
Yeah.
You will get hooked. I've got no doubt, and you will be making animals until they come out of your ears.
Well, you could personalise them then. If you're on Facebook Marketplace, Etsy, if you've got your own store, you can personalise them and make to sale. Great price to be able to get your templates and all of those bits and bobs to be able to make your sort of prototype, to be able to start you off. I just love the idea of these being lovely gift ideas, ready to wrap, ready to go, especially at the discounted price. Loads of people still got them in their baskets. If you are waiting to see the other deals that we have, can I remind you here, very unique, that we actually only charge 1 P&P no matter how many times you check out of your basket. So don't worry about checking out multiple times. We're not going to charge you P&P over and over again. Loads of people still coming through for those. Love them. Now, we've also got a little bundle of the animals. So if you just want your templates, as I say, you don't need a die-cutting machine for this. You can make your... And they're good sizes, actually, aren't they? They're really nice sizes. I thought they were going to be a lot smaller. You've got your elephant, you've got your dragon, and you've got your lion bundle. Now, these are all supposed to be £10 each. Taking £5 off for you just because we've discounted absolutely everything today. Just because. £24.97 for all three. And just to remind you, these are your reusable templates, which are so easy to transfer. I like the fact that they're slightly sort of transparent and frosted, so you can fussy cut if you want as well.
Absolutely. It's nice to be able to see through and use your heat erasable pens, or if you're using a darker fabric, use tailor's chalk or use some of our spray, which is basically spray tailor's chalk on there. But they're very easy to do. I would suggest, if you've never made a toy before, do one over a weekend, and that will give you plenty of time, even unpicking time if you stitch things.
Is there one of these that you would do first? Which one would you do first?
I don't know.
There are easier ones, or?
I suppose the lion is probably the easier one out of all of them, because it's a fairly, everything's like a fairly uniform kind of shape. With the dragon, you've got a bit of a snout, and you've also got this long tail, as you'd expect on that. And obviously with the, what's it called?
The lion, you got the mane.
Yeah, but that's easy to do because it is literally just some fabric that's just been gathered and then stitched along the top. So I would say the lion is probably the one I'd start off with, but you will find that you're absolutely hooked and you start making all sorts of other things. And you take off that mane, that looks like a cat.
Yeah, oh yes, that is a good shout.
Yeah. So lots of options with this. And obviously, you're not getting your fabric with them, you're not getting all the other bits and pieces with them, but you are getting the template that you can keep reusing. And great for using up all those scraps of fabric. Wouldn't it be lovely to have a Liberty print, a William Morris,
a Liberty
elephant. Facet one? That would be really nice.
Or a William Morris elephant. Just the ears, William Morris. Oh,
that'd be really nice, wouldn't it?
Really classy. And you could start using different fabrics. You could use your fleecy fabrics. We said about baby grows earlier on. You could use jerseys, which would be really nice as well.
We had that lovely velvet a little while ago. That would be really nice. That would be super posh elephant, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Velvet elephant.
Really nice. You could use like tweeds. You could use all sorts. Your PUs as well if you wanted. So play around with different fabrics. Because you've got quite a sort of simple structure, there's not too many different pieces to it. It's a great chance to be able to try out different fabrics as well.
Absolutely.
Love it. Shall we do the rag dolls? Very quickly, because these are already selling very, very quickly. Now, you've got here the ragdoll template.
Yeah.
And then you've got outfits 1 and 2. So, obviously, you want to get the ragdolls to get the bodies, but then we thought it'd be really nice to be able to make their clothes as well.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Got the whole bundle.
So you've got the option. So the ragdolls form exactly the same pattern, and again they're very simple to do because they're ragdolls. They don't have joints, so nice and simple to put through. If you can see on the back here, we've got all of those different shapes here, and then with the outfits, we've got boy outfits and we've got girl outfits.
Yeah.
Traditionally, is what we would say.
Yeah. Mix and match however you want.
And actually, this one actually has a pair of dungarees. And who doesn't love dungarees?
I love a dungarees.
Yeah, me too.
I've just invested in some of those ones.
Oh, yeah.
That you were going to give to me, Ben, my Daisy ones. I bought myself a pair of cord ones. Anyway, right, we have here. So these outfit 1 has got the dungarees and a dress.
Dungarees and a dress.
Perfect.
And also a blouse.
Oh, nice.
shoes.
Really?
It's also, has that one got socks? No, it hasn't got socks, but you can change the top of the dress into a skirt as well, so it's very diverse.
Oh, I love that. Hang on, is that for both of these?
That can't be right.
$9.99. Make yourself a ragdoll and also the clothes to go with.
And it wouldn't, for a bridesmaid,
Flower girl, yeah.
make them a matching outfit to wear. School uniforms as well, great way of using them up when children have moved on to a different school. So there's so many options.
But well, my little girl, she already loves dressing her dolls and bears and things. That's one thing that I've actually kept my tiny baby grows for, is to put onto
So
dolls
cute.
and things. But to be able to make your own with some of your favourite fabrics, your Liberty fabrics. And I always think that when you're making clothes for dolls, one, they're less sort of fussy, two, less curvy, you know, they're going to fit.
That's right,
But also you're learning the different shapes and the sort of techniques, aren't you?
Yeah. And it's great for using up all those really tiny prints that you happen to have.
So it uses such fabric.
It's a great option, and it's a great way of getting started. My friend who is a fashion designer, that's how she started, making clothes for her dolls.
Oh, I love that. Look, you get two of these reusable sheets that has got all very, very clear labels. Is that wrong? Yeah, yes, it's very wrong. We will match it with the other one as well, by the way. We do have option 2. Oh, you were right, Becky. That is very wrong. You got the dungarees.
Never mind, just buy it, quick.
Exactly. This will
before it
never go
changes.
back on air at that price, by the way. It's supposed to be discounted at $15.99 or $14.99 lowest. It's $9.99. That is so good.
Yeah, it is really good. So you've got all of those different options in there, and it makes it very, very easy to adapt into different ways.
I did think that looked really low to get the 2 sets for £10. Right, please can we do outfit 2 before you get into trouble? What do we get in outfit 2?
So outfit 2, so you get the doll again and the outfit 2. You get a t-shirt, a pair of shorts, easy to make into trousers. You've also got socks and you've got trainers.
Can you hear the phone ringing?
I can hear.
Right, you can have it just for this time, one only, and then it will go. If you do prefer to do outfit 2 option, £9.99, and don't forget you don't need to get the ragdoll separately. It'll come with the body of the ragdoll.
Yeah.
That is so good.
Yeah.
£9.99 for the lot. That is wrong. Everybody's got to take advantage of that. We're moving on because we can't physically hold that open longer. Oh, right. In fact, we need to regroup. We need to regroup just 1 minute. That was way too low. We're giving you a chance to just check out your basket because, as you can imagine, there has been a huge flurry of people to the line. If you want them, you can get them. We can honour it. But take those because that was genuinely a very big mistake by our bet. Stay where you are, though, because in just 1 minute, we're going to be talking through the Gemini 2. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
So those of you that missed out earlier on or didn't hear us talking about the Gemini 2, first of all, I'm so pleased that you've actually got a second chance at this because for today, we have discounted the Gemini 2 to its lowest ever price. I actually have to keep this on the lowdown here because as I'm talking, we've got Hobbymaker setting up. I do not know whether they have this deal. I don't know. We are taking it. I know. I don't know how, I don't know why, but you have got this for less than £200 for the first time ever at Sewing Street. 5 split pays, which means your split payment is just $39.99 today. I would absolutely go for it. For anybody who has been a bit on the fence about the Gemini 2, this is the day to get involved, especially while you've got that split pay. Normally, I know that we've done some fantastic value for money bundles in the past, but personally, the only time I've ever seen this individually is today. So if that is your budget, go for it. For anybody who missed the first show, can we just quickly recap what it is, what are the sort of upgrades and the new features of the Gemini 2?
Yeah. So the Gemini is, this Gemini 2 is the same power as the existing or the old Gemini.
Which is important.
It is important because Sarah's always said, when they created it, they gave it the maximum power it could possibly have. So it performs in the same way, but it's more refined. So it's quieter and it's quicker. Okay. So those are like the main kind of selling points, I suppose, to put it into perspective.
Well, but technology sort of moved on, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. But the whole thing's been revamped. So they've really sort of thought about everything. So on the back of here, you've got 3 USBs down here. I
love that.
Which I always thought was a complete waste of time because I think you only need one. You only need one for your machine, your phone or your tablet or something like that. So what you need, why you would need 3, I don't know. But then of course I was thinking, well, you're charging your phone, you're charging your light. You might have something that's coming out quite soon.
I want to know what this is.
No, I'm not telling you.
Can you give us a little clue?
There are other things that are powered by a USB, which will be really useful. Now, perhaps you're going to be doing a video. You want to have your light charging. You want to have your phone plugged in while that is recording you because you don't want it to run out. So you can do all of those things from here. But of course, the majority of us are going to be using it for charging our phone and also charging our tablets that we're going to be watching Sewing Street or a demonstration on. And then you've got this little place here where you can pop that, you can pop your tablet, you pop your phone, so you can keep everything here. Now, each side, at the front and the back, you've got this little shelf with a little pocket, little piece here for chocolate. Just there.
Obviously,
chocolate
we've tested it. 3 layers of digestive biscuits in there.
Or tools, if that's what you're going to be doing. The whole thing is much quieter. You've got this little shelf at the back, so when you put your plates through before, you had to remember to grab it before it fell on the floor. You don't have to worry about that. You just go through and you
will stop.
Just let it stop and it will just be left there. So really, really easy. You've got the same buttons on the top as you had before. So you've got the on-off button, you've got the reverse button, you've got the pause, and you've got the play. But the other new thing, apart from the USBs, is the fact that you have this optical sensor that runs through the whole part of the machine. Whereas before we used to have ones either side, now we have one that goes through the whole amount. Now that means that we can put our plates, our smaller plates, basically anywhere we want.
Right.
So if you're going to be putting your normal plates in, so I'm only using one, you'd obviously put them like this. Now if you'd bought Gemini Junior plates, and many of us, or basically everybody at work, we all have both sets of plates, even though I don't have a Gemini Junior, because I think they're really useful. Now, previously, you'd have to put your plates like that, but now you can put it like that, or like that, or like that. You don't have to be precise as to where you put it.
Wonky, yeah.
It will take it through anyway. The plates are different, so you're going to be getting a set of plates with the machine. The plates are white, and they're white for a reason because they need to be white to hit that optical sensor.
So does that mean I can't use my frosted plates from my last machine?
No, you can. You can absolutely use them. So all you need to do is, with those clear outer plates, just need to put a piece of paper in between them, and then that white will bounce up with that optical sensor. So really, really easy to use. Now these last longer.
They seem thicker. Are they?
I don't know if they are. They're a different type of plastic. They've been formulated to last longer.
Okay, brilliant.
So that they will...
And you get your plates, you don't get your junior ones, you get your main big plates.
Yeah, you get your main big plates. So what you will get with your machine when you first receive it is you will get the magnetic shim, which I haven't got with me because that's mainly a paper craft thing.
But you do get the option of doing that. So if you're a multimedia crafter,
absolutely.
you can.
And you don't throw them away, even if you think I'm never going to use do paper craft. You might, and you always want to make sure you got. I love the fact that you can use it for both things. I think it makes it much more worthwhile. You'll also get this embossing mat. Again, you don't need to worry about that unless you're doing some paper craft. So put that to one side. Now the key things are these white plates that you get. These are the outer plates. These replace those clear plates that we had, those clear cutting plates. These are our white cutting plates. You'll also get a metal shim. So mine, I've used mine a couple of times. This is flexible metal. You will always get this, and it's key if you're going to be cutting fabric, because that is what you're going to need to use. And you'll also get this frosted shim, which replaces that kind of like sort of whitish plastic one that we had before, and this lasts 10 times longer. Now, as with all of our plates, we suggest that you keep returning and flipping each time you use them, so you get, you know, the same amount of wear over the whole thing, and that will enable them to stay flatter for longer. But they are really worthwhile having, as well as the fabric plates. If you're going to be cutting fabric, you can absolutely cut fabric, as I showed you earlier on, with the plates that come with your machine. But if you're planning on cutting fabric, you want to take advantage of the fact that we've got fabric plates which are thicker, much thicker, heavier metal, and these will work with those multimedia dies and make it easier to cut through 6 to 8 layers of fabric.
Amazing. Now, we have got those fabric plates coming up. We've also got the pouches, by the way. If you've spotted these lovely pouches, we have got them as well. It's the plates in the pouch, so you can get the sets as well. The Gemini, by the way, is on 5-way split pay, which is, for me, amazing. I mean, it makes it accessible. Midnight tonight, it will go back up. I don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know why. Today's the day, though, to get it under £200 for the first time ever. It's normally £229.99. Even when I've been on with Sarah, she's never discounted it to this price. So I don't know if it will happen again.
I'm getting in trouble when I get back.
I'm sorry, but it's we're just going to throw you under the bus here. This is nothing to do with us. This is all Becky. No, make the most of it whilst you can, because I really don't know whether we'll be able to do that again. That is absolutely brilliant. If you've got it in your basket and you're umming and ahhing about it, the amount of messages that we have had come in that just affirms and makes me so confident when I say you will love it, and you will absolutely use it.
You will.
As much as you hope you would. Do you know what I mean? You don't want to buy something like I bought a soup maker, and I thought, right, I'm going to use this every day. It's going to be the new me, and it sits in my cupboard and I don't get it out as much as I should.
Yeah.
Whereas this is something that you're going to use for quilting, bag making.
Yeah.
Like you said, paper crafts.
Yeah.
EPP, you can buy EPP dies. It just is endless, isn't it?
Absolutely. No, it really does make a huge difference to have a machine that you can rely on to cut properly. I never realised before I started working for a Crafter's Companion that you could have a machine that would cut fabric. You know, when it came to quilting, I'd say, look, I don't want to do those triangles. Why would I want to cut all those shapes? I'll do something this big, and then I've lost interest. The fact that I could cut enough squares to make a quilt in no time at all. I think we've been here before, and there was a quilt hanging behind me, and it was mostly squares, and I looked at it and I said I could cut that out in less than 5 minutes. You can't do that by hand. It makes a huge difference.
I always tell you to make just making what was that, Ben? Totally patched, make a career just out of pre-cut. Yeah. I know so many people that have started businesses that have, cut things out to make kits for people. You can do that. You can cut your own charm packs, your own jelly roll. You can do all your pre-cuts for your builder block systems if you've got those dies.
Yeah.
So much you can do.
There's so much you can do. And I think, we all want things to be easier. I don't want to make my life difficult. And like I said to you, I think if you're cutting with a template and you're using a rotary cutter, it's great if you stand up, but it's really difficult if you can't stand. Yeah. And it's really difficult if you've got limited mobility, limited dexterity. lots of people have given up quilting because they can't cut. This will allow them to carry on sewing again.
Oh, I just love the time-saving aspect to it. That's what I was going to say. I lost my train of thought earlier. I would always recommend doing your cutting on another day. Like, do your cutting one day. That would be the thing. You can actually get on and doing your project. Yeah. There's so many times that, you know, you're on the momentum of, right, I want to do this today. It's a Sunday. I've got time for myself. I'm going to do it. And then you're thinking, oh, that's got too much cutting. Forget that. I'll do something else. Whereas this, you can with the Gemini. Will the Gemini white plates fit the old Gemini?
Yes, absolutely, they work, no problem at all.
Shall we do this kit then? Shall we do this bundle of plates for anybody who wants these fabulous plates? You get the lovely pink pouch with them, which is great for those of you that are on the move, if you don't always have a craft room where you can keep them out, or just to keep them nice and fresh and useful. What do we get in the pouch? Okay. So you get 2 of the white plates.
Yeah, and 1 of the metal shims.
Lovely.
Yeah. And so this with, so you've got this, these are the things that are what I would term consumables. So obviously when you get your machine home, you will get all of the plates that you could possibly use. But this, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. This one lasts 10 times as long as the original one. So you're probably not going to need to replace that too often. These ones, potentially, you know, if you're going to be using our builder blocks and you're going to be cutting 600 right angle triangles, this is going to look somewhat battered by the time you finished it with it, and that's why we suggest the fabric plates. So these are the extra ones. Now this bag is made of neoprene. It's going to keep everything nice and organised in your craft room, and obviously it's a nice raspberry colour that matches our Gemini, and weirdly matches my top.
It does. You are literally perfectly matched.
I'm that colour coordinated. It's not bad for 4 o'clock in the morning when I was choosing what to wear, was it?
You definitely thought that out, didn't you? You got the pouch and was like, right, which one matches perfectly?
Obviously, just by osmosis in my brain.
So that's the larger one. We do also have the pouch with the smaller junior plates. By the way, Ben just taken a £10 saving off that last one.
Wow.
Didn't even notice. Go for it. $39.97. Great price. And like you said, these ones will fit through your old one as well. If you do have the other Gemini, your original Gemini. Okay, in your smaller pouch, so what do I get in these? The white ones again, or the frosted ones? Here we go. So you get 2 of those, and then you also get...
The metal?
That one.
In there as well, yeah. And Gemini, even if you haven't got a Gemini Junior, having those extra plates is really useful. I put my tiny dies on them, so if you're going to be going for sort of like our animal applique dies, which we had before, they've got the tiny little eyes, things like that, I put them in there, and it's quick. But whilst the machine itself is much quicker than the old machine, it's shaved off seconds, and it takes seconds. It's like 11 seconds or 9 seconds for it to go through. But in my mind, I want to save as much time as possible. So if I can pop everything here at the front of that little plate, run it through, you know, it's 2 seconds as opposed to waiting that whole 9.
Whole 9 seconds. But in time, that builds up, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
£33.97. Don't forget, if you have got the Gemini Junior, this is great. If you don't, if you've got the brand new Gemini 2, you can now ease these in because of that optical sensor. You can get these in any which way you would like, and it will work with them. So nice and handy and portable, and a bit less cumbersome if you're only doing small pieces. Yeah. So we love those as well. Now, earlier on, we did introduce the fabric plates. Can we quickly recap those, Ben? We have them in both the larger size, the A4 size, and also the junior size. So the fabric plates are, I'll show you. Those are really sort of substantial, aren't they? Yeah, you can't bend them. This one on the web at the moment is showing sold out. Speak to the customer service team because there definitely is availability. Oh, in fact, actually, you should be able to get them on the web. They've been scheduled into this hour. Oh, okay. So the item code has been scheduled twice, basically. It says, I'll match the price for you, $13.49, and then we'll bring in the one that has quantity. So you'll see that one online that says sold out. There'll be one next to that now that has availability. For some reason, 2 item codes, ignore the one that says sold out. A4 size first. AB, is there a...
Makes no difference. One is slightly thicker than the other, if you feel those two.
Oh, yeah.
But very minimal. It doesn't matter which way round you do it.
Would you still flip them over like you did with the other ones?
Yeah, but if I'm honest with you, I forget.
Yeah, doesn't matter then.
It doesn't really matter. It does matter with all of the others, but these are so substantial, they're so meaty and so heavy, it doesn't matter too much.
Don't panic if you do get indentations on these as well. It just won't be anywhere near as much as the ones that you see.
So I can show you, so we used this one earlier today to cut a circle, 2 circles. So you've got small circles there, and then you've got lots of indentations. I mean, they work perfectly well, but I would say if you're going to be cutting a lot of fabric, these are a worthwhile investment. And as I said before, I'm losing my voice again. As I said before, even when I'm doing paper craft, I use these because I can't be bothered to walk to the other side of my craft room to get my other plates. So if I'm using these for paper craft, as you can see here, you've got indentations on these. That's probably a better indicator here. So this is being used for, can you see those markings here? So this is what we term a cutting plate.
Okay.
When you're using paper craft dies, you would put your card here and then your die over the top of that, so it's directly onto here, and then you put all those other shims in and you put them through your machine. But when I'm doing my paper craft, I'll use one of those. So I don't get any marks on my white plates at all, not one, because I'm using this, and I just change the sandwich. I work out which sandwich normally I have my die and my card, and I put that over the top, or I might just put that over the top. You'll see how it will work for you. Always err on the side of caution. Always put less in your sandwich, which is not what I follow in real life with regards to food. I'd always put twice as much inside my sandwich. But when you do this, err on the side of caution. You can always run it through again, and that is what's key about using that tape, that low-tack tape, to stop anything from moving. You can always go through the machine again, but you don't want to overload it because it's just not going to work.
We have got the fabric plates as well for the smaller machines. If you've got the Gemini Junior, or if you've got the Gemini 2, these will now fit as well. And these are your fabric. So if you do lots of smaller applique with fabric, and you're thinking, oh, actually, this is really good value, £13.49, and you do get both.
Yeah.
You do get the heavy,
useful.
juicy ones as well. Definitely make the most of these. There's loads. Did you say that these were oversubscribed, Ben? Both sizes? So oversubscribed.
It's always really popular, isn't it, when we have these fabric plates, because they really are so... I meant to bring my own in. Did I bring my own in? I didn't think... Oh, hold on.
I'm so pleased that you bring these to us as well, because I think a lot of people think about the Gemini. Hobby Maker, obviously, hugely popular for paper crafts, but I love the fact now that we're converting so many sewers as well to cut loads of fabric, so that they've invented these now.
These are mine from home.
Okay.
As you can tell by all the tape. I've used these for over a year.
Oh, and they still look great.
Pretty much every single day. So you can see how the difference.
They're not bananaed either, are they, really?
No, they're not. You can see here. But I mean, you can see all of those, you can see all those marks on there. It doesn't change the use of it. And that is a heavy, heavy use, because obviously I'm making quilts and I'm using my Gemini every single day, just to give you an idea.
Great, right, £13.49. I've just noticed the time we're on 10 to 1. There's still so much to talk about. Still deals to sneak in. Can we do the turntable? Because one of my favourite features of the Gemini 2, one of those gliding pads on the bottom, which you get anyway, but also it has fixing to be able to put on a whole Lazy Susan vibe. So if you do want the turntable, I know they sold out in the first showing. Hobby Maker are going to be really, really envious that we've got these. £7.69 with a saving as well. It was £8.99, but it's Ben today and he's giving you loads of cheeky savings. So this is one that's specifically designed to go with Gemini 2.
Yeah, so don't buy this and try and put it on your existing Gemini. This has got holes already drilled into it, and again, you can buy other turntables, but they're not going to match up with those little screw paces you've got here. All the Geminis come with these slidey feet, so it means you can slide it from side to side. But I find using that turntable, like a Lazy Susan, I think it's just really, really easy. It means you can put this to one corner of your desk, and then as you're using it, you can see how easy it is just to move just with one hand.
One finger?
One finger, yeah, no, just one hand. Doesn't move if I blow it though. it's not that, but there you go.
Well, that's really good that you've got the ability to glide it around, but it is still obviously a heavy piece of kit. It's sturdy, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that's the real crux for me. The fact that you're paying that postage charge.
Oh yeah.
This is heavy.
Yeah.
You know, if you're getting this, and that makes a big difference. Not having to pay.
I do think that they're kind of. I don't know how we've managed to keep this. When we joined Gemporia sell jewellery and gemstones, which are obviously a lot more lightweight than the sewing gear and all the clobber that we bring on board. So you would think the postage system changed for us to Gemporia, and it doesn't. It's 1p all day. So enjoy that. We'll take the all of the extra postage for you. Okay, so there's lots of other deals that are going on the web because we're aware that we've got about 8 minutes left. Things like your curved scissors. These are back in stock, which I love, by the way. They were normally £17, today £13.98, and they are your rainbow iridescent scissors. Why is it beneficial to have this curve?
Well, if you're doing stump work, for example, you can really sort of cut to the edge, but it's really good for getting right into those little nicks and crannies. I often get my sewing machine all jumbled up, you know, so it's all tangled. You know, that just then sneaks just underneath. So they're really useful for anyone that does any kind of handwork. And then the most beautiful colour in this kind of iridescent kind of petrol-y kind of colour, aren't they?
Oil on water. I love it. Discounted today, a nice little Christmas gift for somebody, and I do love... Oh, you're not just getting these? Sorry, I'm not listening to you. I've zoned out now.
Yeah. It's the end of the day.
You have to filter out a lot of what Ben says to you in your ear, so sorry when you actually say something that's useful. You're probably best to just tell me when to listen to you, Ben. I'm only joking. He's really useful in my ear. You also have these, which look very antique-y.
They do, aren't they? They're more of those sort of traditional kind of embroidery scissors. Everyone needs scissors, don't they? Let's be honest.
Amazing. Right, how is the stock on the Gemini 2? Because for the first time ever, I know I sound like a broken record, but I have never seen the Gemini 2 under £200. It's never been under £200. And at midnight tonight, it will go back up. Somebody asked about, because we had lots of applique earlier on with Delphine, are you okay to run through fabric that's already got bondaweb on it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's that is a game changer, isn't it? For anybody who does lots of applique, you can already just bondaweb it onto your fabric and then run it through, and it will cut your bondaweb and your fabric.
I think some of Delphine's things had little hearts on there, didn't they?
Yeah, little hearts, little circles.
You can put your applique and your bondaweb onto the back of your fabric and then cut out with your dies.
Organza, can I cut out things like organza?
Yeah, now organza, because it's so thin, you probably can cut about 10 or 15 layers, no problem. But it does bounce up. So as you know, you had that mat before.
Yeah.
Give it an iron. Now I would recommend that you give all fabric an iron before you put it through the Gemini. But it works really well on everything. I mean, I've got some bits and pieces here. I've got some velvet. It will cut that. Felt. We also had some. Faux leather. We've got some. This is upholstery leather. I cut something out earlier on. So that was out of upholstery leather. That was one pass with the die to cut that perfectly. This is one we've had before. We ran it through an embossing folder. So you can buy embossing folders for card. It will work for leather as well. You can pop a little hole in that and use that as a little key ring and sell.
Oh, honestly.
It's brilliant.
What a great chance for anybody who has not yet jumped on the Gemini train. Go for it. The fact that you're getting it on 5-way split pay is a game changer for me as well. You can get this home today. You can get it sent in the post. That's going to be an exciting bit of post when you're...
yeah, that's going to be a bit of post where you have to make sure everyone else is out.
Yes.
And you've got a whole day to pay.
Yes.
And there is loads and loads. You don't need to feel that you are being left alone whilst you've paid for this machine. You will find that there's loads of videos for us showing you how it works. We do videos, Facebook Lives.
You're here all the time.
Yeah, and we're all very vocal on Facebook. So if you've got a problem, you can always message us. Yeah. And I often get that. And then you just talk to people.
I love that about Crafters Companion. You're joining a community that has got a huge array of videos and all sorts. So thank you ever so much, Becky, for all your knowledge.
Lovely to see you.
So good to see you too. Right, tomorrow, coming up on Sewing Street. Who's on with you tomorrow? Do you know, Ben? We've got Christmas gifting featuring heirloom silver gifts. Oh my gosh, I saw these beautiful silver thimbles. They're amazing. John's back with Gary as well, and Juki. The TL 2,200. I'm so excited to hear about that. We've got Jason Yenta Fabrics at 10. You've got the Air Threader coming up with Gary at 11 and Sewing Room Tools at 12. But coming up on Hobby Maker, the amazing Sherilyn is here. And you've got lots more crafting to enjoy. So stay exactly where you are. Thank you so much for your company this morning. Check out your baskets on everything. Have a serious think about the Gemini before it goes back up at price at midnight. And we will see you all bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.